Our first story is the big story. Buhari received 44 security reports before the Kuje prison attack, says the Deputy Speaker of the Nigerian House of Representatives. Yeah. Yes, and this is my reaction. And so what? According to Section 44 of the Presidential Responsibility Code, Buhari is not mandated to read any security report on any subject until the DSS has written 419 of such reports. The 428th report is the one that Buhari must read. So what's the nonsense about 44 reports about Kuje prison? What? It's still at the beginning. It hasn't. It's still at the beginning. It hasn't rose to the level where Buhari will bring out his glasses and sit down to open book. Why? Read something? Why? Unless you can put it, you know, scientists can actually put it in tuwo, kinshafa. So if he's eating tuwo, the knowledge will be You're crazy. Anyway, next. Atiku sympathizes with Tinubu, says his memory may not be what it used to be, and mocks him for forgetting the name of his party. What the hell is Atiku talking about? What is he talking about? Is it this video?
Commitment for us as members of the
Is that why? You see, I sympathize with Tinubu too. I do sympathize with the man. You have to. But Atiku should go and sit down. If Tinubu is losing his faculty, what is Atiku losing? Sasha, tweet it out. I have the answer. What is Atiku losing? His mojo. Yeah. Yes, he can't even put on his seat belt. What is he losing? He's talking about Tinubu losing his faculty. Nonsense. Next. This is over the top. P2B should be in jail for investing state funds in his family business, says Asari Dokubo. Hey! Now, this is how you get the attention of the obedient servants. Yes, you get the attention this way. It is also like throwing red meat at Tinubu's lions. It is not an easy feat to accomplish. For a genius like Dokubo to achieve in one sentence is amazing. He's a genius. Why? Do you know what is in his head? That man. Anyway, the point is that, yes, of course, you can't invest government money in your private business. No, it's not allowed. Anyway, next. Headies Award disqualifies Portable. I'm like, hey, yeah, the boy is trying. But I don't blame them. The Headies has no other way to show that it has head than to cut off Portable. Portable, is he not acting like a chicken without head? Have you seen him moving around like a chicken without head? Did I just call him a musician? No, I didn't, of course. Did I call him a singer? No, I didn't. You don't make that kind of mistake. It's not allowed. I mean, that guy is like, everything he's doing is like, when you cut off the head of a chicken, what's wrong with me? They just suspended him because of violence against his fellow competitor, and you are talking like this, Portable, it's a mystery, how people from nowhere, and I've been here for more than 10 years doing this. Kobe Kubana has never said hi. Nobody. Nothing. Portable. And then 50 million. Nonsense.
Sad times for Nigeria. Sad times demand very, very, very stringent and strong measures. I'm happy that the Senate has finally woken up, because before we thought they were rubber stamp full on. But they are still rubber stamp, and they are still part of the problem. I'm not going to exonerate the Senate from the problem. Because when they talk about Nigeria, they talk about everything that is wrong about Nigeria, they forget that the Nigerian Senate, the lawmakers, are part of everything wrong with Nigeria, with their big fat salaries that they cannot account for. If they truly love this country, they should do that job without pay. They should make it voluntary. When you take money out of that job, everybody will sit up. But I dare them not to look at the big juicy bribe that comes from various committees. I dare them. But I'm happy they're speaking up. But all of this is even sad. That the reaction from the presidency, the Femi Adesina was calling people anarchists for saying the president should wake up to his responsibility when there's anarchy in the land already. If he wants to call people anarchists for replying to the anarchy in the land, then all of us Nigerians, we're all anarchists. We have no idea of how deep things have gone in this country. That now we are shutting down schools when we're not a place of war. We're shutting down everywhere, high security alerts. I've got people I call family in Abuja. I can't go into Abuja now. Everybody's scared for their lives in Abuja. And that's the country we've become. And this was the same president that campaigned that he will solve the insecurity problem. I put it on record that insecurity is worse now in Nigeria than it was under President Goodluck Jonathan. The facts are there. In 2015, people could still travel on the Kaduna-Abuja highway. Can they today? In 2015, people were not shutting down schools in Abuja. In 2015, we didn't hear of killings of our brigade of guards. And this was the same Mr. Femi Adesina that said months ago that we will solve the insecurity problem before this administration comes to an end. And we keep having meetings over meetings that do not favor Nigeria. We are sick and tired of these meetings, ultimatums, and directives. And only to think that the president went to brief the Liberians on how to tackle insecurity. Is that not what we've become as a country? We can't solve our own problems. We are going to tell other people how to solve the problem of insecurity. I would have wondered that President Weah of Liberia would tell President Buhari, oh my man, how's the insecurity in your country, man? Because we think it's a joke. Because we are not on the second end of the stick. How people now pay bandits hundreds of millions. And the government has not to be able to investigate the people that collect this money and the channel at which they take this money. How banditry is now so rife in Nigeria that somebody was joking with me the other day. He said when they release the next GDP numbers, they should please put banditry as a sector of the Nigerian economy. Because that's the most lucrative sector now. Do you know that in this one cycle of the Kaduna train kidnap victims, they've done over 1 billion naira from people that don't have money? And this money keeps circulating in our economy. We can't do anything about it. And when people talk, you call them anarchists. When are we going to open our eyes and tell ourselves the truth in this country that is bleeding? We want our country to do well. Coupled with the destruction of the Nigerian economy. Nigerian economy was better in 2015 than it is today. The facts are there. Some people campaigned so hard in 2015. They said they will make $1 1 naira. They complained then that $1 was 216 to 1 naira. Today is 710. 710.
It's a disgrace.
It's a disgrace and an apology to this same naira that used to be 80 cents. 1 naira used to be, 80 kobo used to be $1. At some point, naira and dollar was not even 1 to 1. Naira on the balance of things was stronger. It was pound and naira that used to be 1 to 1. In 40 years, we've squandered all our riches. 2023 makes it 40 years. Oyeka, when you did that documentary, Squandering of Riches. 1983. It is 40 years. We are still even worse than when Nigeria used to be in 1983. And people talk and you call them anarchists. You think it's a joke. Tudu, you were talking about presidents putting the buck stops here on their table. I think what President Buhari should put in his red room, always in the color is red, should be the picture of Deborah, should be the picture of Leah Sharibu, should be the picture of the Jangebe girls, should be the picture of all the soldiers that have been killed in this insurgency. Because if you want to see the true face of Nigerians now that are crying and bleeding, are the pictures of those bandits have kidnapped at one point or the other and collected 100 million naira ransom. We want a better country, and I don't think that's too much to ask for.
Praise. And we also have with us tonight Mr. Peter Obi, who has joined us in for the service this evening. Hallelujah. Sir, we're happy to have you with us tonight. Hallelujah. Amen. All right. About this. Okay, praise the Lord. All right, bring out your torchlight and let's wave it. Bring out your lights. Let's wave our lights. Let's wave our lights. Use it as a wave offering to Jesus. Use it as a wave offering to Jesus. Jesus will celebrate you tonight. Jesus will love you. Ancient of
We have got the opportunity to serve again for additional 4 years. And Nigerians will know the difference.
My name is Aso Rock. I'm a pharmacist and a Nigerian with a passion for a better Nigerian. And I'm directing my question to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. And it's regarding employment and job creation, because that's what you keep mentioning. And as a successful businessman, I'll put it this way. I'm an applicant applying to work in your successful company. And after passing through some processes, your HR department, that's the human resource department, asked me to provide a referee from my previous place of work to enable me to secure the job. And I have something to say. This is the response of my employer, whom I've worked with for the past 8 years. And this is what he has to say, and I quote: his propensity to corruption, his tendency to disloyalty, his inability to say and stick to the truth all the time, his propensity for poor judgment, his belief and reliance on marabout, his lack of transparency, his trust in money to buy his way on all issues, and his readiness to sacrifice morality, integrity, propriety, truth, national interest for self and selfish interest. My question is, if my previous employee forward this reference to you, will you employ me?
This is St. Bridget Catholic Church, where there's supposed to have been PVC collection and registration today. To our greatest amazement, the police are just coming in. Some hoodlums came into the Catholic Church, carried away the machine, depriving a lot of people from registration, saying that if they register, they are likely to vote for Peter Obi. Is that what we continue to face in this country? Is that what we continue to face? Are we not going to take this country back? With this kind of situation, how are we going to take this country back? How are we going to fight this corruption? How are we going to take this country back and let the country continue to move? Now, as I'm talking to you now, a lot of people are disenfranchised. A lot of people are discouraged. A lot of people are stranded. We don't really know where we are facing in this country. Where are we going? How can somebody come into a church, a reputed church like this magnitude, come to carry the machine with which they are giving PVC today? Today, 29th of July 2022. Where are we going, Nigeria? Reporting this issue now is Dr. Ambassador Princess Okoje Idemudia from St. Bridget Catholic Church, Ijesha. Thank you and God bless you all.
Those of you who did not pity the injured head of President Buhari's son, Yusuf, when he had a bike accident in 2007. But instead, we are screaming about the cost of the Harley-Davidson power bike that he crashed. Should just wait until the shaky Bola Tinubu becomes president. You know, he's already the president in waiting. You know, he's always waiting for his doctors, waiting for his home health aide to clean up something, and waiting for his old source at the FBI to tell him if not to worry, because Yawa will not bust before he's sworn in as president on May 29th. There's a lot of waiting. And you think waiting is easy? It's not an easy thing. Anyway, Bola Tinubu has not yet become president, but his son, Sheyi, who has no known means of livelihood, we don't know, beyond being a major beneficiary of his father's capturing of Lagos, is already decorating his 36-year-old hands with a luxury 340 million naira Richard Mille RM055 wristwatch. I don't know how they know the prices of these things. $550,000 wristwatch. Yes, that's what the boy is wearing. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. Isn't that amazing? More than the cost of... And people were wondering where Lagos tax money has been going. Now, for those wondering, where all the money collected by Lekki Concession Company, where it went to? Hi. Here you go. Through the cooking up of the books of Alpha Beta and its shadow ownership, Lagos State money that could have been used to build schools, hospitals in Makoko or Ajegunle. Yeah, they are, you know where they ended up? Expensive wristwatches in the hands of unemployed and unemployable. Who wrote this crap? Daddy's boy. You see, Bola Tinubu has effectively captured the resources of the state of Lagos so that his children can keep their hands in the cookie jar and take as much as they want it, you know, and that's what's going on. Everything is at their pleasure. This is not peculiar to Sheyi alone. No, let me just be nice, you know. No, not just be nice, be factual. You know, his little sisters are not left out. Yes, look at them. In 2013, Bola Tinubu's then 22-year-old daughter, Habibet, just fresh from music school with no visible source of income, paid $2.4 million for an apartment in New York City. Yeah. Under a company that nobody knows the name. She's the only one that knows the meaning of the name. A year later, in 2014, her sister Zinab, who was 25 years old, made a cash payment of $2.15 million for a condo in New York City. Which jobless 25-year-old can do this unless their father owns a big chunk of the real estate called Lagos State. Nobody, you know. Now, Tinubu wants to move beyond Lagos and acquire Nigeria's whole geographical space. To achieve this, he has shown his willingness to sacrifice anything. Welcome to the first family in waiting. Yes, but be assured that the sleaze of the Abachas and the Desiani Madekes will be nothing when you compare it to what the Tinubus will bring when they arrive in Aso Rock. This is what I'm telling you. Kafune fune diotua fune fune. Okay. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, July 30, 2022. It's another Saturday, which is a time for you to join us and have your say on all the issues in the news. Today, we have a very, very busy day. We have stories we're monitoring. Abuja is in crisis. People are scared, even the senators. The president is scared. That's what they said. The president is under threat of impeachment by the Senate, and also the bandits threatening to kidnap the president. It's a serious issue. Also, of course, the campaign continues in subtle ways. We're going to talk about all this. And joining us now, the faces you come to know on this program, Paul in Arizona. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Jonaba in Dallas. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages.
Yes, Ovie in, I don't know where you are. Ovie, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Where are you, Ovie?
Atlanta.
Oregon. Oh, okay, you're not in Oregon.
Oregon is over. Attention is in Birmingham now.
The Commonwealth Games. Okay,
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Ovie will give us account on what's going on. We don't follow. We just wait for them to break the record, and then we follow. We just say, "Who is it? Oh my God!" All right, Alexi, if you want to join us, turn on your camera. And all right, let's start with the first topic. Serious issues. Abuja is under crisis. I mean, apart from the senators saying that they are going to impeach the president in 6 weeks if he doesn't do anything about this, do anybody here think that there's any force that can stop the bandits if they decide today to march into Aso Rock? Is there any way the Nigerian government can stop the bandits? Paul?
Well, I don't think so for now.
Yeah, because go ahead.
The real people that can march to the villa is the family member of the president. So probably they are going there to go greet him. You understand? Except maybe if IPOB choose to go, then they might stop them. I don't even know whether they can even get to Abuja. But if the family member choose to march to the villa, the president will still probably go for baby shower and then say he's unaware that they came. Because they still protect the president when they can get to the villa.
Well, how can they? Look at what happened at the Kuje prison. You know, the internal affairs minister, what they call him, Minister for Internal Affairs, said there was no plan. The prison has no plan to defend itself. Do we know if Aso Rock has any plan to defend itself if people are marching into Aso Rock? I mean, they can bomb them, kill them, but what happens?
Of course, doctors, these guys are confused. These guys are just there to go make money. They don't have no plan. And sometimes we discuss their honesty instead of us to give them a pat in the back for them being honest. At this age and time, there is no CCTV in place like that. From what we gathered, the prison yard to the villa, I think they said it's like 30 miles or thereabouts, or 30 kilometers, if I should say. And then there is no plan, no provisions, and everything. These guys never plan. You know, this mindset that people, a skinny soldier like me can slap anybody, just feel that he won't raise his hand back. So they keep having that mind, and the soldier can do anything and nothing will happen. And we respect them so much. So that also make them, they don't train, they don't prepare for things like this. No, not, you see the way our kids go to school, the way they do all those drill for our kids and everything. I don't know whether there's anything called drill over there. There is no plan, there is nothing. So it takes them on the shock, and if they manage escape, then they go back to church and give thanksgiving. The good God protects me. That's how they are. No plan, no nothing. When they budget money, they squander everything. It's Nigeria is a joke. You understand? Right. Nigeria is finished, and at the same time, Nigeria is almost empty. All our best brains are leaving.
Yeah, hold on. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor.
Lai Mohammed, the Minister for, what is it again? Information. Said it's laughable that bandits could kidnap the president. But meanwhile, they attacked the convoy of his advance team, and killed some of these soldiers. What is laughable about that?
I don't know the difference between bandit and the APC government. So that's why I say it's laughable, because some people are speculating that they are just using it as a propaganda to cover if there is a change of government, and they decide to hold them accountable or sue them. And they also claim that they are part of they are also being attacked by the bandit. They are not exempt from whatever is going on with every other Nigerian. So the situation is very confusing. If bandit will attack the barracks and kill soldiers, who give order? How is Abuja set up in terms of security-wise, or every other state? How does it work? And then I think there's a threat that they are going after the president, and they even say there is a name, they named the governor of Kaduna State, El-Rufai. So some people say, okay, maybe there's a fallout between them, that they didn't deliver for them what they expected. So a lot of speculation there. Nobody knows. I don't even know if the president knows. The excuse for him don't know what is going on, I don't think it's true. I know there's a level. There was a time he cannot hear in one of his ear. I don't know whether it's two of the ear now.
They fixed that.
Oh, they fixed it. Okay.
All right, hold on, Janaba. Ovie, I don't know if there is hope. I mean, by the time Kwankwaso wins this election, there may not be a country. Are you not worried about that?
Not at all. Not at all. I'm not.
So what do you think is going on now? What do you think is going on?
What is going on? I mean, just as I always put it very casually, it's our politics, on our politics. I think we need to understand that one of the core functions of politicians in this kind of the political competition we are practicing, one of the core things that they hold here is to look for what the masses need and sell it to them. And if there is none, you find one. And me and you understand that one of the most expensive commodities so far in that kind of market space is fear. Fear, ability to be able to make sure the people are succumb through fear is very important for the politician. It will be easier for you to divide the masses and have your way. And I think that is what is happening here. To ask that if the terrorists are marching to Aso Rock, anybody can stop them. Of course, the only way terrorists can march into Aso Rock is if they are led by the Nigerian military and the Nigerian security team. There's nobody can infiltrate Aso Rock as far as I'm concerned, unless it's legally led by those men in uniform. So it's more secure than that way we put it. But again, it's the time that we find ourselves. Everything
so
will
you
pick it up.
think this is planned? All these things we are witnessing, that is part of the plan that by the politicians.
As far as I'm concerned, they are not to be excluded in all this saga that is going on.
All right.
I mean, we might be shocking to us, but I'm 100% sure the leaders of that part of the world are not at all. You know, I mean, who buy the AK-47? It's not me and you. I mean, I'm not that rich to be buying AK-47 for killers. So who is providing AK-47? They are the elite in our society. Yes, we can say yes, some are coming in from outside and other, but through whose channel? Who owns this channel that they are coming in from? So it's just it's always against us and them. But as I said, they're always ahead of us. So to them it's a game, but yes, it's a game of matter and life and death. Nothing that is happening today that is spontaneous to them.
All right, thank you.
I mean, the BBC documentary says it all.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah. Alexei, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, please, Alexei. Okay, Alexei needs help. Okay.
Alexei is in Biafra land, so for the work.
Okay, Alexei. Okay.
Yes, I hope you guys are seeing it. That's why I've been moving around. I want you to see it. Yes.
We know.
I don't want to block it. So if you see me coming for that flag,
you need to unmute yourself so we can hear you too. Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, I'm unmuted, right?
No, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
There are some people who, no matter what is going on, they will keep defending what's going on and call it bluff. It's nothing. Lai Mohammed did so when he had to answer to this. You know, it's nothing. Okay. Additional did the same. It's nothing. They are just a game or whatever. But after those people had said what they were going to do, they went and ambushed the security men, part of the guard for the president, between Kubwa. I know where Kubwa is because I have a little something there, and another place. And there was that devastating shooting that took 3 men whose mother is going to be mourning. If they have children, their children don't have no father again. If they have if they have other relatives connected, those people will never see those 3 soldiers who were bastardly cut their brain. They had to pick their bodies into a bag. None of those people who did that has been apprehended. Now, people who are paid to defend this government, like Adesina and Lai Mohammed and perhaps the other man, forgot his name now. Yes, don't expect them to say anything serious. Oh, they're going to play down on it. But after that killing, another shootout took place at a place they say has a U-turn. I think I remember that place too. On the way to Kubwa as well. These things, bullets are not just ping pong balls. They kill. And these things are happening so close to Aso Rock. I don't know why we will say it's politics. It's to put fear. It's not to put fear. They are killing people. And that thing they are doing, they have their camp well known to the government, and the government has not gone there to attack them. Government has tons and tons of excuses why they cannot go there. And we all know now that there's no group of these bandits, kidnappers, or whatever name they used to baptize themselves. None of them is a secret to the government. And the government is not able to push back on them or even to get them to stop what they are doing. So when you look at that and you look at what's happening in the Southeast, a group of people went for wedding. And after the wedding, they went after them. The governor of Imo State is giving excuses. He said, oh, these are the people who meet. When they meet, then the next day, there will be sit at home. That they are the people, the enemies of the state. They are non-state bandits or whatever he calls them. And you know what? Just for thinking that that's who they are, the security forces went there and shot everybody they could shoot at in that place. Two different yardsticks in applying security. One place is, once you hear a rumor about the place, you go there, you kill the people, you burn their houses, and you just go scot-free, no question to answer. Another one is, oh, we know that it's happening. We don't want to have collaterals. The people they are holding, we want them safe, and you know, the government is doing something. So, my people, we will keep discussing this thing, and we will see where we will reach in it. Just know that Nigeria is going. Let us sit down as a people, decide whether we are going to be together, how we are going to be together, or if we are going to part and everybody will take care of their own place. We will all do well. You can even have a Commonwealth association between all the component units of whatever, whether it's countries that is going to come up or whatever. We are killing too many people, and that blood spilling can never sustain any united. It cannot be united. When you are killing me and my people, you want me to come and unite with you? So let's be careful.
All right.
Just be talking.
All right. Thank you, Alexi. Femi, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, Femi, the Senate, they want to impeach the president. Don't you think it's like doing him a favor now if they impeach him today?
First, I want to say that even if anything is laughable, it's actually the Senate itself, because especially because they've mostly been in cahoots with the present regime. Because you know how, especially the principal members of both the Senate and the House of Reps, how they came into being, you know, especially based off of what happened during the Sarake era. You know, they really gave Buhari a run for his money. So if anything that's actually laughable, it's Buhari and his entire APC and whatever gang. Now, during the week, however, we're reminded of what happened during the Second World War by one of the, I think it's one of this Catholic priests that spoke about the times like this to come. And from that experience, he actually came up with these comments about how when they came for the Jews, he looked the other way. Literally, not literally, but just because it wasn't a Jew. When he came from the trade unionists, he looked the other way just because it wasn't a trade unionist, you know, and all the way down to when it was almost left with nobody else, and then they came for him, and there was nobody alive or left to save him as well. The dangers of where we are now, it's no rocket science. It was always bound to come to this point. The other day I was saying that if you do not, the way Nigeria has been, especially up to this point, it was a case of if you don't cry, you laugh. But I dare to say right now, it's the other way around. If you do not laugh, you cry. We have people in Nigeria, even if we're not there. It is not by force to be a nation. You have to be a nation before you become a country. A country is just a geographical representation of an area. We don't have to be together. It is not by force. We cannot continue like this. And if some people are sitting there saying it is laughable and one thing, remember, some of the weapons these guys have is capable of bringing down even the presidential jets. They don't have to get to Aso Rock. Maybe they've not thought about it. Some people are comfortable now. They forget that there were people there before them. One day they're going to leave that position. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, Femi. Jude is not here. All right, let's move on. The point is now, what is the solution? I mean, to the Senate, what they think they can do is to say 6 months or 6 weeks from now, if nothing changes, they will impeach the president. I don't even think they are willing to do that. I don't think they have the guts to do that. But even if they do that, is that the solution? Will that solve the problem, Paul?
Yeah, that cannot solve the problem. I watched the interview with one of the honorable from Kaduna, Jokom something constituency in Arise News. From what he said, I feel for him, but at the same time, I just look at these people. I say these guys are not serious. When you listen what these people are saying, now it's affecting their original constituency. Their original constituency is Abuja because they don't represent where they claim that they are representing. So it's affecting their own constituency. That's why they're crying. And they're crying foul. When I watched that interview, then also watched the other interview that they grant former Minister of Works. Oh God, I forgot his name now. The Ikorodu man from Lagos. When he talked about how they want to impeach Obasanjo.
Abanikoro, is it?
No, not Obanikoro, the elderly man. I forgot his name.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
remember. So
okay.
He talked about how they want to impeach Obasanjo. They, as AD member, as the Yoruba, they are the one that fought. Even when they are the opposition, they are the one that fought how to help Obasanjo because it's one of their own. They fought how they went to the Emir of Kano, Emir of Sokoto, the Obi of Onitsha. They did everything for that impeachment not to thrive. Opposition party did that thing. Then I come forward fastly. Look at Wike. Wike say Delta betray him. This one betray him. You understand? But Kanu vote for him. Kanu did not betray a northerner. You understand? But when your own house did not vote for you, you say they betray you. This is how the system runs. So over time, by the time they spend that 6 weeks, they'll go back to all their night meetings and the likes. After everything, guess what? They'll play the northern card, they'll play the religious card, they'll play everything, and people going to enjoy this good quality dollar that one is 720, or maybe as at that time, it will be like 850. Then they're going to share for them. Like during the time for Ibrahim Mantu time for Obasanjo, they're going to share dollar and nothing will happen. Of course, we know nothing will happen. It's just a dry, empty threat. Nothing will happen. These guys are unserious. They are laughable. They don't represent us. They just entertain us, let our data not waste, like Nigerian people will say. That's what they're doing. They don't care. They don't care. The few security that we have, they are using it for themselves anyway. The few security we have. So to some extent, they still see themselves like they are protected. You understand? To some extent. So that's why they don't care. It's just that the panic is just around them. Like this time, they can't enjoy that, in quote, girlfriend thing, party thing, go show themselves. They don't have those privileges. That's why they're crying foul.
Okay, Jude, welcome to the show.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, our listeners.
Yeah, Jude, Shore said in one interview this week that all these things are part of a plan to instigate a coup and not to have the election. What is your take on what's going on?
Anyway, it's not. It's not far from the. It's not far from the truth. Personally, I know that election is not going to. They've already started putting in those in charge of Nigeria. Have already started putting measures in place to ensure that there will be no election, because that would enable them to continue perpetrating the evil that they are doing in Nigeria. I don't know why they are afraid of election, because they have already seen the handwriting on the wall that their time is up, and so they don't want to give up. They just don't want to give up. Terrorist Buhari have made a lot of gain in pursuing his inordinate ambition of Islamizing and Fulanizing Nigeria, and he has put in every major positions in Nigeria his own people. So he has seen that if they allow things to continue to go, the election to continue to go the way it's going, a new captain will come on board who may want to disrupt all the gain he has made. And so they are doing everything, fighting every tooth and nail to ensure that there wouldn't be election, so that they continue to perfect and complete their goal. Already they have achieved more than half of their goal. These terrorists are all over Nigeria. There are so many cell camps in this, so many terrorist cell camps in the West. Look at the shooting. Okay, I think some of you must have even seen that video. I mean, what is that not war? And then the politicians in Abuja are now coming up and want to impeach Buhari. These people are I don't know what name to call them. It's only Abaribe that for a long time has been talking about impeaching this animal called Buhari, but everybody keep blocking him. Even the Senate president would not even allow them to bring up this issue in the Senate floor. Can you imagine? It's absurd. It's really absurd.
All right. Thank you, Jude. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So 100 years from now, 200 years from now, when the people that will occupy Africa, when they look at Nigeria of today, when they read the papers online, if they're still internet at that time, what would they think about us? Because I like your wider perspective. What would they think about us? What happened? Who do we blame? Is it us? Is it what is wrong?
I think we will have ourselves to blame. Who else can you blame? Even our forefathers, they made the same mistake over and over again. The Europeans came here 500 years ago, and it took them up to 400 years, that's 19 something, for them to take over Nigeria. All that time, our forefathers never bothered to learn how to make guns, how to build the ships, and that sort of, I don't understand, level of broken threat assessment is unbelievable. It's remarkable, really. I don't know whether any group has ever managed that kind of humongous incompetence. And they did that, and we are carrying on where they left off. So 100 years from now, it depends on whether something changes now. And if something doesn't change now, then the situation is going to remain the same. Many of our people, they are focused on each other, talking about how constitution is going to change, it has to change, they have to have their own nations and all the rest. They never ask themselves, how do you get there? What is the consequence to Nigeria? What's the consequence to the entire black race when you go in that direction? They never bother to do that. They just play the same old games our forefathers have been playing. And for me, I find it really strange how we are locked in that kind of thinking when it's obvious what the problem is. The world is run by people that are stronger. If you look at the top economies in the world, the top powers in the world, it's because they have military strength. If you just correlate it on the tables, you'll see it there. Nigeria is exactly the same size as Brazil, but the problem we have is that we are not strong militarily. That is a big difference. If you look at Sri Lanka, the same thing. We exude weakness, and it's not only Nigeria, it's the same thing on the African continent, the black continent, I mean. And the question you have to ask yourself is, why have they chosen to be like this? Is it because they never truly got their independence, that they are beholden to the Westerners, or is it because something is wrong with us internally? Personally, I am not sure, because our forefathers made the same mistakes for 400 years, so why would we not continue it now? Because I've heard people talk about, we want to control our resources. No black man controls anything in this world. None. What are you fighting for? You're fighting for your land. What land do you control? You don't control anything.
Forefather,
strong,
the Northerners control their wives. For the record, the Northerners control their wives.
Yeah, you control your wives because you are given the privilege to do that. But you don't control your environment. You are poor. You don't take part in the World Economic Forums. You are not there when they are making decisions. The G20.
Forefathers, Jonathan went, but I think they go there. They go there.
They just go there to go and watch it, isn't it?
They wanted,
go
they
and
wanted
cheer
to
on
bribe.
their
They
own.
wanted to bribe him to
It's
submit.
just,
To submit. They
it's
wanted to
really
bribe him,
pitiful.
but you know what?
It's really pitiful, the state of affairs. We live on scraps, and it's just, if you just look at the numbers, and we know it, because we know Nigerians are highly educated. We know these numbers. Look at the entire Nigerian budget is about $27 billion, while California's healthcare budget is over 200 and something billion. And we are all living in the same world where we use that same money to buy stuff. That is an unequal arrangement, and we are not doing anything to fix it. Instead, we spend most of our time fighting each other. That Fulani guy that came here last week confirmed something that I already deduced. And this week again, that documentary the BBC released showed the same thing. Fulanis and Hausas are fighting. And we are here in the South saying,
I disagree with that.
You can disagree all you want. It's a fact. Those people were not, those dead bodies and those human beings were not made up.
They are Nigerians. They are Nigerians.
See, of course they are Nigerians. Fulanis are Nigerians too. Some Fulanis are Nigerians. So we fight each other every turn. Any chance we get. We say we want to control stuff. What are you controlling? When you are supposed to see the bigger threat. So 100 years from now, if we don't correct that error, my God, I'm not even sure we'll be around to be able to tell that tale. We are supposed to be the most promising continent, but if we don't take the opportunities, we are going to pay dearly for it.
Okay. Thank you, forefathers. Oganiru Biafra, welcome to the show. I like how people can change their names, whatever they want, and force me to call them whatever they like. You know, that's the way it is. He was something else when he came on, but he decided to change it.
According to forefather, the only thing we control is our name.
It's only me that remains constant.
Oganiru, are you there? All right. I think he's not.
I think that
yes,
question you
this
asked
is Oganiru Biafra.
He forgot that he changed his name.
No, I didn't forget that I changed the name, you know. I did not forget that I changed the name.
All right, welcome.
I'm just replying to your message. Yes, so we must change the narrative of what is happening in this country. Okay. You know, if justice must be served, just like we said, there must be, you know, equality, justice and fairness in all the play. But since 1914, it was never. Even if you come to think about since 1966, those constitutions that hold us are no longer in terms. You can see a president can sign anything he wants without the approval of National Assembly. This is no more a country. We're no more running a federation, but we have been run out, not only by nationalization, just like IBB said once on his last birthday. He said, I am a product of nationalization, of Nigerianization. I think the narrative have to be changed. I thank you once again for welcoming me in this program, and I'm greeting every one of us that is here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so let's switch over to I think I like this idea of the documentary. Who watched the documentary here about it? Okay, so why is it controversial, Ovie?
First, I think to buttress for Bharat's points and the question he asked him, 100 years from now, what will people be looking at? The future will be, they will look back at us and say, well, they will be laughing at our miseducation. We are badly miseducated. That's not what anybody is talking about yet. So we are having this kind of contrast. Everybody doing this because of the education we are receiving, and it's deliberate for that. But yes, the documentary, for me, I think I have a lot of questions regarding the documentary. One, I don't believe that the BBC will carry out such, huge documentary without the consent of the federal government, either the military wing of the federal government or the media wing or even the states that the thing was carried out on. So I believe the federal government is aware. Now, Lai Mohammed coming out and questioning the BBC, questioning them and saying they're going to be sanctioned. That now goes to my question. Who are they doing this documentary for? What is the motive of this documentary? Because what I can see there is, trying to push, put a grip or a foundation to the narrative that is going to spring up as we go, that the Fulani, the Hausa people are in war. That's one. Two, you are kind of showing the glamorous side of this whole thing, because I don't see anything new there that has not been established by Shegume, Obasanjo, and what's his name, Father Kuka. These are triplets who Ugambalazio, Sambisa Forest, all the forests, and spoke to one-on-one with these people. And they came out and they tell us what is happening. And we don't need Susia to tell us how horrible the massacre, whatever you want to put it, that is going on there. So to me, the documentary is glamorizing the lifestyle of the warlord. And in a region whereby there are about 16 to 17 million people listen to BBC every day. That's what people don't talk about. There are about 16 to 17 million people in that region alone that consume BBC, Al Jazeera, Chinese media every freaking day. Among those people, whether we like it or not, there are people who actually buy into the ideology of whatever the bandits are clamoring for, that are being marginalized. Those people will say, so this is how the life is. I think there's every reason to, to join these people. That's one. Two, from the documentary, so I can also did you that it takes a lot of back and forth between the BBC crew and the bandit before they actually agree to sit down. What was the agreement? Is it one of the agreement they reach is for you to actually push out the propaganda, because that's exactly what they are doing. They want that somebody put it earlier, I think it's on Horizon, that one of the fuel of all these bandits is media, ability for them to put out their score outside and wait to see how either the government or the people are going to react. The BBC are just successful in doing that successfully. Three, the man himself, the warlord himself, his dream is to be known all over the world. BBC has established that. So what is the reason? Who are they doing this for? Why are they doing it? Why are they bringing it out now? There's so many questions around it. I don't want to necessarily say, okay, let me follow what the federal government are questioning for via Mohammed, Lai Mohammed, because as I said, they must be aware that such a thing is going to take place. So what is your point? Is it that both the federal governments are actually, laughing at us, which I always believe they do at every point in time? So there's so many questions regarding that for me. Now let's put the context aside. As I said, the context, we all know the context, unless we are blind to the Nigerian space. People who made these people one-on-one, people who live with them. If you have opportunity to speak with people from Borno State, from Chibok, for instance, where all those the kidnapping started, you will understand that this is not something that is happening in isolation or it's just an impromptu. No, it's well thought after. It's premeditated, everything that is going on. So what is the motive? Those are just my questions I have regarding that documentary.
Okay, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let's watch a little bit from this.
Yeah, now why you want to so one woman shy you when it's as we have a makashi. Soon ka ci su yau taba ganin ƴan makarantar da an ka dauka ba har suna magana da su irin mun ka ce musu to kaman makaranta nawa kun ka taba dauka wani ya ce shi dai inda ya taba tahiya an ka dauki ƴan makaranta da shi islamiya ce amma ba su yi musu wanga tambayoyi haka amma mu da mi muka yi musu ya ce to kun ga bokon ku ba ta da rana tunda ABCD da kun ka iya mun ka ce su bari za mu faɗa musu duk dai wasu karatu haka mun fara gaya musu kuma sun ka ce ba su soya ga karatun boko amma dai kuma wallahi bai da amfani mu bayyane mun ka nuna musu dai duk ba mu iya barin karatu in ce inda sai na ci gaba da makaranta ya ce to ya shi kuma ya sha alwashin duk an ka kuma wannan makaranta sai ya ƙara ɗauka.
All right, that's a little bit from the documentary. Let me say this before we continue. I know someone who is working on a documentary on Boko Haram, and I've been following the process for many years now, and there is no apart from getting permission from the government when you have to talk to maybe government officials or going to maybe Boko Haram area, and they don't have to see what you're doing. They don't have to know what you're doing. And it depends on what you get. If someone agrees to talk to you, they talk to you, and you go and look at the videos you got and make up your documentary. So I don't know if and I don't think, okay, well, let me not talk for the BBC, but I'm just talking from the perspective of this person I know who is working on a documentary. And when it comes out, it's basically how how they put it together, as in terms of the whole story, match it together. That's what you're going to see. So I don't necessarily think that the government is aware of that the BBC is doing this, or this is the outcome, what they are going to get. But I think it's important that people know what they found out, even if we don't agree with that. Paul, you saw the
I saw the documentary completely, both of them. I watched it. I just think the thing called damage control, Nigeria, like they said, if you think you know your onion very well, you must be a good team player. But if you think you know your onion very well and you are not a team player, you are not smart. That's why you see Lai Mohammed will come outside and say things like this. You understand? If he knows his onion very well, he would have bring some young, smart guy to come and say things like that, not him. But this big man is in, they don't understand what they're doing. It's trying to play damage control, but what it's doing, it's even giving these people the lift that they're looking for. These guys need the lift. In fact, the word called bandit, these guys are not even happy for them to call them bandits. They want them to call them terrorists. You understand? It's like you are still even bringing them down. They are looking for the fame. They are looking for the name. They are looking for everything, so that if they want to ask for more weapons, you understand, from their partners all over the world, they can get the type of sophisticated weapon that they need. So the government is not doing anything. Doctor, we just need to watch ordinary NCIS or whatever, LAPD or whatever, to understand how to fight some of these things. The North is a desert. It's easy to combat. You understand? With technology and everything, with communication, you can do everything. I don't even know whether there is drone in Aso Rock. I don't even know whether the government have anything.
No, we saw a lot of launching of drones bought by the military.
Oh, you saw it when the general was scared, like a bird flying towards your eyes.
From Jonathan,
you understand? Drone that my son will even reject, a $350 drone that my son is not even interested in it any longer. You understand? I like drones so much. I can show you so many in my house. I don't think my son will even like that drone.
I wish you see how much they pay for those drones. But
oh yes, we saw it. We saw it. So, doctor, it is funny. It's everything. The government is not ready. And what BBC did, if we could remember in the past, a little bit not bigger like this, even the Niger Delta, they did something like that. You understand? When they went into their camp, show everything. So these things are not new. But what do you do with it that matters? But the thing is that we don't have intelligence. We only have intelligent officers to use to punish your opponents. That is the DSS and the likes. We just have them to punish your opponent. We don't have them for the real purpose of security, to protect lives and property. The government is not doing anything. When I watch that and everything, the government is talking about BBC like this, it is, and you and I know they can't even do BBC anything. That's another thing. You understand? Because they're still going to chicken out. They'll just talk and everything will fade off.
Not when they have 16 to 17 million in the viewers in the north. They can do something. Trust me. If that's the route they want to take, but I know it's not going to go that far. But if
they can't do BBC anything. They will follow the normal NBC code.
The BBC market in the northern space is huge.
That's why I said they can't do BBC anything. They'll follow the normal.
That is not the route they want to take. But if they want to take that route, they will do something. Now, government doesn't have anything.
Now, government, but the government know the real thing that is going on there. The government is not doing anything.
They are one and the same anyway.
Doctor, I work in the aviation industry. Where is the Tucano jet when they do all these things? Look at the killing that happened 2 days ago. Where are the Tucano jet? The Tucano jet is meant for Biafran land. You understand? I remember when I was working in the airport back in the days, not even now. You know what we call the Air Force guys? We call the Air Force guy and the fan people. We used to call them oil and gas. Working in aviation, we call them oil and gas. They sell all the aviation fuel. And remember, kerosene is more expensive than diesel. Maybe some of you guys don't know. Aviation fuel is kerosene. It's just a little bit lighter. So you use it in your stove well, it's safe, it's everything. That's my industry all my life. They sell everything. You understand? So there is no, so plane can they there, organo fuel. Now only presidential fleet has fuel. I don't say they for VPO itself. Organo fuel. I didn't tell you.
Okay, hold on.
I'm telling you.
Oh, hold on. Who else saw the documentary? Let me hear a different perspective. Who else? The documentary, BBC. Okay. Okay, Jude. What is your impression?
I saw it, but especially when they were interviewing the guy sitting down, the warlord, who said he doesn't need to go there and kidnap somebody. They kidnap, and only when he wants to go and kill those who want to kill. And they asked him, "How many have you killed so far?" Casually he said, "I can't take count," just as if he's just talking about, not even chicken himself, about bears in the bush. And then we have a government who sees all these things, who knows where all these people are, and they tell us, they come out and bamboozle us that they are fighting terrorism, or they bought a 12 Tucano jet in US for the past how many years. They have never used it in fighting terrorists, but they are using it in killing our brothers and sisters, our young men in the East. And then people will come out here and say they want one Nigeria. And then somebody will tell me, what are we talking about? Is that one Nigeria? Is that what has one Nigeria brought us? Okay. I don't know why people are afraid to divide. What has Nigeria? Can anybody here tell me, all these people that are one Nigeria, can they tell me what one thing that one Nigeria has given to them, other than death, other than backwardness? We got it.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
Nigeria has given me a platform to excel.
I am talking. You have your hands up when you are talking. Nobody interrupted you.
Yeah. I thought you were asking a question. So
many countries we got independent at the same time. Where are they today? Where are we? One Nigeria.
Okay.
You mean to tell me if we have my own side, then Hausa Fulani will come from the north, Buhari will come from the north and come and then send fighter jet to be killing my people?
You know how they segue. I said, Jude, give me your take on the documentary.
Yes, it's part of it. It's all about down to security.
I will get to solution. You can talk about that. Bless you. Welcome to the show.
Okay.
Blessing is in a public bus somewhere in Enugu, I think. Blessing, we can't hear you. I was thinking that okay, Blessing, we can't hear you. We'll try you again that time. Okay, so I think I wanted to get views from people, even if you didn't watch the documentary. This is my suspicion. Why this particular one touched a nerve, I don't know. Maybe it's because the impression he gave, which is the impression that some of these people don't want to put out there, that there is a problem between the Fulanis and the Hausa people. Did anybody get something like that?
Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
So I saw a bit of it and I plan to watch the rest of it. It's quite instructive and interesting, and especially because it's something I can relate to. Again, I haven't lived in the north, born there, grew up there. And like I always say, Kaduna, South, where I grew up, is just a case study for what Nigeria has become. You see, for me, it's not enough to keep blaming everything on the West, what the West has done and whatever. We know all this. There's always been history. And before the West before Western civilization, there were other civilizations. China is growing now. After the West, whether we like it or not, China will eventually, they will probably become the China, whether we all have to go learn Mandarin or Cantonese at some point. So that being said, And the other thing I want to also make us aware of, Yugoslavia that broke up is not a black nation. Albania has its own problem. That's not a black nation. Switzerland that practicing the form of what we are referring to as let's come to the table and discuss how we rule ourselves. They practice a form of what's that thing we are
Confederacy?
Confederation. If I don't know if a lot of people are not aware of this. That's Switzerland. Now, the reason why I say this is there's a Botswana in Africa. They call them the little miracle of Africa. As a matter of fact, Nigerians were actually responsible for where Botswana is today. It's not out. They're not in the moon. This is in Africa. The reason why I say this is even judging from that, the little I watched from that BBC interview. I haven't lived the situation, because sometimes if you don't live a situation, you will not understand what's going on. I haven't lived the situation even in Kaduna itself. Way back then, as far back as when we had the Metisini riots and all whatnot. The only conclusion I continue to come to is we better come to the table and discuss. Forget the West. I understand all this narrative about the West and what. We better come to the table and discuss, because when the fire will start burning finally, well, I'll just keep quiet for now.
But Femi, well, before you go, is this a new realization on your part? Because I've not heard you speak this way. Or was it anything that happened last week that happened?
I had previously mentioned the very first day I joined. I had mentioned, you may not remember, that ordinarily I'll prefer that we consider conference, whatever, discuss basically. That's my preference. Otherwise, since we're not prepared to go with that, then let's try new people. But ordinarily, that my position is let's discuss. It's not in my power.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Can I just say something quickly, because I saw the documentary too.
Okay.
Personally, I don't even know what the federal government is complaining about, because I think the Nigerian headlines and Femi and all Jude, the way they talk is even worse than what we heard from the documentary. I don't know what they are fussing about. People are fighting in the north. It's a fact. Bandits are kidnapping people. It's a fact. What is there that happened there that was such a big information? We even heard that one of the bandits got his weapons from Niger Republic. Guess whom are present in the Niger Republic there? We have foreign military bases all over that place. I don't understand how people cannot even understand how to comprehend that two things can be correct at the same time. You can be responsible for your fate. It doesn't mean some other person didn't do anything to you. Just because you are responsible for your security, to secure your house, doesn't mean an armed robber cannot come and rob you at the same time. Both can be true. And you have to deal with both of them. Don't pretend as if the other one doesn't exist. And also, how do we even do this? It's like voodoo. We talk about constitution as if we are the only country that have problems. We are, and I think we do this because we have been conditioned to think like this, that this is where you're going to solve the problem. Knowing full well, you stand a better chance. And I tell you now, Femi, you stand a better chance of being an astronaut than getting what you're asking for peacefully, without setting the black race backward two decades.
That's not true. I beg to disagree. That's not true.
You can disagree, but I am telling you what is happening, because if you truly understand Nigeria, how complicated Nigeria is.
That's not true.
Nigeria has, let me finish my point. Nigeria has a bigger group of minorities than even the Igbos or the
Please leave the Igbos
out of your together.
Talk.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay,
See, you can say whatever you like, but I will say what I need to say.
Hold on.
You don't want to hear the truth. You don't want to hear the truth. You want to pretend and bury your head in the sand and kill our people off.
This is what they want.
Make your point.
Let's
Make your point.
They are winning.
This is the game that they play. They play childish games that will put us in a very weak position.
You make it look like you're the only right person. Make your opinion count.
No, you made your point. I didn't interrupt you.
I understand.
I felt I was correct, but I didn't interrupt you.
I understand. Don't name people. Make your point.
Okay, fair point. Maybe I shouldn't have named you. I apologize for that.
Correct, please.
My point is that we cannot keep going back, asking for things that without thinking about the consequences that it could lead. You can ask for that. What if somebody says no? The Kurds have been asking it for these things forever. Catalan, they have been asking for all this is forever. How many nations have broken up that have done well? The United States that you see today went to a massive civil war. One side won, and now they are the superpowers of the world. China is a massive country made up of diverse groups. They are the superpowers of the world. The country that is one of the homogeneous countries in Africa, Somalia, fought one of the longest civil wars on this continent. And you think breaking up that could lead to all kinds of can of worms. Do you know how we don't even think about the consequence of what we are saying? Do you know the consequence to Ghana, to most of African countries when Nigeria indulges itself in that? Why don't we think about those things? We just think, oh, let's just do this. Europeans killed each other in the millions and still came together and formed the European Union. Is it an evolutionary fault of ours that we can't even get past this thing? I don't understand this. We've been doing it for centuries. We can't break out of it. How do the Europeans do it?
Hold on, everyone. Laro, welcome.
Education, my brother. Education. That's what I said. We are
all educated here.
Hold on. No, we are miseducated. Miseducated is the word.
We are only educated to be a manager, to manage what somebody has already invented or set down.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Laro, welcome to the show.
It's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah.
I guess we have a heated Saturday. That's what happens when we all get Wednesday off.
Yeah. I know. People had accumulated things to say. So
absolutely. And it's been an interesting discussion, what I've heard.
Yeah.
You are the doctor and the platform is the operation room and we are all patients. So
they call it House of Commotion, but anyway.
Exactly. But we'll find solutions. Yeah. And our brothers are all of we are all of like minds looking for a best solution. But from my opinion, which is just an opinion, like I'm always saying, division is not the answer. Because to think once you get divided and your solution and you have your solution to your problem, this problem goes with every tribe as we separate. The problem does not automatically disappear. You still have to, if you split Nigeria, each section still has to find the solution for all this. It's going to be there. So what solution will you have for your region that you don't have now to implement? We're talking about a divided Nigeria. And we think, okay, once we divide it into three, forgetting all the other smaller ethnic groups, are we not the same people that said Jonathan is not an Igbo man, even though he was president, which we know? So let's get over some things. And we're talking about an African union, that even Africa should unionize and we should come together like the EU to be a stronger Africa. So we cannot divide our little space and expect the continent to work. I'm going to leave it like that so other people can come in and I'll come back in later on.
Thank you. I like that. Hold on, everybody. Let me remind everybody. These are our topics. The first one is Nigerian Senate doing Buhari a favor by impeaching him? Second one is there a force that can stop the bandits from taking over Aso Rock? Then the third one is about Tobi, who broke the world record, So, but we are kind of moving away from this. Well, I enjoy this. I like this, but it has to make sense to what we're talking about so that we don't get derailed. And our idea is that we give probably 2 hours to this team and then let new people come in because there are people who are trying to join the conversation. So we don't want to move away so far away from the topic, but I let things slide, So, Blessing, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Listen. Okay.
I am almost at my destination, but can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I do think they will be doing Buhari a favor if they impeach him, but I do not think they have the balls to. The Nigerian Senate is rubber stamp. They lack the guts, they lack the balls to do the needful. If not, we shouldn't even be having this conversation. That man should have been out of that seat for a long time now. But they are rubber stamp. They do not have the will to do the needful. And then, is there a force that can stop the bandits? That can stop the bandits from taking over? Yes, I think there is. Actually, I believe there are forces, more than one force that can stop all this mayhem that is going on. I'll give a small example. I'm down from the vehicle now. Let me just find a nice spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Because
maybe
let's share with this.
you can talk to some people for us later
And
on.
they say Nigeria no safe. Look at Blessing making for public. I don't walking around freely. And they say Nigeria no safe.
With an iPhone.
I beg you.
With an iPhone and nobody took it.
We just
No, Biafra land is safe. Biafra land is safe.
Propagandas of the
Actually, Nigeria is not safe, dog. Let me give an example. I am going for a birthday party, yeah? It's supposed to be an evening stroke night something.
Imagine, our group, sir. We are going to groove. Eh?
All right.
Why not East is burning and you are grooving? Abuja is burning, you are grooving.
Blessing is frozen. We'll get back to it.
Doctor, my question for you, Doctor.
Okay, Jonaba, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think our sister Blessing is frozen for now.
Yeah, go ahead.
The issue of the Senate impeaching Buhari, is it not a hypocrite? What has the senators done in their own constituency for whatever they have taken from the federal government or the governors? Have they developed their own place? The notion that we are divided, we are okay, everybody will build their own region. It somehow make me feel that we are still a slave to ourselves, because I'm in America right now. I can get along with Spanish at my place of work. I don't have a problem. I can get along with Indians at my place of work. No problem. You can get along with every other color. But when it comes to ourselves, we never sit down to say, where did all this start from? What is the power in place causing this divide and control strategy that we cannot get along, that we cannot respect the Igbo with all their gifts, and we cannot respect the Hausa with all their gifts, and we cannot respect the Yoruba in these three major tribes in Nigeria? That when we come, all we feel is is about our differences. That is the uniqueness of life. Our differences is not a big deal. We're all going to be different, even in our own immediate family. But I believe that until we, the black race, come to our senses and define what's wrong with us, that we can now govern ourselves, Nigeria will be a better place, Ghana will be a better place. But we should know there is a force in place that is controlling the whole black race, because we are not where we're supposed to be, and we are not. I don't want to use the F word, because today is Saturday. I'm going to go to church tomorrow. So yeah, so there is nothing. There is all this thing that is going on. Let us think critically. A brother here say, let's ask ourselves, where will we be in 100 years to come? My ass will be long dead. But then, what our children?
I hope Nigeria doesn't exist in 100 years' time.
Eh?
I hope Nigeria don't exist in 100 years' time. In fact,
okay,
I hope it doesn't exist in 5 years'
I
time.
like that wish. It's a wish. I like it's a wish. Just keep wishing.
So,
There's nothing wrong with
Keep wishing for a better Nigeria. Where are you today?
So the issue is that we have to come to our senses and understand that nothing, even our religion, even the way we were even brought up, our forefather that made us who we are today, that thing doesn't exist again. It's either you are a Muslim or you are a Christian. Even the traditionalists now, the Christians are campaigning for them to become born again. The Muslims are also campaigning for them to become born again. So we have lost everything. Our economic, we don't even have any economy that we can talk about. If dollars go up, granite that is producing my village will go up. Oil that is producing, that the palm oil that they tap, will go up. We have nothing, And I think it's about time for all of us, especially in the diaspora, to send a good, united voice that how do we fix this thing? But the differences we are talking about.
Support referendum.
Hold on. If you can't wait for me to introduce you or act properly, I will have to remove you. We've not introduced you and you are coming in and budging in and talking to other people. Please, go ahead, Janaba.
So that is what I wish, and this platform that have our states, one of the so many people supposed to join us from Nigeria today that
All right, Alexei, go ahead. I know you have a comment. Go ahead.
In the 1800s, a man called Africanus happened to have been a slave, an Igbo slave. He wrote
hello, did I make it? Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, a man called Africanus who was a slave wrote Her Majesty to grant an area called Biafra independence to constitute an area, not to grant independence, to constitute an area which he called Biafra to become a country. By then, the British hadn't come to amalgamate us. That letter has been found and it is still existent as an evidence of a long-time effort to have a country named Biafra. The people on the west, the coastal area of Nigeria in that region were more associated with that name, even more than the ones in hinterland who are now holding strongly to it. So what am I saying in that? We don't have to be the structure we are today as one country. The British came and did it for their own convenience, for their own trade, to enrich their own country. And they have kept it together for 100 years plus now.
Because they're still eating.
That thing has continued to disintegrate until where we are today, that we are even ashamed to tell people that we are from the country called Nigeria. The whole world is just watching us. This is the weakest time, and it will not stop. We have now discovered that we couldn't even move like the other nations who were on the same level with us. Talking about, oh, it will take time. Oh, we have to do. No, we were set up to fail, and we have failed. There is no more Nigeria as we speak. What we have is a territory occupied by terrorists, where bloodletting is all over the place, and where the government is focusing on only one area because of their hatred for that area, and then the other flanks are open. So these guys are free doing what they are doing. And that's what we are seeing today. Now, if you want to hide what is happening in Nigeria, then you ask yourself, are you being sincere to your problem? If BBC has brought it out, why should we accost BBC for it? It is the reality. The more we know, the better we can have the solution. We don't want to be part of that thing going on in the north, in the southeast. But in the southeast, that's where the government is sending all the armaments and armored vehicles and equipments and human beings just to go and continue the genocide there. And it's not going to take Nigeria, it's not going to result well in the other parts of the country. We hear that the terrorists are flying their flags. So they have that territory. If you don't constitute the force that will dislodge them, mind you, what it is now is showing that Nigeria has already split. Some parts are in the hands of people from another country or another force. And if you continue with that as it is now, I don't know where you're going to end. The reality is we need to come together and decide what we should be. And then let everybody go and take care of their own. I keep saying this thing, and it will happen. For those of you who keep saying it's as difficult as being an astronaut, who are you to say that? What power do you have to determine what other people should be? The Bible calls it covetousness. What is it you want from these people that you say they must not go? Nigeria was made by the British, and it has not worked. God, who made us into the we are, made us who we are. Even if we split and then we are still having problems that you are saying. That is our business. Why do you want to cry more than the Pope for what's happening? Leave people alone and stay on your own. If you can't stay on your own, then go and grab a generator and die, because it will happen.
All right, thank you. Jude, 1 minute, please.
You see, I like I said, I don't know why people are for us to go. Now, how can we live in one country when those who have put us in this mess, they espouses the same ideology as was expressed by Shetima? Is it Shetima, the one that said what is it?
To hell with
what is it? To have our regional, the way we were operating before independence, to hell with
what's it called?
To hell with restructuring on my food. It's not only him. That is exactly the same idea that even Buhari said Nigerian this thing is non-negotiable, both restructuring and everything. Now, how can we live in such a country that number one destroys the potentials of our own citizens because of being in one Nigeria? Does anybody here want to tell me that if we have been in regional government where every region is operating by itself, that we have so many talents today that have been destroyed in Nigeria, some have been buried in their grave, that it would have been happening that way? The answer is no. Nigeria would have been a world player. Many regions in Nigeria would have been a world player today in science and technology. And how can we live in a country where it says a particular section of Nigeria believe killing human being life is nothing? So they can get up. I don't know if you guys see the video that is making round, where they casually, just as if you are killing a chicken, got one guy, put him on the floor, put their legs on top of him, and with their knife, until they remove the head, and raise it up, and then put it at his back. Now, these are multiple instances of such. How can we live in the same country with such barbarics, with such heartless beasts? With such heartless beasts? And if Buhari is not a president of Nigeria and is in one of these Boko Haram, he will do the same thing that these other people are doing. Because he's the one sponsoring these people, and he doesn't, and these are the same people he's giving a red carpet reception in the name of Operation Safe Corridor. So far, 50,000 terrorists have been removed from jail and put into the society, many of which are among the same army.
Wait. What did you say? 50,000?
Yeah, 60,000, 50,000 so far. The Operation Safe Corridor. I'm sure you guys know about that. This program where they
wait. We have prisons that could take 50,000 people.
No, I mean those Boko Haram that were captured.
Yeah, okay. and they were in prison
or wherever. Not only that they captured, that will come out and say they have repented. Most of them were not even captured. They will just come out and say they have repented.
All right. Okay? So
they free them.
Dude,
and then they are abusing in the east, killing our innocent youth. Meanwhile, they are forgiving their Boko Haram brothers and sisters.
Dude, thank you.
Same country with such barbarians. No,
we need to talk about Tobi that broke the world record, and then we get new people in and we hear their take on some of these topics. But before then, let me hear from RBL. Please tell us your name and where you're joining us from.
Yeah, my name is Barry. Currently, unfortunately, I'm calling from London.
Okay.
Yeah, listen to this discussion today. It's a sad indictment of the situation we find ourselves in. Nigeria cannot work. Since 1945, Igbos have been victims of mass industrial scale genocide in this Nigeria that was created by the British. For them to have, and other countries to have joined up to go and slaughter as many Igbos, is basically to wipe them out. That must tell you something about the Igbo people, that they don't want to have a nation of their own, because they know that we have what it takes to liberate Black people, not just in Africa, but around the world. They know that Nigeria cannot work. I come in peace. I don't commit to because I hate Yoruba people or people from the north, middle, whatever. Nigeria cannot work. You've had evidence right from beginning of this contraption, Nigeria, that it cannot work. Pakistan and India used to be one nation. They separated on religious lines. Today, India is one of the richest nations on earth. Google, I think Microsoft, what's that phone company? iPhone is run by Indians. They used to be a nation. The leaders came together and said, this thing is not going to work. Let's demarcate India and Pakistan. And today, India is one of the biggest, powerfulest nations on earth. What's that telling you? Now, please, I'm not finished. I don't know what evidence you need that Nigeria cannot work. It cannot work. What is wrong with coming together and say, okay,
I don't know, honestly.
let's have referendum. Those that want to continue this place called Nigeria. If you want to continue, that region wants to continue, you carry on. If you don't and you want to go your own, you should be allowed to go your own way. It's not hate. It's not war.
I think you're right in what you said.
You want me to
give you the reason why it's a bad idea?
Please, Godfather, please, can I say something, please?
My choose to remain in Nigeria.
Can I give you a reason why?
Please, can I say something?
No, can everybody hold on? Okay. All right.
Okay.
So we have to move in a different direction. Maybe down the road we can come back and talk about this. I want to get new people in, and I want to get this us to have a conversation on the point when sometime this week when Nigerians were together, which was when Tobi won the broke the world record. Ovie, give us a backdrop of this story, because I don't know who he was until that happened, and so help us.
It's a Tobi nation. What Nigerian elite and politician and every of us could not do, girl from Ijebu, they pull it off. At a point, not just the whole one standing still for Nigeria. Nigeria, doesn't matter, you are a terrorist, you are from, you believe in Biafra, you do whatever you believe in. At that point, it was, that's our girl, that's our golden girl, that's Nigeria, that's Nigeria, that's Nigeria. So Nigeria is possible. If one person can do that, I mean, imagine if people like Tobi spring up of every aspect of Nigeria, not just in sport now, in academy and everything, and we celebrate them like that, we see them like that, then Nigeria is possible. So as for once in my lifetime, I see Nigeria coming together, regardless of what we are going through at that time, we are saying, yes, that's our star girl. Yes, Tobi is a phenomenon. Tobi is somebody that worth celebrating because it was homemade. He was baked there in Ijebu by local coaches, was discovered by local coaches. He attended our school before he decided to proceed to further his education in America, where he, Faith brought her together with a Jamaican lady who has done what she's doing right now before her. So she was guided properly. Yes, she's a girl that, unlike people, of course, people don't know her because we don't pay attention to track and field. So if there's any girl, if there's any athlete in Nigeria in recent memory that is as consistent as her on the global level, is Ese Burume, who ended up pulling up a silver medal at the long jump. So she's been there. 2019, she finished 4th at the last World Championship, and we know he can do it. The following championship, which is Olympics, 2021, she also finished 4th. But last year, after the Olympics, she pulled up what no Nigerian has done before by winning the Diamond League, because in athletics, there's a cycle just like the Champions League and all that. So that's what we call Diamond League. So he put up the trophy. So she has been in the mix of the top hurdlers in the world for the past 5 years. So it's not a fluke. So for Michael Johnson to come and be making all that, I will go a little bit, if you afford me the time, to tell you why Michael Johnson reacted the way he reacted. And if we can remember, anytime since for the past 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I've been coming here putting the background of our athletes, and people were asking why what happened to Konkoso and all that. It was because of movement like this. We are on the know. We know that something special is going to happen within that region of hurdles and long jump. Now, going to that championship, she started just 3 races before the finals, 2 races before the final. That's the heat, semi-final, and final. she started a campaign with breaking the African record. And would make her the fastest qualified to semi-final. So we all know that, yes, something special is going to happen, but we don't know what. Then in the semi-final where she broke the record, if you watch that race pretty well, you can tell that it was effortlessly. It was effortless. It was smooth. Everything that an oddler should possess, she presented there in that race. That's where she broke the world record. Now, immediately, Michael Jackson, which somebody I respected so much, if there's anybody's book biography that I've first read from the beginning to finish, was Michael Jackson, because I was running the 400 meters.
Johnson, you mean?
Yeah, Michael Johnson. Yeah. So I respect that man to a cause for what he has achieved. But again, now let's put his record on display. The last record that he had, which is the 200 meter, that was broken in this championship. How did he break that 200 meter world record? That was at the Olympic Atlanta 96. The previous record, his personal best was 1975, thereabout, 1975. But on that same day, he reduced it to 1932, almost 34 half a second of the previous world record. Nobody said anything. Instead, we are saying, yes, this is the man, but everybody was praising him. In America, in American soil, nobody said anything. Now, the record that was in the Tobi broke in that semi-final, because it pained me that despite everything that came to play that semi-final, the previous world record holder, Kenny Harrison of America, was there in that semi-final. She broke the previous records without, it was even more dramatic than what Tobi did. When she broke her own record, she was not even aware. A fellow contestant had to like tap her on the back, say, hey man, you see what you did? And the whole stadium was erupted. Praises were coming from every nook and cranny. She was in that race. The previous one champion from Jamaica was in that semi-final. So it was a semi-final that built for something special to happen. Tobi just happened to raise up to the occasion and take the day. Now, going back to Michael Jackson again, and regarding this world championship that just take place, his own world record was breaking by Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles' personal best was 1946, if I am not mistaken, and he reduced it to 1931. That was a clear talent. That was a clear display of bravery. Everybody was praising the American spirit. Nobody complained. Stephanie McLaughlin, who broke the world record of the 400 meter hurdles. This is a girl that anytime you put that in track, world record is expected. And she broke it effortlessly. The whole praise was now she's talented. Now, our own star girl came and just do justice to her race. She wasn't aiming for the world record. Her demand is that this championship, I must get a medal. After finishing fourth and the last 3-year championship, their goal was that I must get a medal this time. So she broke that effortlessly. Imagine if she did not come back 45 minutes later and clinch the goal with a world record that the time has win aided 12:06. It's something to even question, because on that day, that was the only race that was win aided. So just they come at it. Now Michael Jackson, he has gone from that great athlete to an industry and a corporation child. How does this man take feed himself? It's because of the endorsement he's going from Nike and the commentary he's doing. He has nothing going on for him. I've been to his training ground in Texas. There's nothing much to write home about this one. So that comment that Mike Tyson made, it wasn't even an impromptu comment. It was built, it was coming for that, because they never expect an African, not to talk of Tobi, who the best we can get because of our level of motivating our athletes. Whenever we get to the big stage, at that point, we take the feathers, because at that point, it's not just your talent now. The motivation that you bring from your country, from your client, from everybody counts. So they never expect Nigeria to raise to that level, not to even winning the event or breaking the world record. And that's why you see those advances. And even before Nigerians wake up, the world say, come, Michael Jackson, this is not it. He could not even contain his Twitter. He has to delete the comment. He has to like block everybody comment. That's to tell you how that night was so special. Nobody will forget what that little girl did. It is very momentous in terms of, not just for us as a nation.
She's
the
obedient.
first time we had our national anthem sang in World Championship, never.
Okay,
the only time was during the Mary Onyale, who won the Olympic gold medal in the same Atlanta 96. So that was a special moment that even the so pioneer, the stakeholder in the V were like, wow, they never saw it coming. But she has been in the midst, but only because she's a Nigerian, a village girl who nobody's, I mean, Nigeria, we don't celebrate ours until we actually reach the occasion. That's what you are seeing that take place from the agony and the frustration of Michael Johnson. Again, they did it to Usain Bolt. The first time Usain Bolt ran 100 meters, the very standard, it was in Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica. He ran in 975 and 977. The record was 973 at that time by his own countryman, Asafa Powell. You know what the Americans said? The Americans said, no, the stadium no complete. In fact, because nobody did it, now only him. Good. Guess what happened? 2 weeks after that day, he was in Usain Bolt was in New York. And in this New York, Tyson Gay was there. Tyson Gay was the man to beat as at that 2007. Everything was said. Guess what? Usain Bolt jogger with the world record. Everybody kept quiet. So the Americans, led by Michael Johnson, are known for their doubting Thomas because it's not coming from them, because they believe that they have the monopoly of everything, including winning and breaking world record. So, but what I truly, my joy on that is that the way Nigeria rose up to the occasion and say, you know what, now this is our own, regardless of what we are going through. This one I know we take out from home. And that's the spirit of Nigeria that I see that this get brought to the table. And I wish we can see beyond all this nonsense that is happening and focus on people who are actually do Nigerian pride. Just like Obi will say. I like Obi at the quote anytime you do something wrong. Obi said the Nigerian youth are just looking for an avenue to contribute to the development.
Oh yeah, I didn't know you like to be.
You understand? No, I mean no be anybody will do that. Go talk and say the Nigeria. When they ask him that question, I give her kudos for that. That the Nigerian youth are just waiting to contribute to the development of the world. That is what every Nigerian youth, the Nigerian athletes are just waiting for. They don't care. This crop Nigerian athlete that we are seeing, the likes of Tobi Amusan, Ashe, Ofili, just keep naming there. They are all under 25. They are just waiting to contribute their own quota to the development of the sport around the world. They don't care what is happening. They are as crazy as Twitter fan. I always say that the difference between the Take It Back movement of 4 years ago of Showori and Obedient of today is just Twitter. They don't care. They just want to have fun and follow what the rest of their mates are doing around the world. And that's what Tobi brought to the table. And that's why she deserves to be celebrated and given everything that they deserve.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Hold on a minute, just a second. Let's see a little bit of what happened.
Nigerian Tobi Amusan ló wà wájú ìmọ̀ làwọn lọ fíofíò kò sọ ọmọ náà tó jọ ṣe Tobi Amusan lẹ́mìí sí ni bàbá ìyàwó alájà mi agbésúnmọ́ ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ kí sọ níṣẹ́ ṣé Tobi Amusan forí ti dọ́gbọ́n ó ti forí ti dọ́gbọ́n ó ti dàbí olúborí.
This is the first time I'm watching that.
All right.
Whoever thinks that is crazy, it's fun.
So,
I don't know if I can speak now, Doc.
Yeah, let's say something. Yeah, let's see.
My hand was up all the while, but anyway, I just wanted to say that we are all proud of Tobi, but it's not Nigeria that made Tobi to win that race.
I disagree with you, sir.
It is herself, determination, her family, and we are all proud of her. Don't come and tell me.
It is the platform. It is the platform that Nigeria afforded her. I also take advantage of that platform. So don't say that. That is a Nigerian bread. No.
Nigeria that made her to win that race.
Nigeria gave her a platform. Don't forget that. Nigeria gave her a platform. I am a beneficiary of that platform. So you can't tell me what is at stake in that industry.
Okay.
I'm giving my life to that sector. So I know what I'm talking about. You can't tell me that's Nigerian right there.
Let me finish my point, please.
Even
we have many Tobis in that country called Nigeria, but she happens to be the one that came up at this time to be seen. There are many more like her. We once had the Dick Tiger, who won the world champion. We once had a Hogan King Bassi, who won the world champion. And we have had more. We have academicians who have done so well. Emma Agwali, you know about him in computer. So don't start giving any credit to a very failed system.
Those people you mentioned, they are not the product of Nigerian system.
Those people manage
the people you just mentioned
in the midst
are they not product of Nigerian system?
The people we are killing now, many of them would have come up in the future with this kind of gift. So
Let blessing,
Okay,
blessing is. Let's be
hold on.
considerate.
Okay,
Blessing is
hold on,
talking from
you guys.
Nigeria.
nonsense.
Blessing. I'm letting Blessing speak because you guys are not paying together. You guys don't know what it costs to be going from Nigeria. Blessing, go ahead.
I was saying something about a force that can defeat the bandits and stop them from taking over before my network went haywire. And I was going to cite an example. As much as we try to pretend these things are not real, it has seeped into our everyday lives, and we have had to adjust painfully. Now, to the average person, it is no longer about bandits invading Aso Rock and taking over. Their fears are now more closer to home. I love hiking. Once in a while, I do try to go hiking. We go to those hills. When we want to go hiking these days, I am filled with trepidation. I am mortally scared that we're going to get lost, not because we do not know the way. People are just going to come out of the bush and take us. And from hiking, we'll end up being in a place we do not know, and our families will have to pay ransom. And I believe, even with this fear and everything, I believe that with the right will and the right person over there, these people can be stopped. The military is not loyal to Nigeria. I think they are loyal to whoever is sitting there, because if they were loyal to Nigeria, we wouldn't be talking about this. That's just me. I don't know how anybody else is going to take it. They take command from the CNC, and what we are looking at currently is a CNC that does not have the willpower to do anything. He does not even care. We do not even know if he's aware of what is going on. I do not know what his aides tell him. The man acts as if he lives in the cloud. Whenever he sees things happening, he acts surprised, and he does. I don't think it's fake. Honestly, I do not think it's fake. I honestly believe the man 80% of the time might not know what is going on. If only he knows and had a bit of will, we will not be here. Now coming down to Tobi. Tobi is he has given us a reason to smile in this past week. It's something. It's like a breath of fresh air. The joy is palpable. Everybody is just so proud. For the first time in a long time, we all had a common unifying factor. Somebody that just followed her dreams despite all the odds and went on a global stage and made us proud. When they played, I don't know if any other person felt it. The highlight for me was when they played the national anthem. I cried. I had goosebumps all over me. I do not remember the last time I heard Nigerian's anthem being played.
Okay. So
Nepa many of Nigerians don't want that to continue our praise.
Nepa
So,
don't take life.
Alaro, go ahead.
So, she well said, Blessing. I don't know if you're back, you still frozen, but
Hello, can you hear me now? Am I still?
Go ahead. Let me let you finish.
It goes to show that Nigerians' reaction to Toby's win goes to show that we do not necessarily dislike each other. No, we do not. We just hate the fact that whenever something happens, instead of tackling the issues, the people we put there use the divide and rule strategy. And this thing has been ongoing for a long time. It has seeped into our subconscious that when something happened, and then instead of condemning it outrightly, you sort of point fingers to your neighbor. And Toby just stood there on the stage and they played the national anthem for us, and everybody's like, Nigeria no bad like that though. No bad like that. If we stay together, no bad like that. But it's just these foolish people in Aso Rock. They should do and start going. That was the feeling for me. I don't know if any other person felt it. So yes, Toby made us proud. Yes, there are more Tobis. Yes, Nigeria is stifling them. I even read one article about athletes that were stranded one time, that the sports council of federation did not care about their welfare, and these people were stranded. Yes, it is Nigeria happening to these athletes. Nigeria has happened to so many people in so many ways. It is Nigeria happening to them. It is unfortunate, but that is the current situation on ground. So I'm happy Toby went there. I'm happy she's won, and I'm happy that for the first time in a long time we have a reason to be proud, despite everything that is going on. And it goes to show that with just a bit of good leadership, just a bit of good leadership, we could go places.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Blessing. Alara, go ahead.
So thank you very much, Blessing. That was really nice. And to hear from a woman's point of view also. And we have to, I understand the frustration of some of my brothers. And it's very justified based on the history. But out of that frustration, just saying by no means necessary, just take everything, just divide everything, that is also not the solution. Like she's saying, from our point of view, we are 90% of everybody on this show is abroad somewhere. She's down there. So our view is very, very important. So if she's on ground and she sees how the things are going, I don't know if anybody had the chance to see when Peter Obi went to Sokoto recently. So we need to start looking at other parts of Nigeria, how they're reacting to him. When you say Tobi is not a product of Nigeria, Tobi's mindset, an athlete's mindset, what drives you, the present situation is part of what drove her mentally. Because there's a hell of change. It's not going to be easy. Nobody is saying the things that are wrong in Nigeria is okay, that we want to live with it. But I'm telling you, your division and saying to even coming about getting a Biafran state, really realistically, ask yourself, how realistic is it actually? It's not something that will just overnight, here you go, you are divided, come. So which is the shorter distance to glory? That's the question I ask. So take a general look around the nation, even over here. You see what I'm saying? I didn't expect it to take that short a distance. It's now being obedient. This is the future we have to look at. You're welcome, my brother. I know you will come around. We need young people like yourself. So please, let's stay together. Let's help our brother Peter Obi stay obedient. Whatever the realization, whatever you think a Biafran state will give to you, support Nigeria to give it to you. Thank you.
All right. So no, there are people that I want to, at this point, we are close to the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, I want to leave. I want to leave.
Okay, so I want people to volunteer to leave.
I will go ahead and leave since I already made my point. That's number one spot.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Brother Jude, can I?
You are welcome.
Femi, go ahead.
Jude, thank you.
Femi, go ahead.
First, I want to quickly apologize to Forefather. My brother, I love you. I don't have any problem with you, but you see, it comes from a place of pain. Nigeria has happened to everybody. Personally, I lost a brother during the June 20. He did not have to die. My father was shot to death when he relocated from England to Nigeria. He did not have to die. The circumstances behind it is part of what. Because you know, sometimes when you need to know where people are coming from as well. You understand? Now, that being said, with respect to Tobi, I understand where Ovia was coming from in terms of Nigeria. I understand all of that. But let me let you know this. As a matter of fact, I'm also an athlete. When I moved from New York City to Texas, I first stayed in a place called Odessa. Those in Texas would know Odessa, the oil field producing part of Texas. El Paso is 3 hours from Texas. This was 2015 May. I'd been hearing about Tobi when she was running. A lot of us were hearing about her. And there's this other male, I don't know, you might have his name, this other male guy. But injuries have kind of like slowed him down. The guy is an amazing Nigerian athlete as well. I just don't remember his name. Now, that being said, the reason why I tend not to totally agree that Nigeria made her, someone was saying something during the week, and I've listened to a couple of people, eggheads, whatever. If Tobi was to be in Nigeria today, Ovie, between you and I, you know the chances are like almost nil. Let's be honest with ourselves.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Be honest with ourselves. Ovie, we know
No, yeah, I will respond to that if you want me to, but that's
no.
not the way you are. Toby is already
Okay, please
established
don't
name before she
respond.
left Nigeria.
Please sit this one out. Let him finish.
I'll
Thanks.
let you. No, so I'm not anyway. Now, and there's a lot of them like that. Probably even, and I'm not, no disrespect to Toby, wonderful athletes. I know. I'm telling you, I followed that. What's it called? A trajectory right from 2016. So she's not even new to me. I'm just letting you know now. Anyway, there's a lot of Tobis like that, just as good, if not better. A lot of them are in Nigeria. They will not make headway. It's not swear if they do not leave Nigeria the way Nigeria is right now. I personally, yes, we went through the educational system and all that. If I did not leave Nigeria, the opportunities that will not accrue to me, like I keep saying, I saw a lot of things when I took ND and I went to the things I saw, I cannot even begin to tell you. And that was when I was like, as far back as then, I was like, if we continue like this was way back when. Look at where we are today. Now, ultimately, at the risk of contradicting myself just before I leave, I am not disputing most of what Ovie forefather have said. My own thing is that would I prefer Nigeria to be together? I think we're stronger together, really, to be honest. However, like I said, it is not by force. If we cannot sit down and discuss the way we leave Nigeria and we don't really care about whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, but then remember, we're not in the same confine that's Nigeria when we're abroad. I mean, even if you're Igbo, I have most of my friends that are not even Yoruba or anything. I don't even remember. But it is when you get to Nigeria, Nigeria happens to you that you remember that, and that is why we need to discuss. We went like we did not choose to be together. We did not, and that's why we need to discuss the Croatian. See, there's that saying that says those who make peaceful change inevitable, make violent change very, very possible. Croatia they're doing well today. Yes, there'll still be issues. After all, within families, there are issues now. Are we okay the way we are? That is my take. I rest my case and I take my leave.
No, please let me say something before I go off. I want to leave. Let me say something.
Okay, bless you. Go ahead.
I think we're being a bit unfair sometimes when we make this pronouncement concerning Nigeria. Now, I'm going to say this for the first time in a public space. Those that know me know this, but this is the first time I'm going to say it in public. I do not really care if Nigeria stays together or not. I do not care. I couldn't be bothered if Nigeria was still a country or if it splits. But I am worried that instead of tackling the issues bedeviling it, we always choose to look at the easy way out. Everybody should go their way. After that, then what? I was listening to Edmond Obilo's show this Saturday. And Doc, please, I'm going to say this here, please. If you can find a way to bring Edmond on this show, or bring him on 90 Minutes Africa, or bring him on 90 Minutes Africa.
I'll bring him. I'll bring him. I've been on his show. I'll bring him.
Please, if you can, and if possible, I'm going to find the link and send it and forward it to you, to the last show he did on Saturday. We leave these issues to just choose the easy one. Everybody should go their way. Everybody should go. After then, what? Are they not going to be your neighbors? If there's katakata, if Oduduwa goes, Biafra goes, other people go, and there's katakata there, do you think you'll be safe? What will happen when the miscreants worrying them now come into your own country? Oh, you're going to tell me you're going to make your border so strong? It is not possible. So long as you are neighbors, they will come in and they will still cause problems for you. So if we're going to go our separate ways, fine and good. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't really matter to me. But please, let's solve the issues first. In that program, he interviewed a journalist that is based in the Lake Chad Basin. And the man made an astonishing revelation. Over 50,000 orphans. 50,000. Nobody is claiming them. Nobody wants them. are there. 50,000. These people that are kidnapped, these cheapo girls and all those girls that are being kidnapped, when they kidnap them, they marry them off within themselves, they impregnate them, and when they come back to their parents, when they regain their freedom finally and come back home, their parents say, no, you cannot bring this thing, this evil seed to live with us. And they abandon those children. Now you think those children that do not have mothers, fathers, when you eventually break up, they won't find a way to your place. Oh, you think the north is that far? When this whole thing started in the north, I remember people that were chanting, oh, it's happening in the north, it won't come here. What is happening now? Some of us in the east cannot even go out to certain places. Yesterday, two Nollywood actors were kidnapped here in Enugu, in Ozala. It is no longer north. Here in Enugu, Ozala. I'm from Ogu State. I'm from Ogu local government. Also, see Ogu, see my hometown. See Ozala, see my hometown. It scares me. So don't tell me everybody should split and go their way. After them, what? Everything will suddenly quench. All the insecurity will suddenly disappear. Let us ask the difficult questions. Make the sit through these difficult conversations. Tell ourselves the truth. We do not like hearing the truth. Tell ourselves the truth, the brutal truth. Lay our cards on the table. If everybody is not okay with the card, we'll discuss the way forward and then discuss conditions of moving on. That is it. Please, Doc, I will look forward to the day you invite me to Edmond.
I believe in us. Please
Okay,
don't do what I
thank
will
you.
not do.
Can I say something? I think Jude,
Yeah,
you said.
blessing.
Let me just say something briefly.
Jude, no. You've talked. I've given you chance a lot. There are a lot of people. There are new people. Let's hear
Blessing,
about people, other people.
blessing. I believe in us. Don't go to that party and do what I will not do.
Okay,
Please.
hold on. Okay, blessing. Thank you so much. Okay.
I'm already at the party, and I'm doing a lot of things.
Okay, blessing. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. So hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me welcome Abubakar. Abubakar Ali, welcome to the show.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
I know you've been trying to join us, and there was no space. And CM, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you, everybody.
All right. So I know, Jude, you want to say something. Everybody want to say something. I
wanted to say something.
If anybody wants to leave, I will let you talk first.
I'm not leaving.
If you don't want to leave, that's okay. Stand by. We have one room open for someone, anybody who wants to join. Let's hear from Abubakar.
Doctor, you don't play Tinubu type of politics.
No. I'm trying, I'm trying.
But a lot of people are referred to me quite a bit. More than 4 or 5 people have referred to
Okay,
me.
I'll get to you for that. But let me just hear from Abubakar, who just joined us, and CM, and then we'll come back to you. Abubakar, welcome to the show.
Oh, okay, thank you once again for having me.
Sorry, Abubakar, the girl Akabulo.
In Ayola,
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. In Ayola.
So, Abubakar, we've been talking about Buhari and the situation in Abuja. I don't know how much of what we've been discussing you had, but what do you think about the situation and the impeachment threat from the Senate?
Well, I don't know much about the impeachment because I didn't read that article. So, but I heard Jude talking about Fulanization agenda that Buhari's government has already achieved 50% of what he's looking for in institutionalizing Fulani. But the evidence shows the contrary. Do you think it is a progress if you are at the helm of affairs and your people are getting killed and your name is being dragged to the mud? Is that a kind of progress that he has planned for his people to? Because Fulani bandit and whatever has been going on for quite a while, but that has been popularized more by the Buhari regime. Things has escalated beyond control. Is that the kind of achievement you're talking about? And then about kidnapping, rampage, and killing. Blessing just left. She was just telling us that 2 famous Nollywood actors were kidnapped. Was that also done by Fulanis? And then I think if you're talking about this is where the problem comes in all the times. If you feel like you can tell that to a Fulani as a Fulani and you say you're coming up with a kind of conspiracy theory that these people are here to rule over you for centuries, and you've been telling me this. So whenever I come to any kind of discussion to find a common ground between myself and the others, that defense mechanism will always comes in. If you say, okay, I'm responsible for all these things, so automatically you are triggering the defense mechanism that I will find whatever I can find to defend and prove to you that this is not the case. And from your own end, you believe it. And I can also find a way of also painting you black. And there is another thing that I also observe, like if any other tribe has done what the Fulanis are doing, the banditry and the killing, nobody will say Igbo bandit, I mean, Kilba bandit or whatever any other tribe. But if Fulani perpetrate that act, automatically you'll see Fulani bandits. I've never seen anything like what do you call it, any other major, Igala bandit or this kind of bandit. Once it is banditry, before even there is a proof that it is Fulani that has perpetrated that, you will see the assumption from all other people is it is Fulani that has perpetrated. To the extent that once you mention the name Fulani, the mental picture that comes to mind is that some slender, skanky looking person hanging his AK-47 around his neck with a bowler hat, following his own cows, and an illiterate person. That is the mental image that comes to mind. So whenever, and you also talk about the documentary. Yeah, I just finished watching the documentary. In fact, I've watched it twice. It's very, very, very emotional. The age-long mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence between the Hausas and the Fulanis is being threatened by this kind of banditry, which I can actually say, I don't know why it originated, but it looks like if Jude will also accept this kind of conspiracy theories, that there are other external factors that are trying to exploit the differences between the Hausa and the Fulani. So whenever a politician is trying to portray that North has a larger population that can determine the fate of this country in any election, Hausa Fulani is a big force. So why don't we find a way of creating a conflict between between these two major tribes, so that the kind of Hausa Fulani merger that gives them power that they project in Nigeria throughout the north, then maybe it will give a chance for perhaps other tribes in either north or south or any other place also to rule. So if you listen to the documentary, it's the same blame. Hausa thinks that the government is with the Fulanis, is supporting Fulanis, because the Fulanis will perpetrate an evil act and the government will not do anything. And the Fulanis were complaining that whenever their people are killed, nobody will talk about the killings. What happens to them? They do not have a media that can report any atrocities done against them. But once they retaliate, then things will be amplified. So each of these groups, they are trying to say the government is with the opposition. Yes, now the government is with the other group.
Abubakar, hold on, okay? Keep the other thoughts you have. Hold on. Let me go to CM. CM, welcome to the show.
I have to respond.
You hold on. There are a lot of people that want to respond to themselves. And
he called me a number of times.
Forefathers was also called. Hold on.
I can make that claim too.
So many people. CM, welcome to the show.
I've been marginalized.
He didn't mention your name. He mentioned my name several times on his
Dude, hold on. Yeah, I will come to you. CM, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, CM. Okay, good.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Rudolph. I don't know. Actually, okay, I think the issue is about the impeachment of...
Impeachment, the bandits taking over Abuja and, kidnapping the president. And then, of course, the documentary. And yeah, take it from anywhere.
Okay. Well, not just a straightforward talk. I don't think the Senate they will muster the courage to impeach Buhari. It's just smoke screen. It's all gas. We know they won't do it. It's just to seem to be doing something, or what Dele Giwa we call motion without movement. They're only trying to say, oh yeah, we want to sympathize with Nigerians with the state of the anomy we are having in Nigeria. So let's impeach the president. And those one, it won't work. So that's really, to me, it's not worth my time to debate it. In the end, nothing will happen. Rather, they will even tomorrow, maybe the president will bring a $2 billion loan they want to borrow, and they approve it, and then say go ahead. So just they are not serious. I don't take them serious. We don't really have a Senate anyway. Then regarding the issue of what was it? This bandit, claiming everywhere. You see, I've always said I think that is even one of the questions I will pose to all as I'm talking. My friend Abubakar Aliu will pick up from what I'm saying. You see, when people are calling bandit Fulani, at least since 2015, if there is anything happening in Nigeria, people tend to mention Fulani. It's not for nothing. It's not for nothing. It's not for nothing. There's a reason why people sort of blame the Fulani for all this insecurity and terrorism. There's a reason. And even when there is a bad blood, maybe between different ethnic groups or what the Fulani are playing up, people tend to blame them. There is. In a country of about more than at least 200 ethnic groups, the Fulani nationality movement, in the letter they sent to Samuel Autumn, they planned, it was, the man said it, with all the intelligence at his disposal. They targeted him for killing because they felt he's an obstacle to them for them to conquer the middle belt. That's one. Now, when you're talking about, one moment. Now, when you're talking about Fulani, maybe people are blaming them for this or that. Hey, so when you're talking about people are blaming the Fulani for this or that, you must remember this Fulani nationality movement. I want you to check this out. It's not me making it up. They are claiming the ownership of Nigeria from Sokoto to the Atlantic. That's one. I want Abubakar to challenge me on this. There's a man from Birnin Kudu called the Honorable Farouk Lawan. I think, yes, Farouk Aliu, either Farouk or something. He said the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. You see, there are certain things you don't joke with. We are not joking. By their own theory, they said the landmass, there's a way he was proving geography up and down. I mean, reverse geography. He said it. Then people are now asking, if the oil in Bayelsa, if that is not provocative, the oil in Bayelsa belongs to Jigawa. The gold in Zamfara, does it belong to River State? If we are going to do geography the other way. You see, that's why when people are saying all these things, they're not calling the Fulanis for nothing. Remember in the last time you came here, I posed a question to you. I asked you, the Yorubas can trace their credo to Ile-Ife. Igbos can trace their own to Nri in Anambra State. Same for Ijo can trace their own maybe to Nembo or somewhere. Ichekiri can trace their own. Within that enclave called Nigeria, Ichekiris can say either Ugeli or somewhere, I may not know, but they can trace it. Where will Fulanis trace their origin in Nigeria? You gave a very vague answer, all this, all that. You say these people migrate from different, okay, Yorubas migrated from Norway, but they can trace Ile-Ife in Nigeria as their own. Igbos may migrate from Brazil, from Finland, but we can say Nri. Where will the Fulanis trace in Nigeria? You see, when people are saying all these things, there are evidence. There are evidence. We've never had insecurity we have in Nigeria until today. If people say even apart from the civil war, we've never had this amount of insecurity. And it started from 2015, the way it intensified.
No.
Because the Fulanis are in charge of everywhere. People can name it for you. We've never had a situation whereby a Yoruba man will be in charge of maybe the defense, this. Here, call a Yoruba, call here. Even when Obasanjo was in power. We've never had it. We've never. There was never a time Igbo man will be in charge of this, be in charge of without military, be in charge of Navy, be in charge of Air Force, be in charge of DSS, everywhere, until the Fulanis came. So when people are now saying all this type of thing, you have to see reasons why. And then, like Pat Otomi said, they felt that by taking charge of the defense and holding it, it will make their people secure. Now they are vulnerable. They feel that maybe by extension, the North, by creating more local government for them so that when Bayelsa comes to the table with their crude oil sales, they will only be giving 8 portion because of 8 local governments. Kano will take 44, Katsina may take 30 something, Jigawa the same thing. They feel that by collecting more money from the center, they will become richer than everybody. Yet the poverty is entirely a prerogative of the North. So when we are arguing all these things and put them into context, all these things, when you see that, you now ask about it. Obasanjo was president. He did marry, to some extent, he balanced the appointment and everything. And there was we never had this type of insecurity until this man came in. And when he now came in, look at everywhere. When there was a time they were naming it, Fulani here, Fulani this, Fulani this. Even, okay, look at our refinery. Who are those in charge? So when you look at this thing, nepotism practiced by this government, I'm not saying it. When I like to reference, I like being a scholar, even when people might doubt it. I like giving reference. People are saying the instrument of nepotism that he planted everywhere. That is what is causing disharmony, bad blood in Nigeria, even in this insecurity. You people are in charge. Fulanis are in charge of virtually everywhere. The places that matter. Yet, look at the level of insecurity. So is there no correlation between practicing nepotism and insecurity? Is there no correlation between trying to favor your people through imbalance, through disregarding federal character, and then keeping your people poorer? So when we say this type of thing, there's a reason why we say it. We're not just blaming people for nothing. There are instances, people are saying this all the time. When you go up north, even when it was recently, when you go up north, you think that when you go to the north, whatever goes to the north will be balanced because there are more minorities in the north than in the south. But when you look at the Kitty, it must be Fulani. The leadership, it must be Fulani. In the north, whether religious or politics, it must be Fulani in the top. If you want, we can give reasons and prove it. So when we see all this type of thing, and then when the non people complain, the president is from the north. Is a Fulani man. Insecurity is essentially from there it came down. And when people are now telling them this is how to do it, you think that it is by putting your people everywhere, people he can trust. And now look at the mess Nigeria is into now. You cannot, Nigeria is a very diverse country that for you to manage Nigeria effectively, you must involve everybody. Are you not telling me that you can't get other good hands from every different, so that when you assemble a security meeting, the security apparatus of the country, it reflects the diversity in the country. Now, when you get there before, it was just a section of people that are controlling it, and then look at the result. You exclude some people, and then you feel that by doing it your own way, practicing nepotism, then you can secure the country. But that is counterproductive. I'm not making it up. We all see this. There is evidence to support what I'm saying. I'm not the first saying it. I only reference people.
Thank you, CM. I just want to, I know that there are a lot of people who need to respond to some other people and some other things, but before we go to that, I want to hear from, hold on, I wanted to show this comment, but I wanted to hear from Sadiq. Sadiq, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, I think Sadiq, you've been with us before, have you?
Yeah, I was here once.
All right, so you had some of the things we are discussing. What's your take on some of the topics? You can take it from anywhere. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I've been listening to you guys. I really didn't want to come in until CM, made all these assertions. For one, during Jonathan's time, let me take him back if he has forgotten. During Jonathan's time, the Southeast controlled virtually every sector of Nigerian economy. They controlled the security. Please, let's not forget, lest we forget.
Example,
it's not as if it was rosy during Jonathan's time.
Security example, you mentioned security.
Yes. They controlled the army, they controlled the NSA, they had everything. Southeast, South.
National Security Advisor is from Southeast. What is
Azazi. They were all Southeast, South.
Azazi is from the south. Azazi is from Nigeria.
What does it change? It doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that Nigeria was in a serious security situation. There was bombing everywhere. So yes, we have an issue now. So don't make it look. Wait, excuse me. Let me talk. When you talk, nobody disrupted you.
Yeah,
don't
but
make it look as if
say things that are untrue. Don't come here.
No, they are facts. Those are facts.
What is this a fact? What is a lie? What is a lie?
From southeast.
Allowing to talk.
What does it take? Southeast, south. Please.
Allow this man to talk. Allow this man to talk. Even if he's wrong, let's hear him out.
Don't lie. Okay, hold on, guys. The only way we can do this,
you can debunk his lies.
Nobody talks when you are talking. Let me talk.
Is to let one person speak, no matter what the person is saying. After that,
yes. When I finish, you have time.
Otherwise, we can't achieve anything. Everybody's speaking.
Yes.
Sadiq, just help us name it with fact and figures. Like when you call, because there is difference between south and southeast. Just like northwest and north central. No.
Okay.
The north will tell you there is difference between northwest and northeast. So use it like that. Then stick to your political zone.
Calm down. Have you
When
finished?
CM was talking,
If you want to go that route,
nobody asked CM to provide any kind of evidence when he was talking. Now Sadiq started talking less than 1 minute. You're asking,
and everybody's
when
talking
was
for
talking,
evidence.
Nobody was saying evidence when CM was talking about.
This is in Nigeria we want to build tomorrow.
I think CM made mention of all his words with facts and figures.
CM was lying outside.
His words with facts and figures.
CM was lying.
You make mention with facts and figures too.
Debunk
him with your facts.
Hold on. Fulani from Zamfara is not the same as Fulani from Borno.
Doctor, will I be allowed to talk, or they want to bully us? They want to bully us and stop us from talking?
No. I'm trying to mute everybody else.
No, if they want to bully us and they feel this program is strictly for them, just to come and bash enough, we can leave it for them.
No, Sadiq, you're not leaving. You are talking.
Then they're not being fair.
Let me just say something to everybody.
See where Nigeria
this is bullying.
With all your,
I will start moving people now. I don't like that. Please don't talk unless I call you. No. Until I call you. Okay, this is what I'm saying. I saw when CM was speaking. Okay, Abubakar disagreed with certain things he was saying, and Abubakar was just checking his head. I saw that he didn't talk. He didn't. So no matter how bad people have said some things I disagree with here, I didn't stop you. So you will get a chance to speak. So let Sadiq speak. Whatever he's saying, you have a chance to correct it. Just take notes, please. If not for people watching and they're not happy about it. I enjoy people fighting, All right, go ahead, Sadiq.
Okay, like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. I said during Jonathan's time, 2010, 2015, the Southeast, South, okay, let me generalize now, controlled our economy, they controlled our military, they controlled the National Security Advisor, they controlled the DSS. They were in charge of virtually the most important sectors in the country. Nigeria was not rosy. Yes, it's worse. Buhari took us from whatever level down to wherever it is. But that does not mean pre-2015 that Nigeria was rosy. If you were rosy, I think Jonathan would have continued to be our president. So let's forget all this myopic thought. We have a leadership problem all across the regions. We have security challenges all across the regions. But once we can't keep making it a Fulani, a Hausa, we will not progress anywhere. Is this the Nigeria we want to build? Is this the Nigeria we want tomorrow? Most of us are criticizing this presidency, irrespective. I'm not Hausa Fulani, but I live in Kaduna State. We criticize Buhari for failing. He has been a colossal failure. Any name you can use to quantify it. Buhari is a failure. But that does not mean because Fulani or Hausa. If we want to go the route, a lot of the people in Buhari's government are not even Fulani. The National Security Advisor is from Borno State. Chief of Army Staff is Hausa from Sokoto. So when we keep modeling up issues and keep saying everything Fulani, yes, Fulani have caused problem for themselves. The inability of the president to nip this whole insecurity situation in the bud right from the onset is the problem we are facing today. If I have my way today, Buhari should be in jail, he and his cohorts. Some of us are speaking from within. We are actually, condemning what is happening. But with this kind of attitude from people from the other divide of the country, it doesn't help us. It doesn't help the cause. We should condemn it. There is a problem, and it's a leadership problem all across. For God's sake, we have a CBN governor who is from Southeast or South, whatever. Look at what's happening to the dollar. So should we say the Southeast and South have failed in terms of economy, so we should never trust them with our economy? For God's sake, Nigeria is bleeding. And if we keep with this rhetoric of Fulani, Hausa, no, it's a generational failure. Obasanjo tried, but he had his own shortcomings. Let's not forget, this was the same man that went to Zaki and Oki, wherever, and went to go and level and kill everybody there. I'm sure if Buhari does this today, the story would have been different.
He's doing
I'm not saying we need a decisive solution to the problem we're facing. Sure. If I was the president, the number one solution is Nigeria, we need to sit down as a people. We need to bring all, both the security experts, those in government, civil society, the media. We need every hand on deck. Nigeria is bleeding. Nigeria is suffocating. But this rhetoric of, trying to model up everything and make it look as if it's a Fulani problem. It's not a Fulani problem. Fulani have their issues. Likewise, every tribe and every region has its own issues. Please, we are supposed to be the next generation, not this. I don't understand. I don't understand. So if you're giving an advisor to a president tomorrow, is this kind of advice you're going to give him? For God's sake, where are we going to with this? Where are we going to? Some of us are trying. We are trying to be very patriotic, but this does not help.
All right, thank you, Sadiq. I'll stand by. Okay, let me go to Forefathers first. He's been trying to respond. I'll come to you, Jude. I will come to Jonaba. Alexi, if you want to say something, but let's follow that part. And of course, Abubakar, I know you want to respond too. But let me go.
Doctor, I've not said anything for a very long time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So don't bully me too.
All right. Let me go to Forefathers first. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think hearing from Sadiq, Aliyu, and some other speakers, I think there is hope for us after all. Because when I hear sometimes when Lexi talks and Jude, even CM, sometimes I do have hope, but some people, they really, I was a bit emotional with the way some people were talking earlier on. I was just in despair. But there are people with hope that give us hope that they can see beyond these, the traumas and the problems that we've gone through and think about, what, let's fix this thing instead of complaining. And, no nation was planted with a flower, was created with a flower planting ceremony. This is not how nations are created. They didn't come and say peacefully, let's just form a nation. Some through ways that you wouldn't accept. But because of the benefits of that nation, people sign up to it and feel proud about it. You heard about what the lady said earlier on, how she was proud to hear the national anthem of the country. And for the life of me, and some of the things this Abubakar Ali has said and Sadiq has said is very correct. I was looking at the Jonathan and these ministers. Many of them were from the South. Most were from the South. This tribal thing is mad.
No, it's not.
It's just mad. These people that are doing these things, let me give you a warning that you might want to pay attention to. If you look at Russia, you look at China, there was a time they had such problems for such a long time until Stalin came in or Chairman Mao came into this in the case of China. They destroyed so many lives. I asked myself why, when I was younger, I would watch this act of such terrible crimes against fellow citizens, against fellow human beings that used to live next door to them. Now I begin to understand what pushed them there. Because they felt that they need to get rid of some people, otherwise they will never make progress. And they did. They got rid of millions and look at where they are today. That is the warning. If you don't learn to toe the line, sooner or later, the young generation that will come on will see that this is a problem and these people are blocking us, and the only solution they know how to do is to get rid of you because they don't have a choice. Because you are headstrong and standing in the way of progress. These people were killing their professors, we're killing their lecturers, they were killing their elites in China, burning their books. What drives a people mad, that mad? If you ask our young people today, what is their biggest problem? Why is it our country and our continent is not moving forward? They will tell you tribalism and religion and corruption. And this tribalism, these are our elders, they know it. Some of them are even old and they still can't depart from it because of trauma. I can understand your trauma. I'm not going to, belittle it. But you are a man. You need to grow up and know that these things happen to everyone. We all suffer trauma all the time. We all lose family members. We go on with our lives to do the right things. There is no point doing the right things, the wrong things, because it's not going to solve the problem. I wish it would, but it wouldn't. You have to think rationally. Otherwise, your children and your children's future, you are going to compromise because of your feelings and your trauma. I really am sorry the way I came across with Kemi, this thing, and maybe the way I spoke to this elderly man. But we have to be responsible here because this is our future we are talking about. This is our nation, and what happens in Nigeria affects the entire continent. When we start indulging ourselves, say, oh, how do we divide and all the rest, all it takes is one side to say no. Do you know how many countries that will have to be, who will negotiate that stuff for Nigeria? Do you know how many countries that want to break up for Nigeria? By the time you negotiate only the South alone, everybody will be exhausted. When everybody's looking to form a continental free trade agreement, we are talking about the continental, counterterrorism force. We are talking about the continental space program. And some people are just trying to drag everybody backward into the Stone Age. We can't afford it. And sooner or later, a young person, a young leader will show up. I'll be like, plague on both of your houses. All of you will have to go. And then when you will lose that so-called tribe you treasure so much, you will lose it.
Okay.
Because that's what they did in those countries. They lost their tribes, they lost their religions, and they lost their history. Because they said these things didn't bring any benefit to them. That is the warning you need to understand. Because I've seen it on the continent already. In the case of Rwanda has already outlawed using tribes. Why do you think that is happening? It's a reaction to these problems.
Okay, thank you, forefathers. Let me go to Paul. He hasn't spoken. He complained that I think he has not spoken for a while. I will come to you, Alexi and Jude. Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry, Dr. Rudo. Wearing glasses and not putting on your cameras is the same.
Okay, Paul, go ahead.
But doctors is also wearing glasses now.
Doctor is dedicated one.
Go ahead, Paul.
You don't do okay. You don't make me forget my line.
I've been marginalized.
Okay. So when we talk,
I'm from Benue State, so I keep quiet. We are minority.
Okay. Okay. So when we talk about president and his cabinet, the way Nigeria is designed on that one is spelled clearly. The 36 states have one, or these days two representative, as the case may be. That's how it's designed. No state gets 3. Anybody can educate me on that aspect. Everybody get their fair share. So when we say these things and the likes, the way the North are designed, NNPC, the same thing. Every ministries and parastatals, they use the same thing. That's why you get more in the North, because they have more states than the South. So when people are saying this thing, so when we're talking about the Hausa and the Hausa Fulani, 1 minute, the Fulani people call themselves Fulani. The next minute, they switch. They say Hausa is different from Fulani. The North is highly divided, but we don't see it. You understand? They use it only when they want to play politics. That's when they use it. So when people are talking about Jonathan favor this, Jonathan don't favor this, can anybody educate me, convince me that Abia State get 3 ministers in Jonathan's cabinet, or Enugu State? You understand? Because South is different from Southeast. Let's not play with words. Nigeria is simply divided with 6 geopolitical zones. So if anybody get an appointment in South, it's different from Southeast. So when you said Jonathan favored the Igbo people, the South are different from Southeast. Just like as the so-called Northern too will also make us understand, the Northwest is different from Northeast. And equally, they're also different from North Central. So let's correct these things when we want to try to say things like that. When we talk about the Fulani, sometimes when we talk about the Fulani, the way they balance powers in terms of positions and everything, and from what Aliu said the other day, the Fulanis are like 6 to 8%. Even when all our life, when they call the word Wazobia, the Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo, it's Hausa we call. We don't even call Fulani. Maybe the Fulani hide under Hausa then, that I don't know. But when we are talking about position of power, it is the Fulani that hold the position of power. And what the people from the East are going through today, Operation Lafiado, Operation Python Dance, and the likes, the great massacre, like we talk about Obasanjo, the OD, and Zakibian. I hate to say these things like this. The OD and Zakibian, that is what the Southeast are also going through with the Operation Python Dance, Operation Lafiadoli. But we don't get that with what is going on in the North when they all these so-called, in quote now, these people, when they commit this same thing, in fact, they are fighting the president to call them what they are. They are terrorists. They still call them bandits, like they will call me rascal. You understand? Every one of us is rascal. When we're in our 8 to 13 years, we're rascal, we're stubborn. We want to do things the other way around. That's how it is. The president refused to name them what it is. Call them terrorists. You refuse, but you're quick to name the Southeast. And you don't think people will talk. Remember, in politics 101, it is simple. They say the minority we have their say. Though the majority we have that way, how they have that way, we don't know. This has been there for a very long time. So don't tell me that when people say things like that, I'm not from the Southeast. I'm not talking about Nigeria split. You understand? Tell me any Hausa that is an emir in the whole North, where they are majority. Tell me any Hausa that is an emir. Is Fulani. You understand? So when CM asks all these questions, is it not one of the reasons why they take history out of our curriculum? Come on now. Let's talk words. Let's use words to educate ourselves. Educate me on that aspect.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go to Alexei, then Jude. I will come back to. I know Abubakar. I will come back to you and Sadiq. And then of course, Janaba. All right, so I'll have to set up an alarm now. So I will give everybody, because we have to. Otherwise, we won't get through this. Alexei, 2 minutes.
Doctor, I'm so sorry. Do your research. College of Aviation, Zaria. I passed through that place for a very long time. I'm an aviator. Zaria is in Kaduna. We know where it is in Kaduna. Go and look that place and how the place looks like. You understand? When you talk about aviation, go and look that place. It has been like that. And so when people say it's not helping us, it's truly not helping us, because when you even talk about education, these people, I hate to say, I'm sorry, they are not well grounded. They are just craving for power and power alone. What did they do with the power? It's like Nigerian power. We generate 13,000 megawatts, but no light.
All right, thank you. I'm going next to Alexei. Alexei, unmute yourself. Alexei, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you. All these things we are saying, nobody is mentioning merit here. Nobody is talking about people who are qualified to occupy positions. We're just naming tribe. We know what that means. Give people, don't put the square, the round peg in the square hole. We are doing it in Nigeria. Islamic studies, and then you are back from Saudi Arabia, does not qualify you to head a position that is highly technical, that has engineering, that has more training in how to get things done. But we see it happen. Look at the people who were put in the legal system. We have been seeing all this mediocrity in what is positions and functions of certain individuals in the country. Yet when we talk, we say it as if everybody is prepared and qualified to occupy positions in Nigeria. If you are not qualified, why do you go there? That should be the first consideration before what tribe or what region you come from. So that is point number one. Point number two is we should not take upon ourselves the right to determine how the next human being should live his life. We are all born with inalienable right that many of us are enjoying in America today. Israel was once a victim of genocide, and they had no country. They scattered all over the world. Some of them who were remaining in that part of the Middle East were under the Arabs, the Palestinians. They saw that they were suffocating. They couldn't survive as a people. Then they started looking for home country. They almost even came to, not that they came to Africa to see if there's anywhere they can settle and be with themselves, because there's so much hatred, there's so much killing they have gone through, and they were almost being wiped out. But since they couldn't find anywhere, they tried Uganda, but they couldn't get it. They came back to where they originally belonged, where their name is, where their history is, which everybody knows, and said, please give us our own country. And the surrounding Arabs said, it's not going to happen. It will happen over our dead body. They continued to ask until through the United Nations in 1948, as you all know, Israel was told, okay, you are free to have your country. The Arabs came and said, over our dead body. And Israel did not get destroyed by the Arabs as a result. Now, the Jews, who are the main people in Israel, could have, many of them invested in all those countries around them. They had property and things. That did not stop them from asking for their own country. And when they did and got it, they are today on their own. Look at the progress they have made. Don't tell me that if we split that is the end, or how are you going to do this or that? Leave me to suffer that pain. If I want freedom, I was born free, and I'm not going to be a slave under anyone. That's what I have chosen. So if there are people who choose that way, give them the referendum. If less number say, no, we don't want to leave, they will stay. But even so, in the years to come, maybe their children will feel like getting out again because you have not treated them right. That's what happened after the war. After the war, the people who lost just came back, willing to work, willing to be part of the nation. But what has happened? They remained victims until they are calling for it again.
All
if
right.
Commander in the army is told, go on, treat them well. If you don't, their children will come up. Today, these children have come up. So you are talking about this thing. Let me put this, especially to that forefather or whatever you call yourself. Stop taking upon yourself authority that doesn't belong to you. You are just one man. If you hear us talking, know that there's something that is happening that you don't know.
Okay, Alexi, your time is up.
You know, I don't need to tell you about my family. You will know that there's a good reason for me talking the way I'm talking. And you have your own reason, but don't enforce your own reasoning on me or anybody else. Just listen to us. Let's see where things go. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexi. So I don't know if anybody had my bell. I tried to. So if you hear the bell, that's a sign that I'm coming up. You know, we have to figure this out.
I'm sorry if I accident.
Yeah, Jude, 2 minutes.
Okay. Number one, we were not consulted. Nigerians were not consulted before we were put together by the British. This is like a marriage. You can't force a partner to stay in a marriage where he or she is being killed, being brutalized, being annihilated, being dehumanized every day. You can't force that partner to remain. And number two, I can't remain in a country where I'm being ruled by fools, people who are uneducated, Buhari didn't even have primary school certificate, and he's been a professor, a PhD holder is under him. I don't want to be in that kind of country. And what do we get for it? This is the way Nigeria is what we get for that situation. Like my brother Alexis was saying, incompetence, uneducated, a country where some people will score 100 in a jam, they will get a university admission, and where some people in the same country will score 200 and they will not be admitted in the name of quota system. I don't want to be in that country. And at the same time, these people that cannot even pass jam will go to the university and they will come and be lording over those who have PhD, who have first class in the university. Is that an ideal situation? No. I cannot be in that country anymore. And by the way, I have a right. Self-determination is our inalienable right, according to Alexis, and it's enshrined in the UN Constitution. And everywhere in the world, everybody have the right to determine where he or she want to be. So for people coming here to tell me Nigeria is, that is what we are only asking for a referendum. During that referendum, those who want to remain in Nigeria, they can remain. It's their prerogative. I'm not going to question them. So let us all come out and say how we're going to live, because this unholy marriage is no longer sustainable. I want to progress. I want my child to become another world star. But in that Nigeria, in that contraction called Nigeria, that zoological republic of Nigeria, it's not going to happen. Many talents are being killed every day, being suppressed, because we are led by idiots, by buffoons.
All right, Joe, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The time is up. Okay, so I will come to, I know Jonaba, you want to speak, but I'll go to okay, Ali will be next after Jonaba. Jonaba, go ahead.
To my friend CM about Governor Trump from Benue, tell him to go and pay his people. Maybe he will not receive that threatening letter from Fulani herdsmen or whoever he says gets a note from. This is what politician does to just sow that seed of discord. The very man that you are talking about does that people a few days ago. So all of these things, we are still taking ourselves backward. Never believe that politicians, they will always divide us and control us, whether they are Hausa, Fulani, or Hausa, or Idoma, or Igala, or Igbos. The notion that one part of Nigerian cannot preside over the other is all because of our backward thinking, and somehow we think speaking big grammar will help us. If big grammar will help us, we will not be where we are. Why are we arguing on someone that is not educated leading you, while you that you are well educated cannot find your way? That is politics. Then you find your way. It's a grassroots movement. Your governor never talk about Biafra. Your senator never talk about Biafra, because they know what they are gaining from it, and they're all part of it. And we will now divide ourselves, be so angry, instead of have that grassroots movement. How do we achieve this goal? There is nothing wrong if we're going to go separate ways. But the only thing is that we are still going to be neighbors, and every neighbor is supposed to be proud of the other and secure themselves, where the other one that are not doing well will not just come and interfere in your own government or your own country that you are trying to form. So the notion that we are very smart and our smartness have not yielded anything, I think we should be ashamed of it. So that is what I would say. And then come to the issue of, I wrote it down. Nobody give power up because you are crying. Power is addicted. Power is addicted. So no, if you're going to be crying that Fulani is 8% and they are leading you, and that is a cry, you're going to cry, and you don't find a solution to it, you will cry until Jesus that you are waiting come. Come on.
All right. Thank you so much. Abubakar Leo, your turn.
Okay, yeah, I have some of the points here. Okay. What you're talking about, and the CM still talks about tribalism. Yoruba can trace their origin, Igbo's country. Are we not way beyond that now? We are talking about citizenship now. So what do you do if they are not if they cannot trace their origin in Nigeria, you pack them and send them back to wherever they come from, just like what the West has done to the Jews. They pack them and then send them back. Go back. This is not your country. What Hitler has done. Is that what you are suggesting? We have passed that one. And then about Fulani control, they are probably less than 25% in the country. And then take away the illiterate that are in the bush, and then the average people that are in the town. You'll find that you are just taking a very minor sample of hyper successful Fulanis that are in position of power, and you are using it to justify that yes, this is Fulanis and this is what they are doing, and that is why. And if they are even doing it for the people, has it make any difference to the people? Is that will he go and write one day, or be proud of what history will come and write later, that it was under the Fulani regime that Fulanis has become worse in their generation? Is that what he's going to be proud of later in the history? And then again, I'll still ask this question again about the media and the misrepresentation of the Fulanis in the media. If any other tribe has committed an atrocity, you don't attach the tribe to the person name and say bandit. You just use it for the Fulanis. You don't say Hausa bandits, Igbo bandits. If they do stuff like that, you say Niger Delta militants. You don't call a tribe or a religion and attach to it. But you attach Fulanis to the extent that you create a mental picture that shows Fulanis, and create fear that shows Fulanis are the problem. And then again, they are minor. They are what do you call it? Jude was saying you don't want to live, in a country that is being governed by fools. Yes, there are professors, there are doctors, and it is a game of politics. Then if they are really educated, why can't they come up with a plan to take over the country? Everybody will be happy to be ruled by someone that is intelligent. I can remember there was a time the Wale Soyinka was asked, he formed various organizations and lead. Why won't he form a political party and lead that to take back Nigeria? He said his temperament is not consistent with politics, because that is, in politics you have to do the good, the bad, and the ugly. And in practice, you wine with the devil and dine with the saint. That is what he said. So probably politics is anti-intelligent, because more of the intelligent people cannot begin to imagine doing certain things in the name of politics. Probably that is why the politicians are not participating in the political processes, and then refusing to take responsibility all the time. The Niger Delta and any region, they have their own governors, they have their own structure in their state. They get their fair share from, even if it is not fair, at least they get something from the national budget, whatever it is. They get it monthly. Why are you not holding your governors responsible first before blaming the Fulanis? Again, about the school system, we threat in the north and in the south. Yes, if you can take the Arabic system that we have been used to before the coming of the Western world, you will see that another region can hardly compete in that regard. Then self-determination. Yes, self-determination, you can go wherever you want. It's an enshrined right that every human being have. So go and ask the Catalans, how has it? So you can form an impression that you are a state, you be like a Somaliland. Ask the Catalan what is happening. They contacted the referendum, and where Spain does not want them to leave. What happened? Where is their leader now? Then progress and greed. I think about progress, it is greed that has eaten up all of our political leaders. The Fulanis cannot do that without the backing of the other tribes in Nigeria. You cannot say they are all fools. The Fulanis have fooled them into submission and then force them to do things they don't like, to go against their own people. There are intelligent professors there. A Fulani man from the bush cannot just find a way of outsmarting everybody in the country, the professors, the whatever, and then be at the head of their affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Obaka. Now, let me just say that if for any reason you hear the bell, you can round up, and then you have another chance. I think this works better. Everybody gets a chance to speak, and you have other chances to also talk about other things you couldn't reach. I'll get to. Sadiq, go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for having me back. I just want to say, please, Doctor, I think we should try to stick to the main topic of the day. I think since it's a weekly program, I think twice in a week, we can always discuss other issues. So bringing up this whole Biafra, this, that, yes, I know they all interface in a way, but I think we should try to stick to the main topics. It helps and broaden, the discussion. But once we keep modeling up issues, Biafra always and everything, we are not going to get solutions to what we are discussing about. So just to round up, I feel I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. We are supposed to think differently from how the old cargos are thinking. But if we keep thinking like this and keep behaving like this, I don't see us going anywhere. I personally, this is my own personal opinion, I believe the Southeast or the Biafra agitators should be given the opportunity to actually determine if they really want to go. That's my own personal opinion. Unfortunately, I don't think the general leadership up there, even those in the Southeast, I don't think that's what they want. If they are given such opportunity and they say they want to go, so be it, please. Nigeria obviously is not working. We can't deny it. Let everybody go his fucking way. Sorry to use a gutter language, sorry to use that. But obviously with this attitude of even all these people here, where are we going? Imagine these people having access to leadership tomorrow. These are the kind of advice they're going to give whoever is leading. These are the kind of same advice they were giving Jonathan during his time. When an issue actually happened, tackle it. No, they said it was a lie. So these are issues. But, like I said, there are issues to discuss another day. I think any day, maybe there should be a day to actually discuss this whole Biafra and Biafra agitation on whether Nigeria should divide or stay. I think I'll be very interested in that topic. So generally, let's try and be more Nigerian. Let's change our psyche. Nigeria is not working for everybody. Everybody has a share of the blame. Everybody should actually believe that his or her leaders, irrespective of the zone, the tribe, the religion they come from, have a share of the blame. It's time for the Fulanis to do their own share of their blame. They are doing it in a very bad way. Unfortunately, everybody has had his own share, but let's discuss solutions and not just keep, blaming. If we keep blaming, we have more than enough blame to go around the whole country. Everybody has a share of the blame. That's just my own personal opinion. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. What is Sophia saying? Thank you so much for everybody.
It's my turn. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it's your turn. Okay.
The blame is going around. It's my turn to share the blame.
But I think what we tried now worked very well. So I will get a proper bell that I will ring physically so that people will see that I'm serious about it. But I think it works. Everybody feels involved. Everybody gets a chance to respond. Some people who are spoken won't dominate the conversation. So I think that's a very wonderful thing. But let me say what Sadiq said last, and I always think about it. Maybe one day I will set out a day where we talk about the alternative, because what people don't understand is that some people here, people are emotional, is that when we plan a show like this, there are people who may want to talk about Tobi. That's all they want to hear about Nigeria today. And if we let emotion take us and everybody is talking about one particular thing, then you basically don't have those people. And people have alternatives. They want to hear what the structure of this is, that is have your say. But we try to guide it, because if we don't guide it, people will start basically saying the same thing every day. But that doesn't mean that, the other things that are not important that we should hear. So that's what I think, that we probably have a day where we talk about, the alternative.
I think the program is guided enough. Yes, it's have your say. But in the realm of the topic and discussion, there's a reason you select those topics. There are millions of things to talk about, but you choose those three before. Yeah. So regardless of you want to have your say, it should be within that realm of discussion. So that's
the idea. That's the idea.
Yeah, I'm here to learn. That's just me. I don't know about anybody.
Yeah, because there are certain things about, I may not care much about something, but by discussing it, I may learn something, and that's important. And for our viewers, remember, it's not just about 10 of us who are here. There are 200 and something people who are watching, and they want to hear things other than what I have in my head, So please, let's.
Can I take my 2 hours now?
Okay, so Ovia, your 2 minutes.
My 2 minutes centers around maybe majorly what our elder Alex and Jude were talking. Alex said something. I mean, I love history. I'm a student of history. He said something a while ago that he said in the year in 1800s that there's a slave, that got freedom from an Igbo heritage, wrote the Queen, and that got me thinking. This is 1800. That is before Nigeria. So you need a permission from a woman to go fight for your own freedom. And today you say now one person you that I was confused. I'm still confused within that narrative. If in 1800 when Nigeria is not existing, you needed to write a letter to the Queen before you get your freedom. That says a lot about that space. Then again, yes, just what Sadiq said about this referendum of 18. We don't pay attention enough because we are being carried away with what the elite want us to say. There is actually a court ruling, or there's going to be a court ruling in October regarding that referendum space. If you remember, there was a part of the northern people who get fed up about this. I won't go. They approach the court. They say, you know what? Let's listen to this. And I think the court is paying attention to that. And to the judge, I think the judge nation to have their signature append to that they are not. If in case that is what's going to happen, they are not part of the BFL. So we should pay attention. Yeah, things are falling in place as we go on. I think the case is coming up in October, so there should be a very a trading place at that time. Then talking about when I said that Tobi was Nigerian, you say, oh, he's a victim of. I was part of it. I'm a victim of Nigeria. 2010, I was physically dropped from the team. My name go there. I get lane. My uniform go there. Even my allowance there, go there. But they dropped me 2 days before they depart Lagos. Why? Because I stand against the power at play at that time in our federation. Who was the president? Chief Solomon Oba from Delta State. I don't man. Who was the director of who was the athletics director? Was Mesoren CP, Sunday Bada. These are people that I respect so much, but they dropped me because I stand to say, no, this is not how it works. So that's to tell you this, whatever that can, it tribute down to every little segment of our society. This is Nigerian track and field that ought to be individual sports. I don't need anybody to actually, just like Tobi did not need anybody from a teammate to actually attain what you attain. But guess what? That is still in place in that little place too. Then I think Jude was criticizing, we play so much about the North, we forget about our own middle house. In Warri, can somebody tell me how Warri was in early 2000 and today? I was living in Warri in early 2000. I fit trek from Onwe Alaja, from Nerede, go Mborukoko. Only me, just walk up and down. Fast forward to 7 years later, when I go as a team Nigeria, they need AK-47 to guide us away from Warri Township Stage onto our hotel in Efuru. This is Warri. This is not Zamfara. This is not anywhere in the north. It's in Warri. All the oil companies that were there today, waiting for you to come out, go Lagos and every other place. That we should interrogate. Then another again, Mr. Alex alluded that we come to America now. Everybody's living the freedom that they deserve. No, people were killed, destroyed. The so-called Native America were destroyed so that me and you can see this freedom that we claim that we are achieving. So let's not forget about that. There's history to everything. People were today, all in the Native America don't have their freedom, but we are here praising that, oh, America is free, we are enjoying it. But at no detriment. The same thing that is also happening in Nigeria. So people, that's how life is. But until we go down to the history, we will say, yes, one side is better than the other one. Then it's the issue of marriage partnership that we are not consulted. Yes, we are not consulted. But guess what? There are people who represent you and me at the National Assembly feeding facts. The day, I keep saying it, the day 5% of the Igbo representative in the National Assembly stand up and say we know they again, the Tory will change. But they will never say that. But guess what? Just as Aliu said, hey, nobody will come out and fight me unless I invite them. The minority, 7% minority we are talking about, are living today because we, the Southern people, are hating them. I rest my case.
All right, thank you so much. CM.
So can I? Yeah, okay, thank you. I think it's 2 minutes, so let me quickly say one or two things. Number one, when we come on a space like this, on a platform like this, let us always speak with facts. Southeast and South are not the same. Azazi, as chief of national security advisor to Jonathan, Azazi is a German from Peretu Bene in Bayelsa State. He's not from the Southeast. As simple as that. That's one. When I was particular, the issue was about insecurity. And people are tracing it to the fact that there is nepotism in this government. One section of the country has been totally removed from the security apparatus. You have to balance things. That's what people are saying. When you sit on security meeting around the table, does it reflect Nigeria? You are talking of security. So people trace it to that. That's two. The third one I want to mention is, you see, this idea of using blackmail that A plus B, because Eritrea maybe did a referendum and left Ethiopia. Therefore, if maybe Scotland should have a referendum and leave UK, they will suffer the same fate. It doesn't. Suffering is not like cocaine. It's not addictive. Everybody has got his own history. What makes you human is your ability to reason. If you can't reason, then you are not different from the animals. That's what that is a basic principle of social sciences. Your ability to reason. Having said that, the referendum people are asking of, do you know that this referendum can strengthen Nigerian bond? The moment you organize a referendum, a majority said no, they are not going anywhere. That is answering Bola Ige's question. Now we are remaining how? That how means constitution. If Scotland were denied referendum, maybe they will be itching, say this, but they've done it and they lost. And they still want another one, but it will be next year. So that Quebec in Canada has been asking for it. There was referendum that made the Midwest to leave Western region. Edwin Clark said in those days that Awolowo was building Cocoa House, doing a Liberty Stadium, so many things in the West, in Ibadan. Ikeja Industrial Estate, all those the Bodija housing estate. He said, look at we in Sapelen, we are not getting anything. Awolowo said, oh, what do we get? The cocoa comes from the main area. So that's why it's concentrating. Clark, and then they went with Enahoro, they pushed for a referendum to get Midwest, and they got it. Did anybody die because of that? So we are different people. When people are asking for something, it's not because of they are being selfish. And you cannot just because of blackmail, you start to tell them that hey, if you do it this until this person says yes, it doesn't work. This is a people, you allow them what they want. If they fail, they fail. If they succeed, they succeed. It's as simple as that. So nobody should use blackmail to tell anybody off or to make you lose focus. When people say they want referendum, they want it. If they do it and fail, so be it. Then we stay together. If we succeed, we go and suffer. As simple as that. Then you enjoy where you want to be. I don't see why people should be saying for you to even be telling people not to do it. It means you are even afraid of yourself. Why not organize it for them? If they fail, they fail. This is not Biafrans or whoever may not be the first people to fail referendum. Scotland failed, Quebec failed, even Catalonia they failed. They are still there. In Nigeria, it's not novel. The place they call Nigeria, Southern Cameroon, they were part of Southwest Cameroon, were part of Nigeria until 1960. Even Bakassi, as at 1999, Bakassi was part of Nigeria, but now they are no longer Nigeria. So what are we talking about? There are landmarks somebody can tell you. Nigeria's unity is not sacrosanct. There's nothing sacrosanct about it.
Thank you very much. Wow, you see, we have a lot of time and people are smiling and things people are calmer. This is good. There's something, this is what I call structure, okay, so
Doctor, I find it wrong.
I found it. And so all right, so now I'm also out of ideas.
Can I say something though?
No, give us a minute. There are other topics that a lot of us
gone round.
You can give us 1 minute to go round.
Let's go round again.
Yeah,
we're going to that we want to talk about it.
Yeah. This is a new thing I want.
Jude did not say anything though.
This is a new thing I want.
Jude did not say anything. Can you give Jude time?
Jude did. Jude definitely did. Jude definitely did.
Let's start again with Paul.
Wait.
No, I think it's forefather stuff.
If Jude did not say anything, you will know.
Jude said the marriage.
Yeah, Jude, you are on mute.
Jude said the marriage no more divorce. So he said something.
Exactly.
All right. So what I was thinking about is, the way at the end we talk about what keeps you up at night. I also think that maybe what will help in sticking to the conversation, the topics, is to make room for people to rant. you know, whatever is making you crazy, you just have maybe a minute or two and let it out.
1 minute
You know,
rant.
so that would be that. So that when we are talking about Toby, you talk about Toby. When we're talking about the Senate, you talk about the Senate. But we give you room for you to rant sometime somewhere. So maybe we can try it now. You know, whatever is making you mad about the country, but just
1 minute rant.
Yeah, 1 minute rant. 1 minute. Let it out. Alexis, start. 1 minute.
You're on mute.
You have to mute yourself. 1 minute.
Always okay. Yeah. Ovi, I didn't come here to give you a complete lecture about what happened in 1800, but the name is Africanus. I happen to know their descendants today. I have visited the family of that slave. I didn't tell you that he wrote the Queen directly, because we had the Royal Niger Company was on then. There was no Nigeria at that time. But prior to Nigeria, that was when that request was made. And I refer to that just to tell you that there was an attempt, not because of Nigeria, because there was no Nigeria then. There was an attempt for this area where you have Biafra to begin a nation state the way we now want it to be, or that we are asking for. So if you go to Wikipedia, just type in Africanus and see if you can find anything concerning this particular thing that I said. So I didn't exhaust all the points, but you can research it, okay?
Yeah, I wasn't disagreeing with you, actually. I agree with you. I'm just saying that it doesn't, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
from that time onward, you cannot go and fight for your independence by yourself. You need to take permission, and now you won't fight. I don't get it.
That's why I changed the word independence at the time I was saying it. So I didn't mean to put across.
I see your point.
Information. Yeah.
All right. So is that your rant, Alexis?
Well, it is, but you know, there are more. You just can't continue. You have to limit.
You're not happy matter. Yes.
All right.
Unfortunately, his rant was to reply someone. I thought he was going to utilize it.
It's not fire. I was voting for fire. All right, forefathers, you're next. 1 minute. Unmute yourself, forefathers.
My problem with all these things that they say about, you know, referendum, it's like anything that happens, referendum. Let's secure our country, referendum. Anambra is looking to your house, referendum. That is not going to solve your problem. That is the problem with the way they talk about it.
Leave me with my
They use it to block. So let me finish. They use it as an excuse for inaction. That is a deadly sin, because you have problems, but you keep bringing one issue up constantly. Somebody breaks into your house, oh, referendum, please. Bandits is kidnapping, referendum. That is not going to solve the problem. What you learn the wrong lesson from Israel. What the Jews learn from history was that they can have all the wealth that they want, but if you cannot prevent people to do their will with you, they will do their will with you. And 6 million of them paid with their lives last century, and they said never again. And that's why they created Israel, and Israel is one of the strongest countries today. Why do we always learn the wrong lessons? It's like I always say, like the Southeast, they tend to be like Abel. They go around, you know, we are so perfect, we know everything. But what you forget is that Abel was murdered. You think everything is based on merit? You have to learn how to be a statesman. You have to rein your feelings in and understand the environment you are in. We are in a state where our country is like a house in a storm with hyenas circling, and our forefathers have just managed to hold the roof up, that we have not lost everything yet. And we want to spend our time fighting each other. When we start that fight, the roof will collapse, and guess what? You are not going to have anything yourself, because other people will just come and inherit everything that you claim that you want to inherit. You are not going to. You don't even control anything right now. So what are you fighting for? Fighting for something you don't control. If you were doing all these things and strengthening Biafra, like, you know, Biafrans have very, very strong military and they're very, very tough people, and they are going to help make Nigeria stronger, I would say fine, go ahead. But what you are doing is stop Nigeria from doing anything. Every time they say, let's do this one, Biafra.
Yeah.
Let's do Biafra.
Forefather, you are
All the
speaking for
solutions.
yourself and you are speaking for the forefathers too. It's 1 minute.
I think some people need more than a minute to rant. Okay,
He's ranting for his forefathers.
Janaba, 1 minute. 1 minute, Janaba. Or you don't have any rants?
Why not? From
I mean,
Benue State, where
Autumn
never pay me, pay my people when they die.
Autumn has not paid somebody in your family.
Voila everywhere.
Yeah, pension.
Thank God, Autumn is saying Fulani.
Right. You guys should help me, since some of you guys also become a hero, a national figure, going around campaigning. Tell him to pay his people.
Janaba has not told us who Autumn is owing. There's somebody Autumn has not paid in his family. Okay, Janaba, 1 minute, rant.
All right. I represent Benue and they are suffering from autumn, the governor of Benue State. So you guys that are his follower and he become a national figure, campaigning around, looking to become a minister if he go on that. Don't do that. Please help me tell him to pay the Benue people. Some of them are on medication. Medication is running out. They need to eat. So before the bandit is talking about, or the henchmen come, his people are dying of hunger. So please tell him to go and pay the people, and then they will be all right. And then as I'm wrapping up, I think I'm going to be leaving now. I think we have had an honest conversation. I enjoyed the platform, and I am hoping that through this conversation, we strengthen our differences and understand that this platform or anywhere we have opportunity to talk about the issue of Nigeria is personal to all of us. We all want good things. We all want Nigeria to work. Even if you have Biafra, you want Biafra to work. But things will not work when people cannot understand themselves. Things cannot work when people cannot accommodate others. We are all, even in diaspora, people accommodate us. People die for us to be here. People are still dying for us to be here. Left for even the past regime, who could have been deported. Maybe my ass will be in Nigeria by now.
All right, thank you. Sadiq, rant.
All right, thank you very much. Since I have just a minute, on the issue of Biafra, I think forefathers have said everything, in fact, in a better way than I would have said it. So any day the conversation comes up, I hope I'll be available. I am really interested in it, on this issue of Biafra. And John Abba just amplified what I've been trying to say. Nigeria has a problem. Anybody that wants to be popular just feels bash the Fulani, attack the House of Fulani, attack the Fulanis. That is the governor of Benue State, the whole governor, messing up. But any small thing, Fulani, and he became a national hero. But you see, we just confirmed.
Never pay his people.
That's it. He don't pay his basic things. He doesn't do. Anytime it's time to pay salary, like someone said, that's when he starts creating one Fulani story. So Nigeria has a problem. We have a leadership problem. How do we solve it? We should always seek solution. That's what keeps me awake. How do we find solution to this problem?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sadiq. Abubakar.
Oh, okay. Okay. Somebody said that Nigerians were not consulted before creating an entity called Nigeria. It's just like saying we were not consulted by our parents before we were born. But now that we know, we have to decide how we lead our life and how we die, because we cannot go back and say, okay, consult us first, then we go before. And what worries me a lot is that religion has eaten the fabric of our society, that we are divided all the time. And again, what worries me so much and get me more angry is that whenever you try to to see what the religion authorities, so-called good people of God that are saying, you find a very big contradiction between what they are doing, the way they live their life, and what they preach. Again, it is those religion authorities that tempt the youth from actually holding their governors responsible. So we'll be preaching about heaven, about good thing, about sympathy and the like. They will not be encouraging us, the youth, to go, okay, this person, you're getting so much money and they are not doing anything good with it. Why not mobilize, go and fight for your right? But instead, they will just be preaching, okay, pray for your leaders, and a leader, all of those leaders, either Muslim or Christian. I said it last week, and we have never been ruled by any atheist. But when, but had it been, we have those leaders are practicing only 50% of their faith, like about justice, about the good things that the religion preaches. We will not be here talking about who is a citizen, who is not, who is qualified to contest. And then sometimes somebody will just come up with a conspiracy theories and try to justify it when it suits him. And then when it does not suit him, he tries. Somebody was saying Buhari is dead. Why are we not made to believe that this is not the Buhari that we know? This kind of conspiracy theories, like now that we have foreign media that is controlling the information. Yes, we have foreign media, BBC, Al Jazeera, CNN. They are molding our beliefs, and to some extent, the choices we make comes from what we hear from them. Yeah, and then somebody was just saying, yeah, if we look at the bigger picture, yes, it is like that. But that time somebody was trying to say, oh no, it is not like that. The Hausas are only listening to BBC, therefore it is BBC that is manipulating the Hausa, and he is afraid of it, and he sees it as a national threat. Why will the foreign body trying to manipulate and control the large percentage of the country, not knowing that he is also listening to the foreign media that is controlling his thoughts and actions too.
All right, thank you. Let me say, maybe because before the rest of the people here give us their own rants, maybe next week we'll get a prize for the best rants, because I'm not impressed. Rants supposed to be not responding to other people. You should just give what is making you angry. I want to hear something like, something serious. I'm just kidding, but there should be something for the best. I'm talking to some authors now to send me their books, so that if you do well on this show, we give you something. Maybe the rant will be the first one, if you rant very well. All right, Paul, you're next.
Okay, yeah, doctor, there's no way we'll rant that we will not go back to tribal sentiment. Doctor, I just said the bell now. I just said the bell now.
No, it was a mistake.
I disagree.
It was a mistake. Go ahead.
There's no way we will not rant. It will not become. For example, I said something some weeks back. I from Delta State. I'm from the Oyi community. If you know where I come from, I'm an Efru boy. I'm an Alaja boy. I'm a Warri boy. I just turn around this place. But doctor, sometimes when you see these things, that's why I said there's no way. For example, everybody know PTI, Petroleum Training Institute. At a time before they say they are moving PTI to Kaduna, where all the oil thing is centered in the Niger Delta. And when you look any ministry and parastatals, they carve the board members based on state lines and everything. And these things affect us. We that come from there, they makes us go do what we call community work. Like what Awolowo did for us, what CM is trying to talk. I just want to throw more light. Awolowo trying to extend the Oduduwa is a minority, like the Fulani with Hausa, a minority called Shekiri. They make the Shekiri become the Olu of Warri. I believe everybody see when they are swearing in the new Olu of Warri last year. Was it late last year or early this year? If I could remember. Did you see any Ijaw man there? Did you see any Urobo people there? You understand? So as an Urobo man, that happened to be the majority on that place, we call that Olu, the Olu of Shekiri, not the Olu of Warri. It doesn't work that way. So these are all the little things, you understand? And they've gone far. They've eaten the fabric of people. They've taken people's destiny, people's birthright. You understand? And when you talk anything, they say it's the law. That's why some people will say, let us go back to our constitution. The government the Senate did something last week or early this week. They talk about electricity, that states now cannot generate their own electricity. So it's not under the government any longer, which is also good. I am expecting it. Throw this thing open, like we practice here in America. Open the market for everybody to go and manage your state and pay to the center, and let's see the way our country will run. Doctor, one of the reasons that states started having flag precisely in America was from California, when California was fighting for many years to become country of their own. That was how they started flying flags and things like that. So this thing has been there, but guess what? California developed themselves so well that they happen to be the richest state in America and the richest state in the whole world today. So our Southeast people, go and develop your place very well. You'll be forced to reckon with, like the Israelites that we're talking about, or not the Israelites, the Jewish people that we're talking about. Develop yourself very well so that you'll be forced to reckon. Doctor, I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Paul. Someone complained that this format is not working for him, that there are people we want to listen to, but we give them little time to, whatever you do, there will be someone who don't like it. I think as we go along,
nobody like change.
Yeah, as we go along, we format things to see what works. And I actually enjoy, if someone has a very important perspective, I enjoy giving them enough time to express that. And also when we all have opportunity to question someone, I think that's another thing that we may have to do too along the way. But this is all work in progress. So who is left?
It's me, CM.
Oh, okay, 3. Yeah. Tobi Nation, Ovie, Rants. I like, by the way, Paul did very well. I like how he brought up something that may not be in the view of most people, the issue of the Olu of Warri and all the other things. That's
I thought Ovie has ranted. Ovie, I thought you've ranted.
No, I've not ranted.
Ovie did not. I like bringing something that, like this is an opportunity to bring something to the awareness of a lot of people who may not. Okay, go ahead. Ovie.
Now, it is very easy to blame the leaders, our leaders. I understand that, because I will give us in Nigeria a little bit of slack because they did not teach us this street, and even when they bring this democracy and the system come, they didn't get time to teach us even up to today. But we are in times of information age, and there's a saying that in an information age, ignorance is a choice. Now, why am I saying this? Going back to our legislators, when I see them displaying this impeachment brouhaha, it reminds me of my 17 clowns who decided to assemble themselves in Asaba and discredit that land, a land that the Nigerian women is known for when they raise the rapists and the oppressors. That I'm talking about Asaba women right now. The 17 clowns, called themselves governor, gathered in Asaba, say, presidency must come to South. And guess what? The gullible follower, hey, must come to South. When does it happen anywhere in the world? Nobody give you power, you go take it. But of course, we lost follow them. Today, with them, all of them, they pledge to become vice president. One way they no give, see they carry face up and down. The same thing these men are doing, these our legislators. They were so fetishious, they were so obsessed with Malami that they opened their nyash for ground where other people can't take them out. A majority of them are not coming back. That is how the Democrats were so obsessed about Donald Trump that now they are losing the midterm. And if they continue obsessed with that man, they're going to lose the 2024 election. But these are people who screwed up because they were after Malami to make sure he doesn't become the governor of the state. They were after him and they opened their own nyash. A lot of them now they're angry. They are going to go back to our various communities. Instead of us, this is a time for us to actually hold them and say, what have you done? Now that you are going back, what are you going to do? You wait, they go, what are you going back? No, they say impeachment. Now, what is going to be the major discussion in our community is that, are you sure you guys are going to pull it through? Are you sure it's going to happen? It's never going to happen in the first place. There's no time. Even though there is time, they don't have the number to impeach the president. But of course, do we know all this? There are people in the community who actually understand the role of these men. So it's a game. Whatever they want us not to focus on, they will bring all this rubbish. Now everybody's talking about impeachment as if it's going to happen, or if they have anything, it's going to change. What is going anywhere, whether I like it or not? But we will not have time to scrutinize them. You've been there for 4 years, you've been there for 8 years, you've been there for 20 years. What have you done? None of us don't know what our man will go London, go do harvest for kidney. No, that man has been there for over 15 years. None of us don't know what he didn't do. That is because we are so gullible that we are so carried away with all these leaders. Everything about Buhari, everything about government. No, these are the people who are supposed to impact us directly. Not even Buhari. Buhari don't know my village. He doesn't have to know that. But my Senate representative should.
my local government chairmanship, but do we have time? Do we even know that we have to interrogate this set of people? Because by the time you put fire for their nyash, guess what? Buhari will sit up. Because the only way they can carry out the frustration that we are going to mount on them is to carry on those above them. So we need to focus. It's like if you have a phone, you don't even need to understand. You just need your time to read about what is my constituency representative. So do for me. This fighting of Biafra for no even happen if their representative actually key into their ideology and they keep raising the issue at the National Assembly every now and then. Nobody would have been died or been slaughtered because of that. Of course, what do we know? And we are not ready to know because we are so carried away with our fourth line that these people who are used to deceive us, we are not divided. I said this before. We are not divided. We are just poorer. Poorer in everything. And most importantly about everything is miseducation. We are not educated. I start to be carried by anyone. We are not. Because even this issue of 1800 that Mr. Alex bring up, how many people actually understand what he's talking about? But if we don't know who we are, where we come from, definitely we don't know where we are going. That's my rant.
Sorry, I think
we are the problem. We're the people.
Yeah, thank you, Ovie. Very good, very good. Jude, you're next. 1 minute.
Okay, I will start by saying what keeps me up at night on my issue is, thinking about living in a society where some people are constantly being suppressed by those who are supposed to provide, to protect them, who are supposed to provide safety and security for them. Where we see injustice being done everywhere by the leadership of the country. It makes me wonder, how long shall we continue to endure this? Me as an IPOB, who Buhari terrorist administration have proscribed as a terrorist. I have never killed anybody before. I've never even handled a gun before. But Buhari proscribed me as a terrorist. And then the same Buhari went to Kenya and kidnapped Nnamdi and put him in jail. And he refused to try him. He refused to, allow him go, even when he has not committed any offense. Even UN Security Council have even indicted Nigeria for that, and require that Nigeria should pay him, compensate him adequately for their evil towards that man. We all come here and we talk because it doesn't happen to us. You live in a country where people, when something has not happened to them, they don't care. They talk at it and laugh at it. By the grace of God, none of my family member has been kidnapped, but I don't wait until Buhari kills any of them before I will speak out. And the people that are supporting him and supporting this evil administration, I hope one day, what has been happening to all these people that have been dying, this blood that have been spilling by the president and his cohorts that are supposed to provide for his own citizens, will happen to you. Until that day, maybe you will wake up.
Thank
I can't
you.
see a country like that this injustice will continue to be perpetrated.
Help me, Justin.
Thank you. All right, CM, you are the last. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me start by saying that there is no better case for the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra than when somebody said the Jews with all their riches, they were killed, 6 million of them, gassed. And then they said, do you know what? Let us go and establish our own state. And they did. If my people, the second genocide in the history of humanity, because the first is the Holocaust, the second ever recorded genocide is the Biafran genocide.
What about the slavery?
We are talking of genocide, not slavery. We are talking of genocide. Genocide is different. Genocide is to wipe out a race. Slavery is just to carry you to go and do labor work or something like that.
That's simple, huh?
No. Please, this is my 1 minute. Later we can discuss about genocide and slavery. The first genocide in human civilization is the Holocaust. 6 million Jews dead. they established the state of Israel, and today they are a power to reckon with. You dare not kill a Jew
Incorrect, by the way.
anywhere.
Come on, man. What are you talking about?
The Holocaust is the first
You
is
guys
the first
let me-
recorded genocide in human history.
Who
6
record
million
that?
Jews.
Who record that? Who record it? Who recorded it? People wake up. What did their own record? What are you talking about? You know the
Okay,
injustice.
is there any genocide before the Holocaust? Is there
Read your
anyone before
history.
them?
That's why I say we are
Then tell me,
miseducated.
man. Tell
Yes,
me.
that's why I say
Which
we are
one?
miseducated.
Which one? Which one? Anyway,
You know
well,
history
that,
at
There
all.
are
You are
many, a
miseducated.
whole
You know
list
your
of them.
by the way, let me please.
Do you know
Don't
your
just
history
make
at
your
all?
own
Please,
story
are we
up.
discussing
Allow
Nigeria
me.
or we are
All this,
discussing Holocaust? Please.
all this.
No, wait.
Nigeria is
Somebody
bleeding and
mentioned this
discussing
here. Why are you
Holocaust. What does
interrupting me, Sadiq?
Holocaust got to do with Nigeria?
Why are you
Hold on.
Please, if
interrupting
you
me?
want to discuss solution, discuss solution. If you don't want, go to your Biafra and discuss what you want to discuss. This whole
See,
thing
look at this
is
one. You are doing
nothing. It's
You're doing all
annoying.
this.
You guys are just
Somebody
annoying somebody
mentioned
here.
it
What
here.
the
You
hell is
didn't
this?
talk.
Talk
Somebody
of
mentioned
Nigeria,
it here.
talking
You
of
didn't talk.
Holocaust.
Okay, so
Somebody referenced Holocaust here. Did you say anything?
Holocaust.
How the hell does Holocaust help Nigeria for
Somebody
God's sake in this issue?
Why
How?
not attack the
You
person,
guys,
Sadiq?
I don't understand. What sort
Why
of
not attack
mentality is
the
this?
person?
Holocaust
What
was
sort of
piece of
mentality is
cake
this?
compared to what they do
You're
to
just
us.
being
Holocaust was piece
you're
of
not being
cake.
biased.
hold on, everyone, please.
Serious, let's talk Nigeria.
I forgot to mention this. I did a little bit of psychology, and I know that when you rant, you better make sure you have someone to control. Certain things might come up. I forgot that entirely. So please, and also when we give someone 1 minute to rant, let not intervene. Let the person say just 1 minute. Okay. Otherwise, the purpose of all these things we are doing I know emotion go up and down. Let me finish.
Jude, help me tell them about the Oyo Empire killing, that they kill the Egba people up to Abeokuta so that they can be happy.
Well, are you here? Me?
Oh, CM, sorry.
So please, and there are other people who are waiting to join, and I was hoping that after CM we let some people go so that people will join us and we hear from a different group of people. I have another 30 minutes to be on the show. So, but
Okay.
please, and
I want to be excused.
Please, I hope
hold on. Let CM finish. So please.
Okay. I was saying there is no better case for the restoration of the sovereignty of Biafra than the analogy that the Jews were killed 6 million through gas chamber and they established the state of Israel. Today, everybody knows where the Jews are. All you need to do is to read their book called The Startup Nation. When people were killed, genocide, more than 3.5 million Biafrans died. Why can't we have our own state? Is it because we are not the Jews? That's one. Because of ranting. The next one is that's what they call in business, particularly in a place like Nigeria. You don't give anybody the monopoly of any single line of business. Today, unless somebody should come and correct me, Dangote controls cement in Nigeria. It shouldn't be. It should be thrown open. If you have money, you can go and invest in it. It's not done in a democracy. So you can't tell me because you gave somebody the only one line of business to be controlling, and then tomorrow you tell me it's Africa's richest man. It's not done. You have to throw it open. If Urobo man want to deal in business, he can. If Ijo man, if Bachama man, if Yoruba man want to do it. So the injustice, the rot in Nigeria manifests in different ways. If we continue to discuss it, some people will be annoyed or will be, but I don't bother. Who cares? And we continue to say the truth. So as simple as I will continue to say, please don't interrupt me now. Why not?
Your 1 minute is gone. They've rang the bell. Then you
pretend that you are civilized.
Your bell has been rang. Stop.
Pretend that you are civilized. Is the moderator that will stop me?
Go and check. Dangote is not the sole producer of cement. You don't just come here and lie to people. The world is working.
He's not lying. He's not lying.
CM is lying.
Dangote is not the only producer of cement. Go and check. Go and verify.
Why not pretend you are civilized?
Lying every time.
Who
is doing spare part business? How many people are doing spare part business?
Cement.
When you stay here, you just lie. You just create something in your head, in your imagination.
Okay.
What brought Dangote and cement now? Is Dangote the only cement manufacturer?
Dangote is having monopoly of so many.
He doesn't have monopoly of cement. Go and check.
Sugar,
He doesn't have it.
You and Dangote.
You know how much
He doesn't have it. Go and get your facts right. You don't lie to people.
Okay,
People are watching you. What is watching?
I don't understand you.
Everybody hold on.
Dangote get a different exchange rate.
Hold on.
Dangote get a different.
Wait. You guys know that you are not talking to. It's not like we are talking to Buhari or talking to the government. You know, we're having a conversation. If you don't say anything now, you can say it tomorrow at another time. You know, there are people who are watching at home. We should respect them. They are spending their time and watching us. And you don't want it to be a reputation you have. You know, when you put them, it's a world. There may be 200 and something people watching now. Another 200 will watch in another hour. The same thing you said here is permanent. So let's think about that. I really want to thank everybody that joined us today. I thank all of you and I appreciate it. I know that we try something new and of course it's going to lead to things like this. That's why sometimes in counseling you don't do this kind of thing unless you have professionals who are going to because anything can come out. But these are difficult conversations and people. I mean, if we have to fact check everybody, we won't go anywhere. But it's important that at least people hear what people are thinking. It may be wrong. They may not get it right, but I want to hear what is in their mind. People at home, what is bothering you. And then we find a way to reform it and make sure that we get the accurate thing out there. But I think the experiment is it works. We'll find how to make it better. But I thank all of you. I appreciate the time. I know that you are good people. I know that emotions go up and down, and I see that.
Doctor, please, can you borrow me 30 seconds?
You notice that he's not angry that YouTube is monopolizing video. He's not angry that Google is monopolizing search engines. He's angry about Dangote. You see our thinking.
Doctor, can you borrow me 30 seconds?
And what you forget about the Jews, the Jews compared to the Biafrans, that the Jews won the war, while the Biafrans lost the war. You can't win a war and expect to get your way.
Don't worry.
I don't understand.
Only God will make us lose.
Israel was not
established
because the Jews won the war.
Look for the word antitrust.
The state of Israel was not established. 1948 because the Jews won the war.
They were on the side that won the war.
Hold on,
How can the loser decide what happens?
Hold on.
Please borrow me 30 seconds.
I will have to. Somebody beg for 30 seconds. Let me give him Paul 30 seconds.
So
I'm watching the
Doctor,
time. 30 seconds.
Okay, so let me just clear one part. Before Dangote came, there has always been flour mills of Nigerian PLC. And flour mills of Nigerian PLC still sell more cement than Dangote. And
Thank you.
There is Ibeto cement, there is Dangote cement, the what is it called? The Boa cement. There are so many people.
Ibeto if you want now.
But hold on, there used to be Ibeto cement. So, but if you want to talk about that, if you want to talk about monopoly more, it should be sugar, not even cement.
Even the sugar, Dangote is not alone in sugar. Even in sugar,
and Dangote is not alone in sugar because it's not even Dangote that supplies companies like Pepsi, Coca-Cola, sugars. There are other companies that also do that too.
Thank you. Please let's get our facts right.
So, yeah.
Doctor, you really need to do a lot because any information put out here,
Nigeria,
you could be held responsible. You don't just come and just throw out lies. Outright lies. That was what I was trying to correct.
Before,
I'm sorry for whatever I've done.
What we are saying is before there was flour mill, cement, everything.
Flour mill still there. Still
today they are still there. Yeah, go and check. Don't just lie, please.
For God's sake, just behave yourself. Try and pretend that you are civilized.
Hold on, everyone.
People should talk. You don't challenge people anyhow.
You challenge people when people are lying. I don't challenge when people are making reasonable comments. Nobody talk. You are lying. I say you are outrightly lying. It's not as if there's no way. I don't have any way to sugarcoat it. You are lying. And I'm sending it to your face.
There's a statement.
Don't lie just to make people look bad. It's very wrong. This was how Rwanda started.
You don't
lie. Come say your fact.
That are even causing it. Lie what?
Say your fact. You don't lie.
I'm
not
lying
give a
about
dog a
anything.
bad name in
I'm
order
waiting
to
for
hang
you.
it. Tell what is
You
it?
just don't want
Fulani
to
have
know.
their issues, but you don't need to
Fulani
lie.
are the terrorists in Nigeria. Is that a lie?
It's okay.
Yeah,
Is that a lie
I see
or
how
not?
Nigeria was El Dorado when the people were ruling. Please.
Sadiq,
What for what?
Sadiq, it's okay. Some of us feel bad when we hear that Dangote bought BCC, Benue Cement Company. You understand? And we don't really see the money. These are part of the things that makes us feel bad now. How the Dangote can be able to acquire BCC owned by the government.
Whatever you
You
say,
understand?
but don't add lies to it. That is it. Dangote is not the sole monopoly of cement, sugar, flour.
Not at all.
Other
Not
people,
at all.
Your people are more in poverty. You should be happy that.
Even if you grind all Fulanis to dust today, will all your problem go away? It won't.
Your own is, you see, when you are saying this, why all this? Why the attack on me? I can't understand. Why the attack?
Okay.
Because you're lying.
Ring bell, 30 seconds.
No, you said I'm lying. Oh God.
You're lying. If you say the truth, no, other people spoke. Other people spoke. Nobody attacked them. Speak the truth.
It's okay. Okay, the outcome is to remove people, and I don't want to go to that point. Okay, I don't want to go.
If we continue at this juncture, seriously, we are not going to make progress.
Cannot be defending
I
the
respect people who come and say their mind, but speak the truth.
You people
speak the truth. And I'm not Fulani.
Introduce to our audience or our
what are you saying now? I mean,
the word, the compound word, antitrust, is a law term. Let everybody go and check it.
Okay. We have to have control. So the other option is really to be removing people. If people can unmute themselves, when I unmute them, when I mute you, it's a stream. I don't like it. It takes every fiber of myself to mute somebody. I don't believe in stopping people from talking. But if I do that, it's a stream thing. If you unmute yourself, I may have to just remove you because at that point, I have no control. Please. Like I said, I understand these things, and it's virtually impossible for me to stop everybody and say what you said is wrong. And sometimes I may not know, I don't know everything, so I can't even sit down here and say anybody who says something that is not accurate, I'll stop them and correct them. So what we have to do is that we have to find a very formal way where we can give people a chance to weigh in, because at this way it's okay. We in the studio, okay, this is something you don't know. In the studio, we can basically take it, but if you're watching it at home, it's difficult to take. And I've been on other programs where people are yelling at each other. It's difficult to take, and some people are listening with their kids. There are so many things we are not thinking about. There are important people all over the world who are seeing this. And it doesn't go well for you are all of you are celebrities now. You are famous, so you have to know that. No, I'm just kidding. You may be seeing people at the airport stopping you and say, "Paul, I saw you on," So you have to your personalities. This is what they will remember. They don't know you are home. They just
Doctor, no go let them call me Femi Adesina.
So please. We all understand. I've made mistakes. I think people, it's in the industry. Like Ovie just corrected me on Dr. Damage's show. There was something I said that was wrong. I mean, it could happen, but it's not something to yell and scream at each other and make it uncomfortable for people at home. Neka, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
I've been listening, even though I didn't come into the studio, but I've been listening. So I have so many things that I just want to highlight.
Neka, we have a bell now.
Well, if you have a bell, then I won't be able, because I'm not really ranting.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
And I know that you announced that when people rant, they should leave, but people are still here even after they have finished.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Neka, before you
damages. You have said so much, and you have really done your best to control this. What I wanted everybody here to understand is that we all claim we have PhDs here. We are in America, and the ones that are in Nigeria probably are nobody, but look at our behavior. And ever since I've been coming to this show, one thing that I've always said, among every other thing, is you really need to have your mindset right. You need to have your mindset right, okay? I am an Igbo woman. I was born in the north, but if an Igbo person does something wrong, I'm going to highlight it. This thing that you did is wrong. So if a Fulani does something wrong, I will equally say that this thing is wrong. We cannot say because my father did something, so because he's my father or because you're my mother, I'm going to allow you to do something wrong to affect another human being. That's not right. And so let's look at what we are saying here in this platform and our behavior. I'm going to tell you something. When they announced about the impeachment, the first person that I heard it from, it's an Igbo man that came to the news arise to say, oh, we gave him 7 weeks. Are you out of your raccoon mind? Why are you giving him 7 weeks? Oh, we have to go on
6 weeks. 6 weeks.
Okay, we have to go on vacation. How dare you? Your house is on fire and you're going on vacation. Is that not an Igbo man that said that? Why will you give him 6 weeks? Why? And you're telling me because you're going on vacation. How many of us are here in the United States? Whenever there's a problem, do people go on vacation? They will come back and deal with it. So that's one thing. So let's not, I keep saying, we should stop bringing our emotions. I'm an Igbo, I'm this, I'm Fulani, or I'm Hausa, so I should get this, I should get this. If we continue like this, you are repeating what these people that you are accusing, you're repeating what they're doing. So be straightforward. In terms of Biafra, please let's cancel that nonsense. Why am I saying this? Yes, there was war and then these people won or these people didn't won. You know why I'm asking us to cancel that nonsense? The person who started it, what is it that he did? He came in and people started genuflecting to him, kissing his feet. And then he said, on Mondays, people should not go to work. Are you kidding me? So if somebody is sick, if somebody's wife is in labor, if a grandmother needs a medication for diabetes, for hypertension, you can't come out to go and get it. And then if you come out and people will kill you. Is that how to rule somebody? Is that how to carve out Biafra and start with that? Meanwhile, your family are in Europe. And then the people in Nigeria, they can't come out on Mondays to go to work. Are we kidding ourselves? I don't mind even if we want to divide. But then we must have people who are mentally ready and have humanistic principle in them. It doesn't matter whether you are Hausa, whether you are Yoruba, whether you're Igbo, whether you're from Zamfara. It doesn't matter whether you're a Muslim or pastor. Forget these damn pastors. They are hopeless. They are raping children in Nigeria, all over the places. And then they claim to be pastors. They are using people's wives, and then they claim to be pastors. They are nothing but hooligans, all of them. Period. I haven't seen anyone that made any difference for me. So please, we must be realistic in what we are asking for. It has really nothing to do with only Buhari. Buhari has nothing to do with this. That sometimes he behaves like somebody who is in a demented state. But he's not the only one. The Senate people should be able, I don't even agree they are going to impeach him. Why are you impeaching him? How many more months does he have to be in that position? So when we are here, we claim that we are all educated, we are all over the world, we are no more in Nigeria, and look at the way we are behaving, attacking each other. Forefathers, please withdraw that, oh, because you won, so then therefore you should bully everybody because you won. Let's remove that. Whether you won or you lost, we need to come together as human beings, regardless of where that person came from. We must behave like human beings, and it takes a lot for us to behave like a human being. It has nothing to do with the PhD you have. It has all to do with wisdom and humanistic principle. And I think that's the way we're going to look at it. We need to make sure that there is safety in Nigeria. We can't come to the United States and we're locked up here. We can travel. We can go home. If I lost somebody in Nigeria, I can't go home because I'm afraid of being kidnapped. Let's be realistic with ourselves. Every time we come on this platform, all we keep on talking about, oh, Fulani, Zamfara, Igbos, Biafra, but then we don't have any solution to it. Breaking up a marriage is not what is going to make the other person happy. You marry the first one, it didn't work. If you do not do your human revolution, you marry the second one, you're going to make the same mistake. So please, I don't agree with this Biafra for right now. Maybe later, because many people in that Senate are all Igbos and they're talking rubbish. Rubbish, completely rubbish. Thank you. That's all I wanted to add for you guys. Again, many a times I said I want to chime in because the testosterone is going so up. Somebody needs to bring it down. And then in that Senate, we have women in that Senate that sat down there like idiots. And then we say that whenever a woman is in the mix, things will be better. But what all those women that I was looking at in the Senate, what were they saying? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely.
Dr. Rudolph, I've changed my mind. If I don't vote for Konkozu, I'll vote for Nneka. Go there.
No, I don't even want to be a politician. I don't want to be a politician because, to be honest with you, I am a healthcare person. When it comes to healthcare, I will give you everything you want.
Incoming Minister of Health under Konkozu.
Since I started with this platform, I have been forced to go and learn so many things about politics. I've been forced to learn so many things because it's always good to arm yourself before you say things.
Yeah.
Kudos to Rudolph. Kudos to Rudolph. That's it. People are learning because of our.
I'm learning because of everybody.
Nneka, we are going to forward your name to Konkozu.
Let me say my word before I leave. I think I'm reaching that level, right?
Okay, Jonaba. We need space.
So now my own
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Jonaba. You said autumn is not Fulani. In Kanuri, that me and you come from, they say Iya dege amaka kande chilo. So our parents might be different, but our grandparents are one. So don't say it's not the Fulani man. It's all of us.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Okay, Jonaba, 1 minute.
Thank you, Sister Nneka. Sometimes we are friends and sometimes we are not. Life is about getting along. And CM, is it CM? Oh, it's catching fly. Or what is that?
It's in Biafra land.
Jonaba, take a visit.
Okay.
Jonaba, you have 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute. We are all learning on this platform. When Godfather talks, you don't say that. When Jonaba is wrapping up, I know Pastor, they come your show again. They're all collecting tithe. Now maybe they come be nice to me. So thank all of you for all the sharing of wisdom and knowledge. And this is the place sometimes we vent out our feelings and we go and get some healing. Nneka came and I think the first was too much and Jude ran away. I don't know why. I'll see him in the next program. So we are all one brother. We are just talking about what concerns us and how Nigeria will get better. And we hope we get better in times to come. And then let us learn that be patient when the other person finish, and then we can take you from there. And I think the bell, Dr. Damages, in a serious way, let the bell be a little bigger and hold it up. So that when you do it like this, when we used to go to CAC, that's how they stop us for prayer. So thank you. CM Paul from Arizona. Me and my wife are still having problem because I told her that he said Jesus have 2 girlfriends. So he said, where is my own?
Idi Arizona. Just talk.
All right.
Ask of you.
All right. So thank you everybody. TJ, welcome to the show.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, good morning. Actually, this is my first time of joining this live. I've been watching you guys for so long. So I just want to share my opinion about what is happening in Nigeria.
Yeah, TJ, hold on.
You know,
can you tell us, TJ? Can you tell us where you're joining us from?
I'm from Maryland.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, I thought you were from an important place in the world, but okay.
So
go ahead.
So I just wanna, because since I was born, actually since I left Nigeria, I knew.
TJ, let me stop you again. TJ, let me stop you. The reason why I actually thought you were from somewhere far away is the quality of your audio. It didn't sound good. And I thought I was going to give you a pass because you are from somewhere. But if you're from Maryland here, I don't know why your audio is this way. But can you restart and join us again? I will let you in. Let's hear from somebody that
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
TJ is in Nobi.
Zaki, welcome to the show.
I'm very loud from Ikorodu.
Zaki, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damage. Thanks for having me. You know, actually, I've been waiting for more than 2 hours by the sideline, but today seems to be a little bit, anyway, but that's by the way. Thank you, guys. I'm listening now.
Yeah. So what do you have to contribute? Have you been, what do you think about our conversations?
Oh, do I have to jump in immediately? I thought you were going to come back.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Okay. Stand by. Don't worry about it. Joseph, welcome to the show.
Because I'm ready anyway.
Joseph, can you hear me? Okay, TJ, welcome
Joseph
back.
is muted.
Yeah. Joseph is the line is not stable. TJ, welcome back. Try again. Let's hear you.
So can you hear me better now?
Okay, good.
Good.
Go ahead,
right?
TJ.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm using Wi-Fi, so I'm thinking maybe, but you can hear me better now.
Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to, actually I'm trying to share my opinion. You know, I noticed that we lack of history in Nigeria because we don't really know how Nigeria was founded, because Nigeria founded with fraud from British. So I believe, because there is no one Nigeria, because the reason why I said that is that I was brought up in Lagos, Southwest, until when I went to the North, that I noticed that there's no one Nigeria, because the way how they are treated there, because British hand over the government to them, and then since then they've been ruling, no matter how Easterner or whatever are ruling, but those people are still in power because they have it. Because I know it, because from the history I heard that when they first of all do the first election in Nigeria, British helped them for frauding, because I heard that it was Eastern region that have the most population then. So I'm not sure Nigeria can work, because British, because when I got to the North, because my mind wasn't there when I was serving, because I didn't know that, because the way how they are treating others, it is.
All right, TJ.
Number one.
TJ, people are wondering whether
you
are analog for internet or
in South.
Just switch, CK, switch to your phone network. It looks like your Wi-Fi is so low. Maybe you have like 40 TV at home. Switch to your phone network first.
Yeah, TJ, you have to come back in again and change something. JJ, welcome to the show. JJ, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself.
Good evening, Dr. Damages.
Nice
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah, I
you.
can hear you. I can hear you guys. I can hear you
No,
guys.
TJ, we moved on. Just hold on, okay? We'll come back to you. JJ, where are you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damages. I've been watching you guys online. This is my first time on joining.
Yeah.
So I'm calling from Belarus.
Oh, okay. Okay. How is it
Yeah,
over
I'm
there?
from Belarus. We are fine. It's just that you guys are choking us with all the sanctions, because Belarus is with Russia. It's a good ally of Russia, so we are feeling the heat here.
But I heard that the Russian.
So that being said,
I heard that the Russian currency is the strongest currency in the world today.
Yes, it's doing very well actually, but then the whole lot of transaction that is supposed to be taking place that we the masses can no longer do the way we do it before, like all the money transaction, like Western Union, MoneyGram, and all that. They are not working. So the SWIFT transaction is not working for us. It's very difficult.
So if you want to send money to
so that is it.
If you want to send money, hold on, JJ. If you want to send money to Kwankwaso now for the campaign, what are you going to do? Do you have a way of doing that?
I'm not sending money to Kwankwaso. I'm not a fan of Kwankwaso. I'm an obedient.
We don't have foreign allies. We don't have foreign allies. We are typical Nigerian, African.
All right. So what do you think about what's going on in Nigeria?
So I'm obedient. So so what is actually happening? I think if we can't get it right this time around, it will be very difficult for us to get it right. Now we have opportunity. The opportunity we have in the next coming election is this opportunity to Obi and Kwankwaso have formed a third force. So I think for us, especially most of us that are not in Nigeria, in diaspora, we have to join force with any of these guys, especially Obi, so that we can, change the narrative back home. Because with the way things are,
Okay. JJ, we're having problems with you too. All right. TJ, try again. Let's see if your line is better.
Yourself up for an election. Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, still talking.
That's obedient. They are obedient network.
Go ahead. No, I think they said this.
So I don't see any reason why these old guys will sit to themselves up for an election.
Okay. All right. Let me
So this
hold on everyone.
Opportunity for us to lie down OB.
Okay. Hold on. Let me play a video.
To help.
JJ, hold on. Let me play a video now, because in the course of the week, with the insecurity and everything going on, we forgot that there's a campaign.
If we can actually implement all the preaching that he's preaching.
All right. Let's play.
Hello,
play something from Obi. Something that happened this week that it's everywhere. Let me just get it and play it for everybody. Hold on a minute. Okay, good.
And we also have with us tonight Mr. Peter Obi, who has joined us in for the service this evening. Hallelujah.
right.
Dr. Damaging.
Yes.
Dr. Damaging, can I respond to that?
Yeah,
I wish these people will come out and vote, but Obi doesn't want their vote. Obi say they are Christian, they should sit at home and pray. So they will pray. They will pray for him that day.
Yeah, I want comments. Anybody who has anything to say about that? What does that say?
Yeah, that's he's just an hypocrite. He said the church leader religious leader doesn't have any business partaking in politics. They should sit down and pray and guide. I mean, then there was this. You know, if you are criticizing the people that can actually help you, I mean, Obi today is still being talked about because of the platform, and we know how the platform started from the church. But still, you look directly into their face. God, we don't need to now. You guys should sit at home and pray. I mean, that's very. I don't know how to code. Connect these things that is going on.
Okay.
I think you're just picking on him now because you are MPV or this thing. So on this one,
we have a bishop. We have a real bishop as our running mate. So I'm not scared of the church. The church is on our side.
I'm surprised you are picking up on that tiny detail. See, the thing is about this thing. That's the converted, isn't it? I would be more impressed if he did this in a mosque. And that's what he wants to go and do. He needs to go to the north. I think Abubakar wants to say something. He really needs to go there if he really wants to win this thing, cleanly, so that he can say he's a Nigerian president that all parts of Nigeria voted for. He really needs to go to the north. But I think he's already got that soul.
To refer to him, 700 Konkosai, he come to obedience.
Oh yeah, I didn't want to say that. I wanted it to come from you, Ovie.
I know.
700. Wow, that's something.
At this point, I know how you operate, so I'll put it out there. I'll help you out.
Okay.
I mean, he gets 700 followers from one local government, that is the Southern Yola, which is pretty much the state capital. He gets 700 followers who they come from NNPP to Labour Party. So I think he's making progress. But what is his running mate doing? What is the job of his running mate as a northerner, as a Muslim? He's also trying to win in the south, so I don't get it.
Okay,
Doctor, if you remember what I told you 4 weeks ago. Okay, go ahead.
The video you just played is a classic example of what I ranted about a few minutes ago. Just look at him. These are the kind of people that ruin the country. And if you pick Buhari now, and if he goes to the mosque, he will receive the same welcome, as if he is not the one that is putting us in this problem. Even if it is a Christian, Yemi is part of the government, he could have done something. If he does not agree with what Buhari is doing, he can easily resign and let another person take it. But he likes it, he's enjoying it, he's part of the system. If he goes to the church, people will hail him and will heap all kind of praises on him. The same thing goes for Buhari. So why are we deceiving ourselves? As if we do not know the people that are putting us in this kind of problem. We pray together with them, and yet they don't give a damn about our life and properties. They only care about their children, and that doesn't care about religion and tribalism. It's all blind to tribalism when it comes to this kind of power and manipulation and protecting one's own interests. So, that's what I just.
Okay. Thank you, Abubakar. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, Doctor, if you remember. Go ahead.
Paul, give me 1 second. Abubakar and Ovie, due to this video that Damages just played, I just want to add something to what Ovie said. First of all, he went to that church. I'm not sure what denomination that he originally belongs to. Before
he's a Catholic.
I don't know what was his intention for going there. Is it to reach people? I don't know. And again, for Abubakar to say, will he then go to no, forefathers, you said he should also do the same thing in the north. You know that he has a vice president, and I'm not defending because I don't know. I'm just bringing this out.
You're right.
Could the vice president be doing one side and he's doing one side? I don't know. Okay.
That's how it should be.
Again, I don't think it's because he went to that church that we can criticize him or that maybe he's asking. But I think as somebody who is campaigning for any political post or even any leadership, when I ran for leadership when I was in the university here, I did go to all the classes to meet people. That doesn't mean that I'm favoring one class to the other. Again, my prayers for anybody who is trying to lead Nigeria is please let them have a mindset and have a humanistic principle. Regardless, I will not allow anybody to kill somebody because they are Fulanis. I will not allow anybody to kill somebody because they are Christians. That's the way I will always stand. I'm not
my comment, please.
Yet from one side to the other, because everybody in this world is a human being. Human being. That's all I'm praying for.
Okay, all right.
Doctor.
Let me go here, Paul, first, and come to you.
Okay, so Doctor, what Obi did there, if you could remember very well, 4 weeks ago, I said something like this. I think it was on the Wednesday program. I said something like this. What Obi did, it's good for him to go to that church. It will also wake some of the churches that they are preaching, but they are preaching and talking in parable because they don't have the guts to come outside clearly. So he's trying to wake them up that you can do these things and nothing will happen. Oyedepo has been condemning Buhari for the longest time now, and nothing happened to him. They never arrested him, nothing. So don't just chicken out. That is one aspect of it. But you see, let me go forward a little bit to where America operates their politics. You don't see a Democrat like Biden now go campaign in California, go campaign in New York. Those are their strong zones. They'll definitely win those states. They don't campaign. They campaign on swing states or they campaign on the red states. You understand? Because that's where you want to look for votes. You already know your strong zone that you're going to take this place. So that's how things work. So I'm expecting Obi to start wearing those jalamia. I'm expecting to see Obi in Mecca. I'm expecting to see Obi on Friday, Jumat service in Kano, in Sokoto, in Gombe. Not your vice. You understand? You must do yourself.
Paul, let's give him a chance. Campaign never start. Campaign never start.
Of course, we know, but you know what he's doing right now is also campaign. You understand? So play the card. That's how it is. You understand? Yeah.
All right.
That's
Thank you. CM.
Okay, yeah. The comment I want to pass on there is, you see, what will be when they are to do? As far as I know, campaign hasn't started. That is one thing. So let me concede the fact that Obi has not traveled maybe beyond let's say south, the whole of the south, going up north like Yobe, Jigawa.
No. Sorry, it was in Meduguri last week. It was in Meduguri last week. It was in Sokoto too last week.
I mean,
so
for campaign, I'm talking about.
Campaign never starts.
Campaign hasn't started because I remember Duyokukwe saying it that when the campaign starts, probably now they are putting logistics in place. So when campaign starts, probably that time you will see more of Obi in the north. So that's what I'm going to say. And then the next thing about this issue of religion is that if you notice, the voter party is always in the southern part of Nigeria. From time immemorial, the voter party, because people feel that their vote won't count. So what people are now trying to do is to tell them, this time you must come out and vote. And they are telling the churches, because before the churches are preaching tight. If you notice now, the churches are now using coded message that we know who to vote for, or somebody will say, this time we have to vote, your faith matters, all those type of things. So probably that is why this type of thing are taking place. But I'm not ruling out the fact that I'm not ruling out the chance of Obi going in the north, or maybe Kwankwaso even coming down south, because I'm expecting to see Kwankwaso in the south, and even Atiku, see them around the southeast. They have to come out and
Sorry, but Obi doesn't believe in what you just said. Obi doesn't believe religious leaders should come out and participate. He said they should stay back and pray.
No, he's I mean the church people. That's what I'm saying. I said
we are saying the same thing. Don't take Obi out of it. You brought church because of Obi.
No. Ovie, did you watch the video where Obi said we've prayed enough? We have to act now. Did you watch something like that?
We are saying the same thing now. I don't know why they disagree with me. Obi doesn't believe in what you just saying.
Okay, hold on.
Obi doesn't believe in that.
Hold on, guys. Adewale, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Nice to see you.
Thank you very much. This is my first time, everybody, and I hope I win it today.
Oh, this
Yeah.
is the first time. Oh, there's another.
I need my gift. After all, you guys didn't keep to the time. I've been watching every one of you.
I like that. I like that.
It is my turn now.
All right.
I've been watching.
To think that my brain is working like that of Tinubu. I forgot the name of.
Look, I have to claim. I have to claim it. Since everybody's always against the time.
Right.
So
it's nice to join you guys.
Nice to see you. So have you been
Yes,
watching?
sir.
What are you thinking about what's going on in your country?
Everybody's just making noise in this show, especially CM and the what you call it, the other guys that left. I forgot his name now.
Jude and Alex.
Yeah, everybody's just making noise. Hey, God, Jude need to be back. It's always him and CM always in the same corner. Anyway,
they are soldiers. We understand. They are all soldiers. They are veterans. We understand.
I think of you two, you are moving closer to obedient too now. It seems there's no path forward for your candidate. Anyway,
they never pay me. I'm broke. You know. I never see money.
Like you're going to get them eventually anyway.
I never see money smoking good, and they never want to pay. I'm broke.
You are moving closer. You are moving closer. Anyway,
is a miracle paying? If he's paying, I'll be there too.
Don't worry. I hope they win you over. That would be great. By the way, Dr. Damages, I learned that the legislature are trying to impeach Buhari last week. It is very funny that how politicians play on intelligence of Nigerian. Everybody knows that it's just a gimmick or political gimmick so that they can give them upper hand. Because why would they even think about it at this time of the year? Less than 8 months ago, and you are thinking impeachment process takes forever, and that is if you have majority in the House. So, if any Nigerian is supporting that idea, it get as a B, because I don't think any reasonable Nigerian would think that way. Buhari himself, somebody said the other time on the show that it seems I think it's Ms. Nneka that Buhari appears to be, I don't know, some kind of, she used the word then. The man live in the bubble. It's obvious. Sorry?
Alzheimer's.
Exactly. He might be having some medical stuff there. But because the man appears a little bit, out of touch. I know sometimes they could be wrapped in a bubble whereby they protect them from what's happening, especially those psychopaths in the corridor of power. But that shouldn't stop him from at least listening to news, reading newspaper, and see that things are happening. I still don't believe that the man is not aware what is going on in the part of the of the country. But it's just that sometimes they play, I won't call it politics, it's just that the way of controlling that narratives of what is out there. But we live in the age of technology. Everything's going on.
I was sorry to interject. You took credit for Emilio Con. The man said he went and brought him out. So be blaming people who have brought him out. The man was living in his retirement home.
I can help you find a job. I won't do the job for you.
No, you say
okay. I can bring in your resume and everything. I say he's a good employee. But when you get on the job, you don't have the experience, you don't know, they will kick you out. I won't do the job for you. Okay. That is why Tinubu is guilty today, because he went and see. I believe the man went, he used Buhari as a ladder to get into the national politics, so that he can, get into presidency. I believe that's what he did. See, you will be surprised by the time the election itself kick off. Tinubu is going to distance himself from Buhari.
But they're doing it already, yeah.
Well, in some ways, because see, if you listen to his speech in Abeokuta, he talked about, look, he himself was the one that went to meet him in Kaduna and said, look, you are going to win. Because he's bidding his time, so that by the time it comes to, his tenure is over, he will come into the, to the national, to the center.
If he distance himself from Buhari, how is he going to win? Because Buhari has followership.
Buhari is no longer going to be president. Okay, his era is wrapping up. Whether it's followership or no followership, it won't matter anymore. It's the people that in center now that will matter, okay, and they are going to be judged.
Adewale, I know you just joined. You know we have a timekeeper now. We have a group.
I see. I'm keeping to the time so that I can win the prize. I'm keeping to it.
All right. Thank you so much. Okija, welcome to the show.
Okay. Hey, good evening, whatever. Good morning.
Okija, you are not right. Say Igbo kwenu, Biafra kwenu, obedient kwenu, obedient kwenu. That's your greeting.
Yeah, but if I start it now, people will, will interpret it differently. I know Nigerians, they will interpret differently. Say Igbo people, you people are doing this. They got too much. I mean, I've heard so much. My experience in Nigeria. The first time I went to Lagos, I went to do IT. I've been to Benin, before, but when I was Lagos, and the company I worked for, there was our driver from Akwa Ibom, and one day he came back. He was supposed to go to Lagos. We were doing borehole in it there, and he went to Lagos. He come back on time. So when he came back, we were arguing, why did you stay out? It was like, he was angry. Well, why are you angry? All of a sudden he burst into this rant. Why Igbo people? Why are they the ones selling motor parts everywhere? That's it. I was stunned. That was my first experience. I was stunned. Why? What is your problem? There are other people that sell motor parts. If you don't want to buy motor parts, go and manufacture motor parts and help your vehicle. So, but anyway, I don't want to get into that. Nigeria has Igbo problem, and I've heard about people we'll be discussing here. Nigeria has an Igbo problem until it addresses it. Nigeria will still be a place of injustice. No matter my sentiment, even though I believe in Nigeria, I completely believe in Nigeria is much better, but Nigeria has an Igbo problem, so Nigeria has to go and address it. For Rant, like Rudolph, probably next time I'm gonna be a co-host. If anybody's ranting, every other person should shut the F up and leave the person alone to rant. That's it. Don't interfere with somebody's rant. That's it. And on Tobi, and I want to say something about Tobi. When I was in America, one person was like, this guy, I worked with, we're always talking about American dream, I was like, one day I was like, tell me about American dream. He was talking about, go to work, be safe, go to work, a peaceful environment, raise your kids and stuff like that. And, bequeath something to your kids, whatever business or whatever money, wealth. So, because I was getting angry, I was like, what do you think? What do you want to know about Nigerian, dream? I say Nigerian dream, want to have kids and they want to cut them up, fry them and eat them, So they were just looking at me like, what? I said, American dream is every man's dream, So I'm just saying this because of Tobi. Like some people will say, oh no, Tobi, Nigeria, whatever. Tobi has a dream of every human being, to aspire, to be better, and to do better, achieve things in life. That's what prepared her, not because of Nigeria. I understand that people say that man is a product of our environment, observation, and the mind, whatever. Somehow Nigeria helped her, but when she came to US, she came here. I think she came here on a soccer scholarship, football scholarship.
Track scholarship.
No, bro. I'm telling you, she came on us.
Now my athlete. Now why they follow me argue?
They were playing. Bro, listen. I heard her. They were playing soccer. They were playing football, and she was running. Her coach called her and said, "What?"
Oh, Kija, that was when she was in secondary school before she took to track.
In US, yeah. Bro, don't tell me
that. They among the people that play a role that bring her to UTEP. Why they follow me argue?
I heard her speak. I will send you the video. I will send you the video.
Okay, let him just say.
I will send you the video. So she was thankful to her coach for taking her to the athletic coach. So in Nigeria, if she was, running like a Philip Osonu, remember Philip Osonu that used to run like crazy. He was supposed to be in track, but he was just running doing football. In Nigeria, she would have been playing football, maybe mediocre or amateur, and she would be there like that. She wouldn't be discovered. So that's what America does for people. And on Buhari, I don't know what to say about Buhari, but I just this week I started a prayer section on my Twitter page, Twitter. I curse Buhari every day. I pray God punish Buhari, punish him for all the things he has done to Nigeria. Punish his children if they're not advised, if they never advise him well. Punish his ministers. That's the prayer in Nigeria. I mean, why we fight for have voters card? I mean, we don't have 3 hands because I was like, how are we gonna avoid a voters card? PVC, you are weapon because they are, war is probably coming. We were weapon, and then maybe kneel down and pray. So go punish Buhari and punish all his ministers, people that advising him that that's the reason why Nigeria is where because of people like Buhari. I understand that people are saying some people erroneously they say it's Fulani. I don't know because I don't see any Fulani agenda. What I see probably Buhari just cow agenda. Because it's not every it's not every Fulani man raises cow. It's just his cow agenda is everything is concentrated on cow that he doesn't think. But his administration, people that surround him, they're not all Fulani. But I think those people who are surrounding him, they don't they don't give him bad advice. That's the reason why. Because if they were, I mean, like Obasanjo, one thing I liked Obasanjo had his problem, but Obasanjo was able to bring technocrats. He was able to listen to people, and he made changes. But this man, I mean, he doesn't listen to any. I mean, I don't even think that that he people go people go into his room at all. It's just that like this is Buhari.
Rudolph, please, let me correct something here. Let me correct something, Rudolph. I quite agree with Okija when he said when somebody is writing, we should not interject. But not when people are learning, for God's sake, man. You are lying. I'm telling you that I'm part and parcel of a journey. You they say, nah. Yes, no, I can listen. Can you listen so you can learn, please? Listen to learn. This one not go back and forth to just learn something. Can you learn something?
Her video where she spoke. I'm not.
Can you learn something for once, please? Please.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I'm gonna send you her video.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Everybody. Okay. So also one other thing that is important is also when we address people. I mean, we meet beyond this platform, and we also have to. People might have their source and believe that they are right, and they may not be right. So we have to have that room. It doesn't mean that we're always right, and there's something wrong in saying that I'm finding out that what I think is not right. So go ahead, Alvia, you want to respond? What do you want to say?
I am in America today because of the same scholarship Tobi had. Okay, there's no way an American will recruit you to come and play soccer and you are wrong. It doesn't work like that. Tobi started playing soccer in a secondary school in Ijebu. When she was playing soccer, she's always everywhere on the pitch. That is why our coach called her and said, "Come, this might not be your calling. Go and meet so person in Ijebu." The coach, Shola. You understand? Before Tobi come America, she was already been winning medals for Nigeria. She was all African game champion. She has been winning as a junior, as a senior before she come to America. Okay, you cannot be playing soccer. They say that no. Now the same scholarship I hold up to today, and I dare among people when they become Biola, who actually fast track a scholarship, was a friend of mine. We relate together how that process works.
People have other things to say. Let's leave this.
No,
Let him play because I need to clear. Let him play that video. I know the video. Let him play that video. Play it. You understand us backward.
Yeah, maybe she said something I didn't understand it, but I was telling based on what she said.
I'm trying to tell you now. Why you can't
argue? That was what I said based on what she said. So, but that's not.
I'm trying to tell you what you heard that wrong. Right, you heard that wrong.
That's not.
You heard that wrong.
All right. So hold on, guys. Ikolala, hold on. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Damages. It's been fireworks here. It seems
I know.
It seems like Christmas.
Everybody's tired of
Right. It's just 3 things I want to talk about. I'm not talking about it actually. It's more like a question and a statement at the same time. In the case of Buhari, people seem disappointed. I don't know why people are disappointed. I always knew the man had nothing to offer. In 2014, I argued with my own best friend vehemently. I said, this man is coming with nothing. Because If you had been following, you would have known even in 1985 when the man was there, most of his policies were just, it's trial and error. Yes, it might have seemed like something was happening, but they were just trial and errors. And then there was this point where he was asked one question in 2014, an interview. The oil price is rising. What would you do to bring the oil price down? He said that they will call OPEC to order, as if he owns OPEC. And I told my friend, he was sitting right with me. I said, I mean, a man cannot give you what he doesn't have. You're expecting too much. So anybody who seems disappointed with Buhari today should just bury his own head in shame. That means they themselves have no vision. That is just that. Then in the case of Biafra, I hear Igbos shout Biafra, Biafra, Biafra every day. Let's be honest with ourselves, and they compare themselves with Jews. Look, it's a very wrong comparison. I don't care what history you're looking at. It's a very wrong comparison. The Jews were not only good in trade, they formed institutions when they did not have power. They had insurance companies, they had banks, they had things that worked for them such that without power, they can still move on. And that was what Hitler was so envious about. How can these people be so well grounded? So, I mean, ask the Igbos now today. They don't have, everything they have is informal. It's either Ariaria market or Onitsha market or Nnewi market. But what is the formal thing? If that market bombs, everybody's to himself. What is the insurance company you have that protects you? What is the bank you have that protects you? Show me one city in the Igbo land that you can compare with maybe Lagos or Kano. But that does not mean the Igbos are not capable. But you have not just come together to do that. Because when you do that, when only you do that, and people are envious, the other tribes are envious of you, they will give you what you want. You don't even need to ask for it. Because they would see this intelligence you are talking about, you really have it. So I don't know what this Biafra clamor is for, and saying you are being marginalized or whatever. I never liked Kanu when he came in. I never liked the guy because he was pompous. He was that way. Let me put it that way. But unfortunately, all the things he pretended,
Anyway,
he's been made a soothsayer by a leader that doesn't know what he's doing. Buhari made Kanu a soothsayer, because if someone knew what he was doing and did it well, I mean, everything Kanu said would just be rubbish at the end of the day. And the third thing I just noticed, because I watched last week's episode, I just didn't want to say anything about when Oke Ndibe was the man you brought in, was talking about an interim government. Yes, might be what Nigeria needs. That is even what Jonathan proffered. That was one of the solutions he proffered in 2015 of actually looking at our constitution and redressing the whole thing, But the point now is, it's the Nigerian youth have been driven close to the wall. And if you see the Labour Party now, it's not the Nigerian youth only found in Obi a caretaker. It's not as if it's not Obi. If you look at it properly, they are not seeing Obi as the person who is going to make things happen in 8 years. They are just they just found in Obi a caretaker whom they can hand over things to, that would give them room to actually actualize the things they want. But if the Nigerian youth thinks immediately they vote to be in 2023, they can go to sleep and everything will be honky-dory in 8 years. I'm sorry, they're joking. But it's a continuous process whereby they get this money, he does the things they want, and they keep agitating because he would need their help. He cannot. There are people there, like he himself said, when he went into Anambra State government house, he was impeached for trying to do the right things. So he's going to face a stronger opposition in the element of Nigeria. So he still needs them to carry things through. So it's going to be a very long ride. So they shouldn't think by February their journey is over. So that's just all I wanted to contribute. And thank you for giving me that chance.
All right, thank you so much. I know some people want to say something.
Rudolph.
Yeah.
Hello?
Zaki?
Yeah, you just welcomed me to the show, but you never gave me the.
You see, okay, let me tell you. I'm sorry, but let me tell you the truth.
No, it's all right. I understand.
No. It's not anything you did. You know, your camera doesn't. I don't see you very well. I actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's
sorry about that.
And wherever people are looking at it. Okay, go ahead. I wanted to take a little break, but go ahead.
No, okay, I have just a few things to contribute. Then I might log out for other people to come in because I waited so long, more than 2 hours before I was opportunity.
Okay.
So I maybe some other people must as well be waiting, you know. And first of all, let me congratulate our sister that made it to the world stage, Tobi Amusan. She made us proud. You know, we all are very proud of her. And Buhari's issue of impeachment, I must say that's a very good development. But whether it's going to be effective, I doubt. I don't see the possibility. And at the same time, they should have done that earlier, at the end of his first tenure or the beginning of this last tenure. So doing it this time around, that's a different thing altogether. Then back to what has been transpiring today. I wish I met this guy on the show, Sadiq, because I heard him, you know, with Ovi stay there, with John and Aleo, you know. Please, in as much as we all are trying to express our feelings at times on this program, let's try to be putting sentiments apart, because when this guy spoke, I see a lot of being sentimental, you know, apologetic and emotional towards some certain tribes, maybe where they come from or where they were born, you know, and how this guy was even attacked, you know, CM. When we all know the truth, you know, how Nigeria has been run and other things that are attached to it. Even you, Paulo, said something about coming to the South. Remember, in this program, I'm a very good advocate of history, although I read, say, different, you know, in the university, not history, but I developed a very big love for that cause. I keep saying, let us go back to history. Let us go back to history. This issue of South, Southeast, Southwest. Okay, remember, originally what we had was West, East, and North. This issue of South, this South, okay, maybe from the geographical dimensions or whatever. Yeah, we understand much better now. But when this Biafran war was fought, remember, there was nothing like South. For the white men that integrated Nigeria and the ones that divided Nigeria, they called the whole Southeast South Igbos. The whole West, they don't care whether you are in the majority of Ijebu or the majority of Yoruba land. They call them Yorubas. Then the issue of Hausas in the North, nobody wants to know about Fulani. They call them Hausas. Even I grew up to know all the Northerners to be Hausas. Though we used to see some part of couple of elements and non Fulani, but I never knew they were this much till now, you know. And back to the history. Remember, these Fulani people, they were first known as the Fulbe tribe people, you know. That's a primarily Muslim people that scattered throughout many parts of West Africa, Lake Chad, and the Atlantic, you know. So, and as a percentage of population, the Fulanis, you know, represent about 38% of the population in Guinea. I'm putting down this figure because CM made one point. He said, yeah, if you want to talk with facts. Okay, in as much as we are talking with, remember the facts we are being presented were the facts that we were taught and what we learned. So I can't just say whatever I wasn't taught because somebody was telling you which of the Holocaust, which one was recorded, which one. But the guy was telling you what happened, and that's the plain fact. Even the BBC documentary, CNN documentary, the white men that covered the war were there. I even have heard it from their mouth. They said that after the World War, after this Holocaust, Biafra, that is the forgotten war. If they use the word forgotten war, they try to suppress as if it never happened. It's a plain truth. Why are we trying to, I saw the way you guys were attacking him, when I was still on the sideline, but I just said, okay, anyway, this is Nigeria. We are trying to build up. Okay, back to the issue of percentage, I've said that, but then 30% of the Fulanis are in the Mauritania, 70% in Guinea-Bissau. If I will think right, then about 12% in the Cameroon and about 9% in Nigeria. When these people before all this time, they have built a lot of empires. They've built empire in Nigeria known as what is it called again? Sokoto Caliphate and Futajalon and Guinea and what is it called again? And the Masina Mali, Fulani Empire, Masina Mali. Upon all this empire, they never owned any states because they were nomadics. We all know that. So the only place they've got the opportunity now is in this country called Nigeria, where the white men joined us together. Someone was saying that Buhari was being sentimental, with his post and appointments and about some people there. Was maybe that Sadiq was saying, no, what do you mean? What do you mean? It is obvious, my friend. Defense this, defense that, minister for this, minister for that, blah, 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 blah. It is obvious. They are looking at us face to face, eyeball to eyeball. Can we even deny that? We can't just deny the fact. And remember it. I'm still coming back to you because I don't even know because we, in as much as we are trying to patch, that's what we call patch. When I was in primary school in Nigeria, you know what is patch? Hello? Have you don't you even know what is patch now?
Who's patching who?
Oh, my time is up.
Your school uniform. Patch.
Yeah, but who is patching who?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, my time is up because
Zaki, no, your time is up. Who is patching who?
No, listen, nobody. So I say we all. But what I meant by patching is this: when we are trying to carry one another along, because one guy said something. Why are we even afraid of division and referendum? We are not necessarily talking about dividing Nigeria or breaking Nigeria, but the white people. Remember what I said here in this last program. They never joined us together because of.
Yeah, exactly. Round up.
Your time is up. That's why.
Nice. Oh, I have a lot of points to make. Okay, please let us seek for a better solution for a better Nigeria, security, putting our
all right
back to school, and we in the diaspora, let us have a very good representative as well, because most of us here, in as much as we are very much relaxed, enjoying, we still want to go back home and retire there. Only very few we still want to be here, retire. As for me, I'm having a very good life, but I can't just leave that. I can't stop thinking about home anyway. If I have any opportunity to speak again, please let me know. Let me continue from where I stopped. Thank you very much, guys.
All right, thank you. I like that. Thank you so much.
Hold on. If you allow me, I just say something 1 minute. I want to go and buy something before the shop closes.
Yeah, I myself, I want to go, doctor. That's why I want to say my state and go.
Okay. Paul.
Okay. Yeah. Well, doctor, I feel the pain, the passion with the Igbos, the Biafran people. I feel their pain. I know they take opportunity of these things to air their view, which is good, because these are the type of thing they did to take Boris Johnson out. You understand? They keep saying it even when he pays fine to the cops. They keep saying it, and eventually he resigned. So it's one of the ways you have to achieve. Then also another way you have to achieve. Great men and great teams always come with pride. Today, some people can even lie that they are part of the Martin Luther King family. But remember, when King died, some of us will pity, some of us will blame him to die and make his children suffer. You understand? But today now he's great. So there's a big price to pay. Nothing comes easy. It will never comes easy. Gold pass through fire. I'm not saying your fight will pass through fire, but it comes like that. But what I want to tell my Igbo people, you have to make a statement. You have to work. You have to invest in yourself. You have to make the people be forced to reckon with you. If we can travel to China to buy things, make us also travel to Enugu, to Aba, to Onitsha, to come and buy spare parts. Don't sell it in my doorstep and think I'll see you like you are relevant. You understand? But if I should travel to your own comfort zone to get what I need, then you are more relevant. I want to believe like that. So by doing all those things little here and there, I think it's just going to help your fight so that we can all live in peace. And when you people fight your Biafra, remember that when you fight the big Nigeria, around the territory that you also call Biafra, or other small war here and there. You know? Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much. CM.
Okay, CM, yeah, 1 minute. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Then what I want to say is that every nation in Nigeria has a different experience of the country called Nigeria. When Yoruba want to talk about the experience in Nigeria, it must be different from that of the Ogoni. The Ogoni is different from the Igbo. The Igbo man's experience is different from that of maybe the Igede or whatever. So let us always remember this. And people act according to the experience they have. But one thing I want to let this direct to you, Ikolaba. Igbos are Jews, not because we claim it. Former president of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Lieutenant Dr. Dozie Ikedife from Nnewi, a foremost gynecologist, he invited the Jews. There was a DNA done at the height of IPOB agitation. That was either 2016 or 2015. It was proven. And then there's a place called Eri and the Bugad. They are one of the lost tribes of Israel. It has been proven. Igbos are Jews by DNA. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not Jew. I'm Igbo. I'm not Jew. Igbos are not Jews.
Yeah, but
there was no DNA. DNA. I've seen another DNA done. It's a lie. Igbos are not Jew. I'm comfortable with my Igbo-ness. I'm comfortable with being an Igbo.
Can I comment so that I can give and I come back?
No, I didn't. I have to call you before you come in. Who is talking? Is it Ikolala? Is that you? You want to speak?
Yes, I wanted to ask CM. CM, look, you could be anybody. You could call yourself a Nazi. You can call yourself a Jew. You can call yourself a Neanderthal. Whatever you want to call yourself. But look, this is the fact. Until you make people reckon with your intelligence, if you keep voicing it and voicing it and voicing it and voicing it, it will take you nowhere. Talk is cheap. But when you show it, when you demonstrate it, when this is what the Jews did, I'm not telling you whether you are a Jew or Neanderthal. No, that's not the argument. But until you demonstrate this intelligence you claim, you are just blowing hot air. Just like you've done today.
You got me wrong. I'm not saying
I didn't
you got me wrong.
I am agreeing that. Wait. I agree with you are Jews. Okay, I agree you are Jews.
If you agree, that's okay.
What in that context, in that lineage, in that DNA, shows that you are moving towards what the Jews did?
See, listen. If somebody, a man, is a chief, well respected in the society, is everything, and the son he bear happens to be an armed robber, it is still his son. Forget about it. He didn't measure up to the father. If he does not measure up to the standard of the father, do you get what I'm saying? I'm giving you an example. Somebody is a chief, well known, well endowed in everything, but one of his son is an armed robber, which everybody knows to be biological son. Whether that son measures up to the standard of the father, that does not mean he must measure up. But we have to agree
what you're trying to
tell me. Listen, because you said I'm blowing hot air. That's why I'm trying to give you. No, listen, that is the instance. If you understand it this way, it's okay for me. If you understand it this way, that somebody's father is the prime minister. Everybody respects all over the world. But then the chap, maybe he's a thief somewhere. It is still his father. Forget about the dimension. That's what I'm trying to make
Let me
you know.
explain what you're saying in one sentence. A good man can have a good son. A good man, sorry, can have a bad son. A bad man can have a very good son. It only shows that some things cannot be taught. So that Aristotle said it. What you're trying to explain, Aristotle said it. So, and I am coming back to the same thing.
No.
You want
Okay, guys.
You should have concluded by saying. You should have concluded by saying whether a good man had a bad son, that lineage, the fact that the good man had a bad son is still his son. Or a bad man had a good son is still his son. That's all I want to know.
Okay, hold on. CM, you have to go to the store and buy something.
Yes.
Don't forget. We have to take a break. It's almost 5 hours to be here. Hold on, everybody. When we come back, I hear what's keeping you up at night. It's almost 5 hours. So let's take a break.
My people, look here. Face me like Facebook. I go see Lisa, and I go see a chameleon.
Time don't come for us to wake up.
My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. And leaders, we don't tire. This situation, we don't get you.
Them say the way you lay your bed, now so you go lie on top. When you sell your votes, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your auto, no shishi for right. If you talk, you say, and I talk, you say, no shishi for right. If you talk and I talk, and we all the time, say, no shishi for right. No shishi for right. No shishi for right. If you sell your vote, sell opportunity, sell your tomorrow.
You say good roads, good health, and education.
Them say the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you no say your future but chichi. Then go surely take a back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go dey walk, bamboo go dey short. Say that's how we go dey. Make you not sell your photo. No shishi for right.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for right. Play up party and we build this land. No shishi for right. You say no shishi for right. You say no shishi for right. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, you could still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us? Let's make it work again. Everybody rise again. Tire for the cut. Nobody want to do the work. Nobody want die there. I speak with no fear.
My name is Aso Rock. I'm a pharmacist and a Nigerian with a passion for a better Nigeria. And I'm directing my question to Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. And it's regarding employment and job creation, because that's what you keep mentioning. And as a successful businessman, I'll put it this way. I'm an applicant applying to work in your successful company. And after passing through some processes, your HR department, that's the human resource department, asked me to provide a referee from my previous place of work to enable me secure the job. And I have something to say. This is the response of my employer, whom I've worked with for the past 8 years. And this is what he has to say, and I quote: his propensity to corruption, his tendency to disloyalty, his inability to say and stick to the truth all the time, his propensity for poor judgment, his belief and reliance on marabout, his lack of transparency, his trust in money to buy his way on all issues, and his readiness to sacrifice morality, integrity, propriety, truth, national interest for self and selfish interest. My question is, if my previous employee forward this reference to you, will you employ me?
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We are rounding up. I'm sure Atiku will not be able to answer that question still today.
Well, he did answer. He did answer. I'll
Yeah,
tell you the answer. He did.
I know he did.
He
I know he
actually
did.
said, he
What
actually
did-
said if
Yeah.
the referee has changed his mind to say that he's qualified enough for the job, then he's qualified enough for the job.
I know. Yeah. All right. So we are going to go around and take it from there. What's keeping you up at night, and or what keeps you up at night, and round up the show for today. I know that process takes us another 20 minutes, but we'll limit it to 2 minutes for everybody. Janaba.
Dr. Damages, can you please give Joseph a second to say something?
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Neka, so much. Joseph was coming in and out since the beginning of the show, and it's unfortunate. And I actually tried to get you to talk. You disappeared on me. Okay, go ahead, Joseph.
He's obedient.
Yeah, unmute yourself, Joseph.
Okay. And thanks, Dr. Damages. Thanks, Neka. I'm just glad I was finally able to, get in. And I've been kind of following the show for a while now. And I'm just glad we have something like this because, my personal belief is no matter where we are, today, we still remember Nigeria as a country. That's where we were born. Most of us grew up there, even till we were adults before we left, And I've been in the US now for quite a few years. And every time it's always like this heartache where you think about the things that could have been possible in Nigeria, like the opportunities that could have been, the dreams that are being quenched on a daily basis. Because I had a rough time, in Nigeria, I really did. And then it's like I moved to the shores, outside the shores of the country, and then some things that, I probably started doubting myself, like, yeah, could I even achieve this? Then they all started coming to play. And I can imagine that for several, youths out there. And it's just disheartening. But I guess you can overbeat a dead horse. We all know that it's true to each and every one of us. We all understand that. I guess it gets to the point where we have to start looking inward and like, how do we make a change? How do we make things different? I've been on the show, just listening all day. And, one, would I say, constant theme that has been reiterated by multiple speakers has been, we know these things happen, right? We know this is the situation of the country. And part of the stuff, because I questioned myself. I mean, I talked to a lot of my friends back in 2015. I was like, you can't elect the same people who were, say they were in PDP 2 years ago. Now they're in APC. We know their track record. We've seen what they've done in time past. This is their propensity. This is what they tend to do. And then you expect that because they just change parties overnight, then their ideologies have changed or their character have changed. A wise man once says, we are what we repeatedly do. If you repeatedly steal, then you're a thief. Stealing is what you do. That's your character. If you repeatedly tell lies, then you're a liar. That's just what it is. So I think we just have to start paying attention and then trying to find a way where we can, make Nigeria a better place, not just for us, because some of us have been fortunate enough to exit the country. I saw one meme on social media not too long ago. Someone was like, the goal is to live outside the country and pray for the betterment of Nigeria. That's the goal. No, you don't want. You can do all the praying while you're there, and you're like, yeah, it's not making any difference. But when you're outside and you're praying for Nigeria, there's a difference to it. There's a different feel to it. And just one more thing before I let someone else speak. I think really, if we want to start making the difference in Nigeria, we have to get to that place of resolution. And what I mean by that is, no matter how we slice and dice it, right? History plays a part. All of us are who we are today. And it's a combination of where we've come from, like who we've been, things we've gone through. So you can't just displace the suffering of people and expect that, you just get over it. I mean, I understand that you can't change the past. We have to look forward, but then you have to understand that you have to come to a place where you can make peace with that past to be able to go forward. And doctor, you can correct me. I know you said you had some experience with psychology too. That's usually one of the things that are preached. That you have to make resolution with that past. Until you do that and really take care of it, there's really no moving forward, because you're going to be stuck in that past and what has happened. So I think that's one thing for the greater Nigeria, what we all have to do, and not just the people from the east, the people from the north, the people from the west, people from the south. We have to understand that a group of people have suffered so much. We have to first at least acknowledge that suffering. Then we have to make peace with it to where we can start healing from that suffering. Because until we actually take time to acknowledge that suffering and then make peace with it, really, we're not going to get anywhere, at least not together anyways. Yeah, so that's just my little submission.
Thank you so much. So let's go around 1 minute. What keeps you up at night? John Abasta.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good evening once again, Dr. Damages. I wish we all can turn the mirror on ourselves, and then we all looking what none of us is perfect. We are looking for better Nigerians, but better Nigerians are all of us, and the country as a Nigeria, to be a great country, we all have to turn the mirror on ourselves and to see what we have done right and what we have done wrong, and how we can collectively change the narrative of what is going on in our beloved country.
Okay, thank you so much. Ikola, what keeps you up at night?
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, again for giving me a chance. Well, like I always tell you, it's my problems that keeps me up. But when it comes to Nigeria, you just only hope that things gets better, because as it is, it's like doom and gloom. That's what Boris, that is how he characterizes it. It's all doom and gloom. You open any Nigerian newspaper, all you see is doom and gloom. People are dying, people are suffering, the poverty level is unexplainable. So you only pray things get better. And there's this thing they say that the voice of the majority is sometimes the voice of God. So I hope we have a free and fair election. I truly hope we have a free and fair election, and that whoever wins would be the voice of majority, and that would bring the good we all hope for.
All right, thank you. All right, Okija, what keeps you up at night?
I mean, a whole lot of things do that, but I think today I'm gonna talk about like what I said before. Nigeria has an Igbo problem, and because I mean, today is not the first time I've been in a platform like this. I mean, like we started in the late 1990s when they went online. And there's this issue, like when they talk about their problem, the civil war, people dismiss it, like it never happened. I mean, I don't know, there's no empathy in Nigeria. You're not trying to understand what happened, what they lost, what they went through, people that lost uncle. I mean, I was born after the war, but I mean, like, we had stories. My father told me stories, and people that lost, where they had to find that in Igbo culture, when someone dies, you don't know where, you know in the area where he died, but you don't see the body. After some years, you have to go back and do some tradition, go there with some, use a palm front, go there and get put it, strike it on the floor and take it and bury, to close, the wound. But it never, people, there are so many families I know that lost it. But when people talk about it, they're not, trying to understand it. I mean, like, these people went through things, and people lost money. And sometimes people try to, you started the war. A group of people, guys, started something, and it escalated, whatever. And then you forced it on a whole lot of people, other people that they had no decision, they were not involved in decision. My father lost a cousin was airlifted to Gabon. Airlifted to Gabon during the war. And when they, after the war, they tried looking for her. They were looking for her up to, I think, 1979 or 1980. And then someone had to die before they stopped looking for her. Because, in the process of going to, try to see her, they had an accident, someone died. But, there are stories like that, people, we are told stories like that. When people, try to, Nigerians, like, you dismiss it. Nigeria, you have to acknowledge that things happen, that the wrong, some wrong were done to Igbo people. Not, to the elite or whatever that, whatever you and them, had some issues. To the people, and that's when we talk about Biafra, the thing, comes out again. There, like some people, they talk, Kolola, whatever, he was saying something about show us what you have. Yes, he was, during the war, they would sue Nigeria for 3 years. They manufactured a lot of things. They manufactured Obuniwe. They did oil, they refined crude oil. There was no fuel shortage during Biafra. So they did a lot of things, converted cars into weapons. They did that. Like Professor Samoji, I think, what's his name? I don't know if Bat was involved. The scientists, Samoji led them, and some other scientists, Samoji, the one that they claimed that built the bomb that killed Delegiwa. Okay, so there were things, they did things, So, but the thing is that Nigeria has retarded the progress of Igbo man. That's the truth. That is the truth, and people don't acknowledge that. Nigeria also has retarded the growth of every other Nigerian. But when Igbos trying to complain their issues, people don't listen. People don't. Okay, right now, there are terrorists in northeast, northwest, whatever, and some in middle belt. But where did they send the plane? In Igbo land. Okay, 14 boys were killed. No one talks about it. The media, they don't talk about it. So how do you want these people to feel? Like people like me who believe in Nigeria, what do you want to feel? Empathy is important. We have to, empathize with people. Try to understand what they're going through. You don't have to feel it. You don't have to, fully understand it. But try to, when you listen instead of just trying to shut them down. Nigeria has a problem.
Thank you. Ikola, I'm sorry, I can't come back to you. We'll be going back and forth. We want to 1 minute. Okay. I won't do this again. It's not anybody's name is mentioned. They will come back. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Okija, please let me clarify one thing. My uncle, whom, if I give you his number right now, was a soldier in the Biafran army. So when I say things, it's not because I'm outside, I am not Igbo, or because I'm outside of the thing. But let me tell you one thing. Clinton well stated it. It's economy. Everything is economy. That's why he said his economy is stupid. What he means is, before you can make people listen to you, you must hold something very concrete that will make them listen to you. Go to the UN. When America speaks, people sit there to listen because they own the economy. When China speaks, people listen. But when people, countries like Gabon come in, everybody walks away. That is why you are not being listened to. Get the economy, you get your own economy right Be strong in your economy. Be strong in your own circle. They will listen to you. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. I'm not shutting you down. I'm not holding no empathy, but I'm just making you realize if the shoe hurts, it hurts me as well.
All right, thank you. Zaki, what keeps you up at night?
Is it my turn again? Thank you very much, Dr.
And if you want me to move, I may forget that you had. Guys, no, I said if you want me to go to someone else, I may forget that you haven't had.
Okay. Yeah. And anyway, I would have left for a very long time because I didn't contribute much this time around. But it's okay. It's okay. Thanks for the opportunity. Heard Okija, Ikola, and other guys in the house as well. It's quite unfortunate I couldn't even finish what I was saying before, but let that be some other time. And one thing I like about this year program with the other lady that two of you used to work with Sahara before, they all like.
See what you cost? See what you cost?
He doesn't know there are some names you don't mention here. Pantami, if you mention Pantami, you are off. If you mention Adiola, you're off. All right. Well, okay. Adewale, what keeps you up at night?
Okay. I'll talk about two topics real quick. Tobi is like a crude oil, taken abroad, refined, forgetting the fact that a lot of things goes into it to make it a refined product. And now we're not even paying subsidy to that girl. We should be paying her subsidy because it's like a crude oil. Then two.
That's a good one.
I forgot about the second topic. Anyway, real quick.
The first one is so good.
Okay. Now, this, what keeping me awake is the fact that we may not even have election coming next year. The reason why I said this is because I said it last week. We had two isolated elections. And coming next year, we're talking about the bandits is even saying they're going to kidnap the president. Now, we can get all the PVC that we can print or whatever. But if people are scared to come out to vote, there might be no election and we will keep shifting the goalpost. And that's my fear, that the country will be plunged into more chaos. That's what is keeping me awake. I got to go. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. I like that. I should write it down that Tobi is like a crude oil. And most of the people here, they're that way too. All right, where do we go? Let's go. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
I guess you've been watching something. I just let you in. We are rounding up. So what keeps you up at night? You can just make a comment while you're doing that.
Okay, so what I want to contribute, I've been listening, through the YouTube, and it is amazing for different contribution. And yeah, I will listen to what Okija said. Okija, what he said is actually truth, because when you look at the Nigerian education system today, they have erased history. And there is no way our children and upcoming children will know the true history of Nigeria. And we cannot exist without us knowing what happened in the past. So I think there is something wrong there. They have to reintroduce history in our school curriculum so that the upcoming sons and daughters of our great country will know where we have been and where we are going. So I think it's very, very important. And again, I want to say about choice. The choice, the choice we made today will be the benefit of tomorrow. You have made a choice, Dr. Damage, to have a platform whereby Nigerians will come and voice their concern. And that choice is yielding fruit, because a lot of people come here to get raw information, not a prepackaged information from different journalists and the channel. But here is a Nigerian talking to each other. So we are getting the raw information here. And everybody here, Nigeria is a concern to all of us. So we have to make a right choice. Remove where you came from, remove ethnicity, remove tribal, remove region, and vote to save Nigeria. Because where we are today, nobody can boast of anything wherever you are. The politician, this present government is tired. All the security, architectures, they are tired. They don't know what to do. So we have to make a choice, and that choice is that we should be ready to die to get Nigeria working again. Otherwise, if all these terrorists captured Abuja, where else can we go? That means we don't have a country. For us to have a country, we have to make that decisive choice come next year. Vote for competence. Vote for somebody who has you at heart. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right. Nneka, what keeps you up at night?
Okay, you say what keeps me up at night, and the question to that is still very scary for me when I see that people are really not changing their mindset and really try to do their human revolution and just make sure with what Let's Go just said. You don't vote because the person is your uncle. You don't vote because the person is your son. Vote because the person has the integrity and the willingness to do the job. At this point, I've already said this before. Let's all be together for right now. And then later on, if we decide that we want to divide, when we can do that. But for right now, we need that unity first. The unity is what is going to conquer. So what keeps me up at night is to see that even the modern ones, the ones that have left Nigeria to be here, are still thinking in this direction. It's very, very frightening for me as a person. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Joseph, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what Nick had just said. Someone said we deserve the leaders we have. And I kind of, even as of now, look at everyday Nigerian and you wonder about the mentality, even those still in Nigeria. It's like we complain about our leaders, right? But even your fellow man that is in the trenches with you, you still can't even trust them because of the evil that, they have in their heart. I mean, of course, we know you're always going to have good and evil in the world, but it's kind of disheartening because sometimes I question, I'm like, okay, we know the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but what do we do when the youth have the same mindset and ideology as those who have led the country down the wrong path to where, and led us to where we are today? Then you begin to question, do we really have hope of that greater tomorrow? Or how bright is that hope of a greater tomorrow? So it's just that thought of where we stand as a people overall, like our thought process. Because if we can't fix that, we probably won't have a solution to fixing the problems that we have on ground already. That's what keeps me up at night.
All right, thank you. Janaba, what keeps you up at night?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't wait for the election to be over. I'm looking forward to today, and in a serious way, I'll be crack joke. But I'm looking for, like Nneka said, I'm looking for us as a Nigerian community worldwide. These people back home are going through a lot. Their hands are tied. The last time that they organized NSAS protest, so many of them died. Our people are still very backward in thinking. I hope that whosoever win and become a president of our country will unify the country and give the youth the tools to move their nation to the next generation. So that the notion that if you have a good phone in Nigeria, or have a laptop, you are a suspect. That can come to an end.
Okay, thank you so much. Where am I? Forefathers. What keeps you up at night?
All right. I guess I wouldn't want. There are quite a lot of things. Our weakness is just my simple number one, but I really think that there are some things that from what we've just discussed earlier on. CM seems to be coming up with a lot of inaccuracies and it's spread like that, and you see it in the discourse in our people, and I feel that that is quite something we need to get rid of. We need to have a logical way of discounting inferior ideas for quality and better ones, so that our people can absorb better and more accurate information that leads to better outcomes. Because we have to start asking ourselves critical questions. I'm not welded to any idea. If you give me something that I feel is better, you give me clear information, I'll ask myself serious questions. And I have to jettison, if my idea is wrong, then I have to embrace a better one, because in the end, it betters our people. We are all richer for it. These discussions matter, and we can't just be spreading falsehood, and we should have a culture that encourages excellence. This is important, because that is how we filter out garbage and move forward with solutions. And there is a lot of good things that are happening on the continent as we speak. There's the Continental Free Trade Agreement. They are talking about the Continental Counterterrorism Force. And there is a lot of things that are going on that, the so-called crazy leaders that we have that are put in place, that if we as a people try to thwart it and look for a way to thwart it by engaging in navel-gazing and fighting each other, it's going to set the continent back decades. And we forget that Nigeria is so important. Nigeria has a lot of great potential on the continent. The influence we can have, we can get outside this thing, outcomes from it. We can get a lot of resources, a lot of influence. They found $12 trillion worth of gold in Uganda. If Nigeria was pulling its weight on the continent, they will have a say what happens there, just like America does in its doorstep. We have a great future if we just take it. We really need to strengthen ourselves and do this the business of strengthening ourselves to inherit what we are due. It's our continent, for crying out loud. It's basically our world, and we have just given it up somehow. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ovie, what keeps you up at night?
Me up at night. We have to go to the miseducation of the Negro. This time around, the miseducation of the Nigerian. That book was written by Carter Woodson and published in 1933. I had to go back there because, man, the way we come here, they spill some kind of history as if all of us are doing here. People keep pointing to Israel, how the Jews are this. Which war they win in the first place? Is it the war that was aided by international community? Go and read the Belfort of 1917. Or is it the role that the American plays after they conquered the world? I mean, which one would they talk? Which one could they, try to be accurate? I'm saying this because CM was accusing them, Maboki brothers, that they are not being factual. You are not being factual because when you claim Israel as this powerful, then you don't know the history of the Israelites and how the world able to come to your head and made them what they are today. That also take me to the issue of the Fulani. When we want to talk about the Fulani, they are 1%, 7%. We started by saying 1960 or 1917 or no, you have to go back to the 13th century, 14th century, 15th century before you actually understand the average Fulani man. The balkanization of the African continent in Berlin has a lot to play, and that is what Buhari is operating from. If you pay attention, there's a reason that there is a trade from Kano to Maradi. There's a reason for that. The meaning of Maradi in English is refuge. Go do your research. You go understand what I thought. But for the sake of time, let's talk about Tobi. Again, I mean, Okija, I felt very insulted. I've never been that insulted. When Okija, they tell me the history that if they won't put book to paper, my name's there go down.
Tobi started winning medal. I mean, this is important because we say, oh, Tobi was it's a crude oil that be brought to America to refine. That's not a fact. Tobi's first medal for Nigeria was 2003 in Warri during the African Youth Championship. The following year, 2014, she won the African game in Gabon. The following year, she won silver in these first two outings for Nigeria. Then when she won to African Games, she won gold in that same African game, 2015. That's what gave her that scholarship to come to America. This scholarship was facilitated by a close friend of mine who ran together for Nigeria, Bola Abiola. Then he was in UTEC. We came to school together with the same scholarship. He went to UTEC, I went to DSU, then North Dakota. He was facilitated by Biola, together with her coach, Clarence Clark, who is a Jamaican, a former Commonwealth champion on the hurdles. So what am I saying? If anything you want to read about Tobi or hear about Tobi, if it does not include Our Lady of Apostolic Secondary School in Ijebu-Ode, is not correct. If it does not include Coach Bukati Tigers, that's when this idea was Tobi was a footballer. When they decided to bring her come out of secondary school, she then take her to Coach Bukati. Bukati is a Ido guy, but he has a club in Ijebu-Ode who raised, that's where the foundation that Amusu is building on today started from. It's track and field. Your first 8 years, your first 16 years in track and field is very important. That's where you know everything you have to know, your techniques, your strength, everything. That's where from. Instead, now Americans are taking advantage of our brains, if we want to put it that way, because if she hasn't become youth champion, African champion, Commonwealth Games, which is the senior, and she won it as a teenager, then if she hasn't showed that prowess, America will not give her a scholarship. America no they give anybody visa where they no go see anything from. I don't care if you're a sportsman, if you're a doctor, whatever. There's something in you that they can activate or take advantage of before they will give you that scholarship. I'm a product of that. Yes, I know become world champion. I'm also do pretty much everything Tobi did, I did. So when that guy, they come here, they tell me that, I was like, I felt very insulted because people are listening. They want to learn. Yes, we are clamoring for this today too. We are accusing government why they take history out of our schools. They are also deliberating taking sport out of our. If we follow sport diplomacy that we are putting together that actually brought Tobi to what he is today, 40% of the Nigerian kids that were out of school today will be in school. Because not be everybody likes school to go study or to go read, or some they go there because of the extra class. And we are taking them out. Then somebody will come and tell me, say, no, America. No, it's not American bread. If I say American bread, I know there are a lot of Nigerians today who are in the NCAA system in America. Some are in almost all the big universities that you can talk of today, they are there. The last of hopefully who are so the LSU, the Alabama State University. Just mention them. Most of these kids has their foundation already solid in Nigeria before the education system in America is absorbing them. So there's nothing you want them to say them contribute. No, I mean, Tobi is already known now because you don't pay attention to. If you are paying attention to, we are paying attention to football. You go know say no be Chelsea make Obi Michael. Obi Michael on the day club for Nigeria has been doing well before Chelsea see him. That's exactly the process of Tobi. So Tobi is a product of Nigeria, and yes, for her. If you follow her background, no, we are all for the division of the Nigerian state, but we cannot underestimate that platform the Nigerian nation is giving to people who are taking advantage of it. If you cannot take advantage of the platform that is afford you, all of us here in America today because we want to carry Nigerian passport. We keep fighting that. So on that, I say, please, let's go back and read our history. We are more than 1960. We go back to 1300. You understand how the British, the Balkanization affect every tribe, not just the Fulanis, not just the Igbos. Every tribe was affected with that by that Balkanization of Africa. So I bet what keeps me up is, the miseducation of Nigerian man, not Negro anymore.
Thank you. Okay. Ikolala, what you want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Tobi Nation. I think I'll still blame you because what you have just done now is folktale. We've had that before when stories were told to us by mouth. You can't blame Okija. If you had done your job and written a book so that Okija will be the one reading it, then this would have been solved. So it's still your fault.
I agree. We are doing our best. Watch out for there's a talk of village athletics. And we are on platform. We're doing PG now, sir. What have you? You know, you hear more about that. But
right.
I'll take your correction, and yes, I agree with you 100%.
All
Need
right.
to do more.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Ovie, thank you so much for being here. Forefathers, thank you so much for being here. Let's go. Thank you so much for being here. It's been more than 5 hours. Jonaba, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here. I know a lot of people who were here, they are gone now. We appreciate everybody. And the people watching at home, we thank you and appreciate their time. We see you again next week. We will have a conference that is very important. You get more information on that. And then tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to talk about the election in Nigeria, of course, and in Kenya. So join us tomorrow at 11:30. And again, on Wednesday, we will talk about issues that are of importance to those of us abroad. Until next week, I'm Rudolph Okonkwo signing up. Thank you so much and see you guys.